The first flakes began falling sometime around noon, lazy and harmless at first, the kind that melt the second they hit your jacket. By 4 in the afternoon, they were coming down thick and fast, driven sideways by wind that made the trees groan. The storm had been predicted all week, but like most people in northern Minnesota, I hadn't taken it too seriously. I'd grown up in snow, white Christmases, frozen lakes, ice fishing shacks, and I figured this one would be no different. A little snow never scared me. I was wrong. I was heading up from Duluth to visit my Uncle Mark, who owned a cabin near the edge of Superior National Forest, about 20 miles from the nearest town. He'd been living there since my aunt died 5 years ago, and lately he'd been calling more often, lonely, maybe drinking too much, saying strange things about footsteps in the woods at night. I'd brushed it off as grief and isolation, but when he called the night before, he sounded rattled. He'd said, "It's not animals, Tommy. It's not human either." Then the line went dead. So I packed my truck early the next morning, planning to stay a night or two to check on him. I brought food, some firewood, and a satellite phone my dad insisted I take in case the cell service failed out there. The roads were already slick by the time I passed 2 harbors, and the radio was issuing repeated storm warnings, whiteout conditions expected by evening, travel not advised. But I pressed on, my tires chewing through the growing drifts, windshield wipers smearing gray slush back and forth. By the time I turned onto the unpaved county road that led to Mark's cabin, visibility was down to maybe 30 feet. The snow was blinding, swirling in the headlights like a blizzard of ashes. The forest on either side loomed dark and endless, the pine trees bending beneath the weight. It felt like driving through a tunnel, one carved by nature and madness. After about 5 miles, I slowed down. There was something in the road ahead, a shape half buried in snow. As I crept closer, I realized it was a truck, Mark's truck, the old red Ford he used to haul firewood. Its driver's door was open, snow piled inside. "Uncle Mark!" I shouted as I got out, the wind whipping my voice away. I looked around, cupping my hands to my mouth, but there was only the howling wind and the trees creaking. No footprints, no tracks leading away from the truck, just smooth snow like it had been falling for hours. The inside of the cab was empty, keys still dangling in the ignition. The engine was stone cold. There was a coffee thermos tipped over on the passenger seat, frozen coffee stuck to the upholstery. The dashboard clock read 10:17 a.m. That meant he'd probably left it there sometime that morning. I pulled my coat tighter and scanned the woods. I didn't like it. The storm was thickening, and it was getting hard to tell where the road ended and the forest began. My GPS was useless, spinning circles. I figured the best move was to keep driving toward the cabin. It wasn't far. Maybe he'd tried to walk back. The road narrowed and disappeared under drifts. I followed the faint outline of the tree line I remembered, my tires slipping. After what felt like forever, I spotted the faint outline of the cabin through the snow, its roof heavy, chimney puffing weak smoke. Relief washed over me, but the front door was open. Snow had blown inside across the wooden floor, forming a small drift near the threshold. I called out again. "Mark, it's Tommy." No answer. The living room was dim, lit only by the dying fire in the stone hearth. I shut the door behind me, brushing snow off my shoulders, and the sound of the wind faded to a muffled roar. The place was a mess. Overturned chair, papers on the floor, a broken mug by the counter. But no blood, no signs of struggle, just chaos. Then I noticed something that made my stomach twist. On the floor near the firewood box were tracks, bare footprints, large ones, melted slightly into the wood where heat from the fire had warmed the air. But the prints weren't shaped right. The toes were too long, the arch too high, like something halfway between a man and an animal. I called out again, but this time softer. The only response was the wind moaning through the chimney. I checked the back room, the kitchen, even the small bathroom, empty. Then I found his shotgun leaning by the back door, unfired, the safety still on. The snow outside was now a white curtain. I thought about trying to leave, but I knew I wouldn't make it back to town in this. I decided to stay the night, keep the fire going, and wait for morning. I found some canned chili in the cupboard, heated it, and sat by the fire. The wind howled relentlessly, and every so often I thought I heard something else in the distance, something moving, just outside the cabin walls. Around 9 p.m., the storm reached its peak. The wind screamed like a living thing. The trees outside cracked like gunfire. The power flickered, then went out, plunging the room into darkness, except for the firelight. I was sitting there, staring into the flames, when I heard a thud on the porch. I froze. Another thud. Slow. Deliberate. Footsteps. I grabbed the shotgun and crept toward the window. The glass was frosted over, impossible to see through. I moved to the peephole by the door, but it too was coated in ice. The footsteps stopped. Then came the scratching. Something dragged across the wood, slow, scraping like claws on the porch railing. My heart hammered. "Who's there?" I shouted, my voice cracking. Silence. Then, faintly, a low sound that made my blood run cold. A kind of breath, heavy and wet, too deep for any man. I backed away from the door. The scratching turned to pounding, sudden and violent, shaking the door on its hinges. I fired the shotgun once through the top panel. The blast echoed through the cabin and splinters flew. Then nothing, just the wind again. I reloaded with trembling hands. Waited. Nothing more came. The night dragged on endlessly. I must have dozed off at some point because I woke to the sound of the storm easing. Pale gray light filtered through the window. The fire had burned low. Only embers left. I went to the door cautiously. The top panel was blown out where I'd fired. Snow had drifted in. Outside, the porch was nearly buried, but I could still make out the prints, massive, barefoot impressions leading off into the woods. I followed them a few feet before the cold drove me back. The tracks went toward the old mine road behind the property, a road that hadn't been used in decades. I decided to search once the wind died. I packed supplies, checked the fuel in the truck. It was nearly empty, but I could siphon some from Mark's if I could dig it out. I ate a quick breakfast and set out by foot along the tree line, the shotgun slung over my shoulder. The forest was dead silent except for the crunch of my boots. The world looked washed clean. No birds, no movement, just endless white. I followed the strange prints as they wound between the pines, deeper into the woods. About a mile in, I found something. A piece of fabric, torn and frozen stiff, hanging from a branch. It was from Mark's flannel jacket, the same one he wore every day. There were streaks of what looked like blood frozen on it. I kept going, dread tightening in my chest. The tracks grew erratic, weaving through trees, then suddenly stopped. The snow ahead was smooth and untouched. That's when I heard it, faint, almost human. A moan carried on the wind. "Mark!" I shouted. The sound came again, closer this time, from the direction of an old collapsed shed up ahead. I ran toward it, slipping on ice. Inside, the stench hit me first, sweet and rotten. I lifted my flashlight, the beam trembling. There, against the far wall, was something bundled under a tarp. I pulled it back. It was Mark, or what was left of him. His body was twisted, frozen solid, face pale blue, eyes open wide in terror. His chest had been torn open. But it wasn't clean. There were teeth marks, deep ones. Whatever had done it had gnawed through his ribs. I staggered back, bile rising in my throat. Then I heard movement behind me. I spun, flashlight cutting through the gloom. Something ducked behind the collapsed wall, a tall, hunched shape moving impossibly fast. I caught a glimpse of matted fur, long limbs, and eyes that reflected white in the beam. Then it was gone, a blur slipping into the trees. I fired into the woods blindly, shouting, but the thing never made a sound. I ran. I didn't stop running until I saw the cabin again through the thinning snow. I slammed the door behind me, bolted it, and collapsed by the fire, shaking. Hours passed. I sat there clutching the shotgun, jumping at every noise. The storm had finally blown itself out by afternoon. I debated whether to try driving back to town, but exhaustion pinned me in place. Night fell again. I tried to stay awake, but at some point I drifted off in the chair. When I woke, it was to silence. Too much silence. Even the wind had stopped. The fire was out. The air felt colder than it should have been, as if something were drawing the warmth away. Then I heard it. The creak of the porch boards, slow, steady. I raised the shotgun, my breath visible in the freezing air. The handle on the door twitched, then turned. "Go away," I whispered. The handle twisted harder, then stopped. I could hear breathing on the other side, wet, rasping. Then softly it spoke. "Tommy." It was Mark's voice, but it couldn't be. Tommy opened the door. My blood froze. It was perfect, his tone, his rhythm, but wrong somehow, too flat, too drawn out. "Please, it's cold." I backed away slowly, shaking my head. "No, you're not him." The thing outside let out a sound, not a scream, not a growl, but something in between. Then the door shuddered as if hit by something massive. The hinges groaned. I ran for the back, grabbing the sat phone. No signal. I fumbled with the lock, yanked the door open, and plunged into the snow. The moon had come out, casting a pale glow over the forest. I ran through the trees, snow up to my knees, my breath burning. Behind me came the sound of something crashing through the drifts, fast and heavy. I reached the old road, heart pounding, and saw headlights, two faint beams cutting through the night. I screamed and waved my arms. A snowplow was coming, slow and steady, the driver's face barely visible through the frost. I stumbled into its path. It screeched to a halt, and a man jumped out, shouting, "Are you crazy? You trying to die out here?" I collapsed against the plow, gasping. "Something's out there," I managed to say. "Something killed my uncle." The driver stared at me, confused, then glanced toward the woods. "What are you talking about?" I turned. There was nothing there, just snow and shadows. He helped me into the cab, and we drove back toward town. I kept looking behind us, certain I'd see something following, but the road stayed empty. When we reached the sheriff's station in Silver Bay, I tried to tell them everything about the prints, the body, the voice, but the storm had wiped away most of the evidence. When they went back up the next morning, the shed was collapsed under snow and Mark's body was gone. They said maybe wolves got to it. Maybe I imagined the rest. But I know what I saw. They found the strange footprints again 3 days later near the edge of the forest, but they led nowhere. They just stopped. I moved to Duluth after that, sold the cabin, sold the truck. I haven't been back since. But some nights, when the wind picks up and the snow starts to fall hard, I swear I can hear that voice again, faint and patient, calling my name through the storm. Story the end. The sky had been gray all morning, an unbroken sheet of dull lead that pressed down on the town of Marlow. The small American town sat nestled in a valley, its streets narrow and flanked by houses whose paint peeled from the harsh winter winds. People moved cautiously, boots crunching through snow that had accumulated overnight, still wet and heavy from the damp air. It was mid-January, the kind of cold that gnawed at bones even through layers of clothing. By noon, the wind had picked up, whistling through the streets, rattling shutters, and carrying sharp needles of ice. Jackson Reed had been driving his old pickup since dawn, making his routine rounds for the local newspaper. The snow was only getting worse. By late afternoon, visibility was nearly zero. He cursed under his breath as he squinted through the windshield, trying to follow the faint tracks left by a previous car. The heater worked, but barely. The windows fogged constantly, and he had to keep wiping them with his sleeve. As he turned off the main road and onto the back roads, the snow started to fall with a quiet intensity that made him uneasy. These were the kind of storms that made time feel like it slowed, as though the world itself had been suspended in a frozen cage. He noticed something odd, a thin plume of smoke rising in the distance, not from a chimney, but closer to the ground, curling unnaturally in the wind. Jackson's curiosity got the better of him, and he turned the truck in that direction. It wasn't long before he realized the road was disappearing under the accumulating snow. He stopped, his tires spinning in the powder, and considered turning back, but something compelled him forward. The source of the smoke was a cabin, isolated and almost hidden by snow-laden trees. Its roof was thick with ice, and the windows were frosted over. The door hung slightly ajar, swaying in the wind. Jackson's instincts screamed at him to leave, but he was also a reporter by nature, always chasing stories. He stepped out into the snow, feeling it bite through his gloves and coat, and approached the cabin. The air was frigid, sharp, and carried an eerie silence, broken only by the occasional groan of branches weighed down by snow. Inside, the cabin was dark, the only light coming from a small, flickering stove in the corner. The room smelled of smoke and something else, something metallic that made Jackson's stomach churn. He called out, but there was no response. The floorboards creaked under his weight, and his boots left dark prints on the snow-dusted floor. Then he saw it. A set of footprints, leading from the door to the back of the cabin, and then abruptly stopping. The prints were large, as if someone had trudged through the deep snow with heavy boots, but they were smeared, as though the person had collapsed or been dragged. A sudden noise made him spin around, a scratching, slow and deliberate, from the loft above. Jackson's breath caught. He told himself it was probably a raccoon or some other animal, but his journalist's instinct urged him to see. He found the ladder and climbed carefully, each step groaning under his weight. The loft was empty except for a bed, old and covered in frost, and a small chest at the foot. He opened the chest, expecting perhaps blankets or supplies, but found something that made him stumble back, a collection of photographs. Not ordinary photographs, but images of people frozen, caught in mid-motion, their eyes wide with terror, faces twisted as if screaming. And in each, the snow was falling in the exact same pattern as outside the cabin. Jackson's blood ran cold. These weren't just photographs, they were warnings. He dropped the chest with a thud, the noise echoing through the cabin. Suddenly, the door slammed shut. He turned to see it sealed against the wind, yet no gust had blown it. Panic surged. He ran to the door, yanking at it, but it wouldn't budge. Behind him, the scratching returned, louder and closer. He spun toward the loft ladder, and for a brief moment, he thought he saw a shadow move, tall, distorted, and gliding rather than walking. The wind outside seemed to howl with a new intensity, rattling the walls, shaking the very foundation of the cabin. Jackson's heart raced. He tried the windows. They were frozen shut. He was trapped. And then he noticed something else. The snow outside had stopped falling. The world beyond the cabin was an unnatural white void. He couldn't see more than 10 feet. But in the void, shapes began to shift. Figures, vague but humanoid, emerging from the snow, moving toward the cabin with a deliberate pace. No footprints appeared, yet they moved faster than the snow should allow. Jackson scrambled, searching for anything to defend himself. The fireplace had a poker, and he gripped it tightly, trying to steady his shaking hands. The figures were getting closer. He could now hear whispers, almost indistinct, carried on the wind. Or was it inside his head? The words didn't make sense, but they were insistent, almost beckoning. The shadows outside pressed against the frosted windows, as though testing the barrier that separated him from them. The scratching in the loft turned into a dragging sound, like something or someone was coming down. Jackson swung the poker wildly, just in time to see a figure emerge from the loft, face obscured, body unnaturally long and thin. Its movements were jerky and wrong, like a puppet with tangled strings. Jackson stumbled back, and the figure lunged. He ran to the back of the cabin, and in a desperate move, shoved the old chest toward the creature. It fell with a crash, scattering photographs across the floor. The figure recoiled, letting out a sound that was half a scream, half a hiss, before vanishing into the shadows. Jackson didn't wait to see if it would return. He pried the door open, ignoring the howling wind outside, and ran through the deep snow. Visibility was almost non-existent, and he barely managed to find the truck. He jumped in, starting the engine with shaking hands. The tires spun helplessly at first, then caught, and he barreled down the road. The figures seemed to follow him in the periphery of his vision, silent, stalking shapes that didn't obey the rules of the physical world. Jackson drove for what felt like hours, the snowstorm unrelenting, until he reached a stretch of open road. The figures were gone, vanished as if they had never existed. The silence was deafening, broken only by the rumble of the engine. When he finally reached the town of Marlow, everything seemed normal. Shops were closed, smoke rose from chimneys, and the few people on the streets stared at him with concern. But when Jackson tried to explain what had happened, his voice faltered. Who would believe him? The photographs, the figures, the cabin, everything sounded like a fever dream, except for the frostbite creeping up his fingers and the lingering sense of being watched. That night, Jackson couldn't sleep. He kept hearing the wind whisper through the cracks of his apartment window, and then, faint but unmistakable, scratching from the ceiling above. He told himself it was nothing, just the storm settling, just old pipes, but deep down, he knew better. The snowstorm had followed him home, and now it was waiting. Over the next week, reports came in from surrounding towns, people found wandering in the snow, frozen in mid-step, eyes wide with terror, faces contorted. Animals disappeared. Dogs and cats were found huddled under cars, trembling. Every time Jackson saw the news, he felt a cold presence at his shoulder, as if the storm had a memory and he had walked right into its ledger. One evening, a call came from the sheriff's office. "Jackson, you're going to want to see this," the voice on the line said. He followed the sirens to a farm on the outskirts, where the snow had piled 6 feet high in drifts. In the barn, the farmer and his wife lay frozen, perfectly preserved, their expressions locked in panic. And above them, etched into the frost on the rafters, were words in a hand he did not recognize. "You saw what you weren't supposed to see." Jackson staggered back, heart hammering. That night, the snow fell harder than ever. He barricaded his doors, covering windows, piling furniture against them, but he knew it was futile. By midnight, the snow had entered the house, drifting across the floor as though it had a mind of its own. Shadows flickered in the corners, forming shapes that didn't belong. And then he heard it again, low and urgent. The scratching, coming from the ceiling, from the walls, everywhere at once. He tried to flee, but the snowstorm outside had become a living entity, swallowing streets, houses, cars. It pressed against him, relentless, cold, and infinite. When morning came, Jackson Reed was gone. The neighbors thought he had driven off into the storm, lost like so many others in recent weeks. No one saw him again. The truck was found months later, half buried in ice, the windshield smeared with frost patterns that looked eerily like faces, screaming silently. Years later, travelers who dared cross the back roads of Marlow in winter spoke of a strange, unending blizzard, even when surrounding areas were calm. They said they heard whispers in the wind and scratching in the drifts. Some claimed to see figures moving under the snow, just beyond the edges of vision. And on certain nights when the snow falls thick and fast, if you listen closely, you can hear the faint, desperate scratching from inside your own home, as if the storm is still reaching for someone who saw too much. Story, the end. The wind had been picking up all day, rattling the windows of the small cabin on the outskirts of Silver Creek, Wyoming. By evening, it had become a relentless howl, whipping snow in sheets against the wooden walls. Jake and Claire hadn't expected the storm to hit this hard. The forecast had only warned of moderate snowfall. But nothing in the weather reports could capture the raw ferocity that was now battering the mountains. They had driven up that afternoon, thinking a weekend getaway in the Rockies would be cozy, romantic even, but now they were trapped. The 2-lane road that led back to town was buried under 5 feet of snow, the headlights swallowed in the white blur. Claire stared out the frost-crusted window, pressing her forehead against the cold glass. "It's getting worse," she said, her voice tight with anxiety. Jake stood behind her, trying to mask his own rising fear. He wanted to reassure her, but the truth was, he felt the same knot in his stomach. The cabin wasn't as isolated as it looked on the brochure, but in a storm like this, isolation could be deadly. They had just settled into the living room when the power flickered and went out. Darkness swallowed the cabin, leaving only the dull gray of twilight seeping through the windows. Jake fumbled for the flashlight, its beam cutting a narrow path through the shadows. "We should check the generator," he said. It was a standard propane unit, but it hadn't been tested since the previous winter. Claire followed, shivering despite her thick wool sweater. As they stepped outside, the wind hit them like a physical force. Snow stung their faces and visibility was nearly zero. Jake struggled to start the generator. The engine coughed, sputtered, and finally roared to life, casting a warm, flickering light. The relief was temporary. They were still trapped, the storm relentless, and the isolation pressing down on them. By nightfall, the snow had stopped falling from the sky, but the wind had intensified, creating drifts that seemed alive, constantly shifting. Claire tried to read, but the sound of the wind was deafening, drowning out all other noise. Jake went to the window again, scanning the indistinct horizon. That's when he saw it. A figure moving just at the edge of the light cast by the cabin. At first, he thought it was a trick of the wind, with snow forming and reforming in strange shapes. But then the figure stepped forward, too deliberate to be a drift. It was human-shaped, hunched over, wearing a coat that looked soaked with snow. "Jake, do you see that?" Claire whispered, gripping his arm. "Yeah," he replied, trying to sound calm. He reached for the binoculars, but before he could focus, the figure vanished, swallowed by the blowing snow. He shook his head. "It's nothing. Probably just someone stranded." But deep down, he didn't believe it. The storm raged through the night. At some point, neither of them slept. The cabin, normally a sanctuary, felt like a trap, the walls pressing in with the cold. Around 2 a.m., they heard it, a knock, soft but deliberate, at the front door. They froze. The wind was howling outside, but this knock was distinct, Human. Claire grabbed Jake's arm. "Don't open it," she said. He nodded, moving quietly to the window. Nothing. The snow had smothered everything, leaving only a white void. The knocking came again, this time faster, more urgent. Something was out there, something alive, moving through the storm. Jake grabbed the old rifle they had leaned against the wall. He didn't want to use it, but fear has a way of making decisions for you. He approached the door cautiously, flashlight in one hand, rifle in the other. "Who's out there?" he shouted over the wind. Silence. Then a voice, barely audible, rasped through the storm. "Please, help." Claire gasped. "Jake, it's a person!" Without thinking, Jake opened the door. A man stumbled in, dripping with snow, face pale, eyes wide with panic. "Thank God," he gasped, collapsing onto the floor. "I've been out there hours, can't move, can't see." They helped him to a chair and wrapped him in blankets. He shivered violently, teeth chattering. "Name's Tom," he said between tremors. "I was hiking, got caught, lost track of the trail, storm, came out of nowhere." His story made sense. People get lost in storms all the time. But as Jake watched him, a chill ran down his spine. There was something off, something in the way he kept glancing out the windows, as if expecting something or someone to appear in the snow. The next few hours were a blur. They fed Tom what little food they had, and he drank hot coffee like it was life itself. But he didn't stop shivering. Claire noticed bruises on his arms, faded but evident. "What happened to you?" she asked. Tom hesitated, then whispered, "I fell, or someone pushed me." He wouldn't say more. There was fear in his eyes, raw and unrelenting. By morning, the storm had eased slightly. Visibility was better, but the snow had doubled. The road was a white wasteland. Jake knew they couldn't leave until it melted, or someone came to plow it. But it wasn't just the storm that terrified him anymore. It was the sense that something out there was watching. Tom kept muttering about shadows moving in the snow, figures slipping through the drifts. At first, Jake thought it was delirium, but then he saw them too, shapes in the distance, moving too deliberately to be random snow formations. "Are those people?" Claire whispered. Jake squinted. The shapes were hunched, moving slowly toward the cabin. Not running, not sliding. They were walking, shuffling, dragging something. Fear gripped him like an icy hand. "We need to lock everything, he said, bolting the doors and windows. The three of them watched as the shapes drew closer, and that's when they noticed something worse. Some of them weren't human at all. Limbs bent at unnatural angles, faces obscured by snow and ice, moving in jerky, mechanical ways. The wind carried a faint, low moaning, like a chorus of agony. "Holy God," Claire whispered. Tom's face went pale. They come when the storm gets bad. You can't outrun them. They find you. Always." "What do you mean?" Jake asked, voice shaking. "They're people like me, like us, lost, trapped, frozen, changed." His words were incoherent, but the implication was clear. He had survived the storm, but not unscathed. There was something in the mountains, something ancient that preyed on anyone caught in the white death. The day dragged on. The shapes circled the cabin, moving silently, just beyond the clearing of snow that surrounded them. Jake and Claire barricaded the doors, stacking furniture and anything they could move. They barely spoke, too terrified to draw attention to themselves. Tom muttered to himself, rocking back and forth. "They know we're here. They always know." By nightfall, the shapes had come closer. They could hear scraping at the windows, faint tapping on the walls. Claire sobbed, pressing herself into Jake's side. He hugged her tightly, wishing he could do more. The storm had become a backdrop to a new, more terrifying reality. They were being hunted. The wind carried the scent of frostbite and death, and the moaning grew louder, more desperate, like the dead calling for the living. At some point, the front door burst open. The shapes had finally breached the cabin. Jake fired the rifle, but the shots were swallowed by the wind. The figures moved with impossible speed, dragging themselves across the floor, faces frozen in permanent screams. Tom screamed too, but not at the intruders. He screamed at something in his memory, something he had seen before. Jake turned to help him, and in that moment, one of the figures lunged at Claire. She screamed, and Jake shoved her out of the way, taking the brunt of the attack. Pain exploded in his side, but he managed to push the figure back. They ran, through the snow into the blizzard, leaving the cabin behind. The world was a whiteout. Every step a struggle. Every breath a fight against the icy wind. Behind them, the moaning rose, almost joyous, like predators savoring their prey. They stumbled through the drifts, not knowing where they were going, just moving, always moving. Hours passed, or maybe minutes, time had lost meaning. They collapsed near a frozen creek, utterly exhausted. Tom was gone, lost to the snow or the shapes. They didn't stop to look. The wind had died down slightly, but the terror hadn't. From somewhere in the distance, they could hear the faint sound of footsteps crunching through the snow, echoing across the valley. When rescue finally came the next morning, they were discovered by a park ranger in half frozen, delirious, and unable to speak coherently. The cabin was gone, buried under the snow. The storm had passed, leaving a pristine, silent landscape. But Jake and Claire knew the truth. The storm wasn't just weather. It was a gate, a lure, a hunting ground. And those shapes, they were still out there waiting for the next foolhardy souls to wander into the mountains. Neither of them ever returned to Silver Creek. Friends and family tried to understand what had happened, but Jake and Claire could only shake their heads, haunted by the memory of the storm, the figures, and the terror that had felt alive, intelligent, and patient. The mountains were beautiful, yes, but they held secrets, and some storms were more than just snow and wind. Some storms were alive, and they remembered. Years later, Claire would see a news story about a hiker missing in Wyoming, lost during a sudden blizzard. She would shiver at the resemblance to their own experience. Jake would avoid the news entirely, refusing to tempt fate. But both knew the truth. The snowstorm was still out there, waiting, and it would claim again. Story the end. The sky had been an unrelenting gray all morning, the kind of gray that seems to press down on the land and sap the warmth from your bones before the snow even arrives. Up in the northern reaches of Vermont, where winding country roads and dense forests dominate, the first flakes were small, almost polite in their arrival. But by mid-afternoon, the polite snow had become a relentless curtain whipping against the sides of the small farmhouse where the Miller family lived. George Miller had grown up in these parts, and he prided himself on his survival instincts. He'd seen blizzards before, storms that made grown men swear off driving, storms that left even the hardiest travelers stranded for days. But there was something about this storm that set him on edge. It wasn't just the accumulation or the wind. It was the sound, a low, constant hum that seemed to vibrate through the snow-laden pines and into his chest. He stood by the window, looking out at the drifts that had already begun to pile against the wooden porch. His wife Linda was in the kitchen, trying to keep their 2 children distracted with board games. But even the sound of laughter was muted by the roar of the wind. Outside, the world had vanished under a white haze, shapes becoming indistinguishable, trees reduced to ghostly outlines. "I don't like it, George," Linda said quietly. She didn't turn from the stove. "It feels wrong, like something's coming." He wanted to brush it off, the way men do, the way he always did. But something in the air made it impossible. He could feel the weight of the storm pressing down, a suffocating force. "It's just snow," he said, trying to make his voice firm. "We've handled worse." Hours passed, and the storm grew with a ferocity that seemed almost unnatural. By nightfall, the wind had become a howling beast, slamming against the house and rattling the windows. The children were asleep, exhausted from the anxiety and excitement, while George and Linda sat in the living room, listening. That hum, ever present, seemed to echo off the walls, a sound that didn't belong. Then the power went out. It was sudden, a flicker, and then the house was swallowed by darkness. George reached for the flashlight, his fingers trembling. He clicked it on, sweeping the beam across the living room, revealing the familiar but now alien shapes of their furniture buried under shadows. Linda clutched his arm. "We should check on the generator," George said, even as a knot of unease formed in his stomach. They had a backup, an old diesel generator, but getting to it meant venturing into the storm. Bundled in coats, scarves, and gloves, they stepped outside. The cold hit them like a wall. Snow whipped into their faces, stinging skin and frosting eyebrows. Visibility was near zero. George's instincts told him to retreat, but he forced himself forward, gripping Linda's hand tightly. The generator was a short distance from the house, but in the storm, it might as well have been a mile. Each step was a battle against the wind and the shifting snow, their footprints disappearing almost as soon as they were made. When they reached the generator, George fumbled with the controls. The engine roared to life, but the sound was drowned out by the screaming wind, a sound that seemed almost intelligent in its malice. As they turned to go back inside, something caught George's eye, a movement barely perceptible in the white abyss beyond the porch. He squinted, trying to make out shapes, but there was nothing there. Yet the feeling of being watched was undeniable. He shook his head. He was just tired, just stressed. Back inside, the generator hummed, lights flickering on. But the unease didn't lift. If anything, it grew heavier. Shadows seemed to twist in the corners of the room, and that hum persisted, low and omnipresent. Around midnight, George woke to a sound that froze him in place. It was coming from outside. Footsteps, slow, deliberate, crunching through the deep snow. He held his breath, listening. Linda stirred beside him, murmuring in her sleep. He strained to see through the darkened windows, but the storm made it impossible. The sound stopped, and then he heard it again, closer. George got up, quietly. He grabbed the rifle from its rack above the fireplace, feeling the cold metal in his hands. Something wasn't right. He moved to the door, peering into the storm. For a moment, he thought he saw a figure, tall and dark, moving with a terrifying deliberation through the snow. Then the figure was gone. The next morning, the storm had eased slightly, leaving the landscape unrecognizable. Drifts had swallowed fences, cars, and sections of the road. George and Linda ventured outside to assess the damage, shovels in hand. That's when they noticed something that made George's blood run cold. Footprints. They weren't human. They were too large, too elongated, and they didn't follow a normal stride. They started at the edge of the woods, leading straight toward the house. George's mind raced. Could it have been an animal? A moose? But no moose moved like this. These prints were deliberate, almost purposeful. Days passed. The storm had left them cut off, roads impassable, supplies dwindling, and the footprints hadn't gone away. They were everywhere now, circling the house, sometimes appearing in the woods, sometimes right outside the windows. At night, the hum returned, now accompanied by whispers, barely audible like voices carried on the wind. George couldn't sleep. Neither could Linda. The children began to notice things too. Their youngest, a girl of 6, whispered about the man in the snow who watches at night. Their son, 8, claimed he saw eyes staring at him from the woods. George wanted to dismiss it, but deep down, he knew the truth. Something had been in the storm with them, something patient, watching, waiting. One evening, desperate and terrified, George decided to investigate. He wrapped himself in every layer of clothing he could find and ventured out into the deep snow, flashlight in hand. The footprints were fresh. They led away from the house into the thick forest that bordered their property. George followed, each step a struggle, the snow sinking past his knees. Hours seemed to pass as he tracked the prints. The forest was silent except for the wind, except for that low, droning hum. Then he saw it. A figure, taller than any man, shrouded in snow, its form indistinct but horrifyingly human-like. Its head turned slowly toward him, and in that instant George felt a weight in his chest, a suffocating presence that made his knees buckle. He fired the rifle. The blast echoed through the trees, but the figure didn't move, didn't react. And then, impossibly, it vanished. The footprints continued beyond where it had stood, leaving no trace that it had ever been there. George stumbled back to the house, shaking, heart racing. That night, they didn't sleep. They sat in the living room, lights on, doors locked, listening. The hum had returned, louder now, and the whispers came more clearly. Words he couldn't understand, but filled with malice. The next morning, when George went outside, he found the footprints surrounding the house completely. They hadn't led away. They had come back, forming a perfect circle. Panic set in. They were trapped. The storm had ended, but whatever had come with it was still here, lingering, patient. Over the following days, they tried to signal for help, but the snow had blocked every path. And the footprints didn't move. They just stayed there, circling the house, sometimes shifting slightly, as if the presence behind them was adjusting, observing. The children refused to go near the windows. George and Linda were growing delirious, sleep-deprived, terrified. Then came the night the snow returned. Not a storm like before, but a thin, relentless drift that covered every inch of the land, and with it, the whispers grew into voices. Clearer this time, laughing, taunting, calling their names. George woke to the sound of scratching at the door. Not the kind of scratching a human hand could make, but deep, ragged, impossible. He grabbed the rifle and opened the door just a crack. Snow had already piled against it, but nothing was visible. And yet, he could feel it. Watching. Waiting. Linda screamed. Their daughter had gone to check the window and vanished. George ran, frantic, calling her name, but the snow seemed to swallow every sound. The footprints, once mere patterns in the snow, were moving now, leading into the forest. He saw them form, swirl, as if drawn by some intelligence. They fled into the house, locking doors, barricading windows. But the presence didn't leave. It was in the walls, the floor, the very air. The hum had become unbearable, resonating through their skulls, the whispers now shrieking. Days turned into nights, nights into endless white hell. Food ran out. Water froze. The children huddled in corners, staring at walls. George and Linda held each other, praying, whispering, wondering how long they could survive. When help finally came, a rescue team that had been delayed by storms, they found the house empty. The doors were locked, windows intact, but inside there were signs of struggle. Chairs overturned, blankets strewn about, dishes broken. No bodies, no footprints leading away. Only the hum remained. And the faintest scratch marks on the walls, high, just beneath the ceiling, where no human could reach. The Miller house still stands, abandoned in the woods. Locals speak of it in hushed tones, warning travelers never to linger there in the winter, no matter how lost or desperate. They say you can still hear the hum on quiet nights, the whispers calling your name, urging you to look outside into the endless white, where something waits, patient and hungry. And every winter, when the snow falls heavy and the wind howls, the footprints appear. Circling the house, waiting, watching, story the end. The wind whipped across the barren expanse of the northern plains, carrying with it a fine powder of snow that stung any exposed skin. The roads were nearly invisible under the white drifts, and the few remaining trees, skeletal and blackened, bent under the weight of the storm. In the middle of all this, an old red pickup truck struggled along a lonely stretch of road, its tires crunching against ice hidden beneath snow. Inside, Mark Hansen gripped the steering wheel, knuckles white, his eyes darting from the fogged-up windshield to the barely-there taillights of another vehicle ahead. He hadn't expected to be driving through a blizzard tonight. A business meeting in Minneapolis had run late, and by the time he got on the road, the sky had already darkened, heavy clouds pressing down like a fist. He knew the forecasts had warned of worsening conditions, but he had convinced himself he could make it home to his family in small-town North Dakota. The heater rattled weakly as Mark tried to keep warm. He could feel the chill creeping through the seams of his worn coat, and every mile seemed to stretch endlessly. Visibility dropped to nothing as the snowstorm thickened, the world outside becoming a swirling, opaque white. The only sounds were the whining engine, the scraping of tires over ice, and the occasional groan of the truck under strain. Then, in the faint outline of the road ahead, Mark saw something. At first, he thought it was another car, abandoned on the roadside. But as he approached, he realized it wasn't a vehicle. It was a figure, standing motionless, waving, or maybe signaling for help. His heart skipped a beat. There was no one in this stretch for miles, not since the last gas station 2 hours back. Mark slowed the truck, unsure whether to stop. His gut told him to keep driving, but the man, if it was a man, looked desperate, shivering violently in the snow. Finally, Mark pulled over, his tires digging into the softening snow. He stepped out into the storm, immediately feeling the cold bite at his face. The wind howled around him, carrying with it a sharp metallic scent like rusted iron. The figure was a man, ragged and disoriented, his coat hanging open, revealing thin, frostbitten hands. "Please, help," the stranger croaked, his voice hoarse, almost breaking in the wind. Mark hesitated. He wasn't sure if stopping was wise, but the sight of frost already forming on the man's eyelashes made his decision easy. "Get in the truck," Mark said, opening the passenger door. The man slid in, shivering violently. Mark offered the only blanket he had, a thin, travel-sized fleece, but it did little to warm the stranger. His teeth chattered like a machine gun. "Thank you. God," the man whispered, wrapping his arms around himself. Mark tried to get more information, but the storm drowned out almost everything, and the man's speech was slurred, broken by the cold. He only gave his name once, Daniel, and nothing else. As Mark started driving again, the storm intensified. The snow fell in thick sheets now, the kind that can blanket the world in seconds, hiding the road, the ditch, anything that could give orientation. Mark kept the headlights low to avoid blinding reflection and prayed that he wouldn't hit an icy patch. Minutes stretched into an eternity. Every mile seemed longer than the last, the truck slipping slightly with each turn. Then the truck shuddered violently. Mark slammed on the brakes, the tires skidded on black ice, and for a terrifying second the vehicle spun, coming to rest at a precarious angle on the shoulder. Mark's heart pounded as he cursed himself. He checked the rearview mirror. Daniel was still there, staring out the window, his face pale, almost ghostly in the dim light. I think we're stuck, Daniel muttered, his voice trembling. Mark nodded, feeling the cold seep through the truck's thin insulation. He tried to restart the engine, but the starter clicked weakly before falling silent. Panic rose in him. The storm wasn't letting up. He needed shelter, and fast. The only thing visible through the blizzard was a faint, dark shape in the distance. At first, Mark thought it was another abandoned car, but as they got closer, he realized it was a cabin. Small, dark, and ominous, but at least it offered refuge. The two of them stumbled through knee-deep snow, Mark leading the way and Daniel following, each step taking what felt like forever. Inside, the cabin was dimly lit by the remnants of a dying fire in the hearth. The smell of wood smoke lingered, mingled with the faint stench of decay. Mark looked around. The furniture was sparse, an old wooden table, a couple of chairs, and a rickety bed. It had clearly been abandoned for years. He tried to light the stove, but the old matchbox was damp, and nothing caught. They huddled together, the cold still pressing in, every gust of wind sounding like a distant, moaning scream outside. Hours passed, and the storm didn't abate. The snow piled against the cabin walls, and the temperature inside dropped steadily. Mark tried to keep Daniel conscious, talking to him, asking questions, trying to stay awake himself. But the man's answers grew slower, slurred, almost incoherent. And then Mark noticed something strange. The snow outside had begun to fall silently. Not the usual muffled hush of a snowstorm, but eerily, completely silent. The wind had stopped too, and a heavy, suffocating stillness filled the air. Mark's chest tightened. He looked out the window and froze. The snow wasn't just falling. It was moving. Shapes, faint and dark, seemed to shift beneath the white as if the ground itself were alive. Daniel whimpered behind him, eyes wide, muttering about shadows. Mark tried to convince himself it was a trick of the dim light, exhaustion, or snow patterns, but his gut screamed otherwise. Then came the knocks. At first, just light tapping on the walls, almost like fingernails dragging. Mark held his breath, straining to hear. The knocking grew louder, more deliberate. Something was outside. Something was waiting. "Who's there?" Mark shouted, his voice shaking. No answer, just the sound of snow being shifted violently against the cabin walls. Daniel started sobbing, curling into himself on the floor. The sense of dread was overwhelming, pressing down like the storm itself had a will. Suddenly, the door rattled violently, as if something enormous was trying to force its way in. Mark grabbed a chair and wedged it under the doorknob, but the pounding didn't stop. Then he saw movement through the frost-covered windows. Shapes, humanoid but wrong, moving in jerky, unnatural motions. They were black silhouettes against the white snow, featureless, yet somehow familiar. Mark's mind screamed at him to run, but the storm outside was a wall of ice and death. There was no escape. Hours, or maybe minutes, passed. The knocks, the shapes, the windless, suffocating snowstorm continued. Mark and Daniel huddled together, silent, staring at the door and windows, too terrified to speak. Hunger, cold, and fear gnawed at them, a relentless predator. At some point, Daniel stopped moving. Mark shook him, whispered his name, but the man didn't respond. Panic and grief surged through Mark, but he couldn't leave the cabin, couldn't face the storm outside. He wrapped the blanket around both of them, trying to shield them from the cold and from whatever was out there. But the sense of being watched, of unseen eyes burning through the walls, wouldn't let him forget that outside. The snowstorm wasn't natural. It was alive, and it was hungry. Mark drifted in and out of consciousness. Each time he awoke, the storm seemed closer, the shapes more defined, as if they were learning the cabin's layout, testing its defenses. He could hear whispers in the wind, voices indistinct but filled with malice, calling his name, beckoning him. Sleep became a trap, dreams merging with reality in a swirl of white and black. Days passed, or was it hours? Time had lost all meaning. The food Mark had brought was gone, and the cold gnawed at their bones. He checked Daniel again. The man was still gone. Panic twisted in Mark's chest. He stumbled to the door, but the snow outside had grown into drifts taller than the cabin, blocking any hope of escape. The shapes were everywhere now, pressing against the windows, their featureless forms shifting and writhing like smoke in a fire. Mark screamed, pounding on the walls, but the sound was absorbed by the snowstorm. And then he realized the storm had stopped. The wind had died completely. The snow had fallen into a heavy, suffocating silence. He could hear the faintest of movements outside, almost imperceptible. A step here, a shuffle there, something circling the cabin, waiting. Mark understood then, with a clarity born of terror, that they weren't alone and that the storm had been a lure, a predator, and now it had him trapped. The walls no longer offered protection. The cabin was a cage, and outside, whatever it was, knew he was inside. He could hear whispers, now clear, though the storm was silent. They weren't human voices. They were something else. Something ancient. They spoke in a language he didn't understand, yet every word cut through him like ice. He could feel the shapes pressing closer, their presence overwhelming, filling the small cabin, filling his mind. Fear became a living thing, gnawing at his sanity. Mark tried to stay awake, tried to think, but the cold, the hunger, the fear, everything combined into a crushing weight. He couldn't move, couldn't scream. The shapes were patient, circling, waiting for him to give up. And he knew he would. Everyone who came to this stretch of the northern plains knew the warnings. Blizzards came with death. But no one spoke of the storm itself, of what it carried. The last thing Mark felt was a cold hand. Or maybe it was nothing, maybe everything. Touch his shoulder. Then the world went white, and he was gone. No trace of the cabin remained when the storm finally ended days later. The snow melted, revealing only a desolate stretch of road and the empty void where the truck had been abandoned. Locals would say it was just another snowstorm, brutal and merciless, but some would whisper of a red pickup, a man named Daniel, and another who never returned, of shapes in the snow, waiting in the wind when it stopped would sometimes carry a voice, a warning, a curse, or perhaps a memory of what had happened out there in the white. Story, the end. The snow came early that year, thick and merciless, swallowing the horizon by midday. Tom Richardson had always known the northern Maine winters were harsh, but nothing had prepared him for this. He had driven out from Portland to check on the cabin he'd inherited from his late uncle, a recluse who'd lived his final years isolated by miles of frozen forest and ice-laden lakes. The roads were empty except for the occasional snowplow, groaning under the weight of relentless snowfall. Visibility dropped to a few feet, and the wind carried a bitter sting that made every step toward the cabin feel like an assault. By the time he reached the dirt road that led to the property, the snow had turned the landscape into an endless white void. His truck struggled along the rutted path, tires spinning occasionally before gripping again. Every mile brought a rising tension he couldn't quite shake. He had always felt a strange unease in these parts, a quiet that pressed in on the senses until the mind began to imagine movement in the trees. But today it was worse. Today, the silence seemed to press directly against him, heavy and almost sentient. The cabin appeared finally, a squat wooden structure buried halfway under the snow. Smoke curled faintly from the chimney, a rare comfort that suggested someone was nearby, though he hadn't expected anyone. He parked his truck and trudged through the deep snow to the front door, his boots making soft, sucking noises with each step. The door was unlocked. He pushed it open and stepped inside. The air was warm and heavy with the smell of burning pine, but the place was unnervingly quiet. Tom had known his uncle had been eccentric, but seeing the cabin in person made him realize how isolated the man had truly been. Old newspapers lined the walls like wallpaper, some dated decades back. A small wood stove in the corner provided the only light aside from the gray glow filtering through the frost-laden windows. He set down his pack and moved toward the kitchen, hoping for a hot drink, when he noticed something odd. There were fresh footprints in the snow outside the cabin. Not his own, not recent visitors, but something small, maybe animal tracks. They led from the tree line toward the cabin, but disappeared near the porch. Tom shook off the unease and built a fire in the stove, the flames crackling and sending shadows flickering across the walls. He tried to focus on mundane tasks, checking the propane tank, stacking firewood, but the sound of the wind outside made it impossible to ignore the sense of being watched. Then came the first knock. It was soft, hesitant, almost polite. Tom froze, staring at the door. "Hello?" he called, his voice sounding absurdly loud in the silence. The wind whistled through the cracks in the windows, answering him with a howl. Another knock, slightly harder this time. Something about it was deliberate and slow. Tom's heart thudded in his chest as he grabbed the axe by the stove. He opened the door. Nothing. Just the endless white, the snow swirling so thick he could barely see beyond 10 feet. He stepped outside, breathing the sharp air, but there was no one. No tracks, no signs of life other than his own. A shiver ran down his spine as he closed the door, bolting it from the inside. That night, sleep was impossible. Every gust of wind sounded like someone moving outside. Every creak of the old cabin like a footstep across the floor. And then he heard it. The scratching. Faint at first, coming from the roof. He climbed onto a chair to peer out the frosted window, but the snow obscured everything. The scratching became rhythmic, methodical, as if something were circling the cabin. He tried to tell himself it was a tree branch, but the sound was too deliberate, too measured. By morning, the storm had worsened. Snow piled against the windows and doors, cutting off escape. Tom had considered leaving the night before, but had realized he could barely see the end of the driveway, let alone navigate the forest roads. When he finally forced the door open, the world outside had disappeared into white, endless, and suffocating. The tracks from the night before were back, but now more numerous, encircling the cabin as if whatever made them had been moving in deliberate patterns all night. They were small, too small to be human, but too structured to be from an animal. Tom spent the day boarding up the windows and reinforcing the door. By evening, the storm was a relentless fury. Visibility was zero, the wind tearing at the cabin walls, the snowdrifts pressing against them like waves. And then the knocking started again, louder this time, more insistent. It was coming from the walls, the roof, even the floor. Something was outside, and it wasn't waiting politely. He barricaded himself in the main room, clutching the axe, listening as the knocking turned to scratching, then to thumping, like something heavy moving just beyond the walls. Shadows danced across the room, cast by the fire and the way the wind pushed through gaps in the cabin. Tom began talking to himself, calling out, reasoning with whatever was out there, but the storm swallowed his words. Around midnight, a loud crash shook the cabin. The back door splintered under some unseen force. Tom swung the axe blindly at the darkness, striking nothing but air and snow. The wind roared through the broken door, carrying whispers, faint and distorted, like voices caught in the ice. He tried to shut it again, but the snow had already piled high against it, pushing from the outside as if the storm itself were alive. Hours passed, though he had no way of knowing. The storm's fury was total, unrelenting, and the noises outside shifted, scratching, thumping, whispering. Then came the screams, faint at first, coming from somewhere beyond the tree line. Human? Animal? Tom couldn't tell. They were high-pitched, anguished, desperate. And then silence. The next morning he dared to look outside. The world was a graveyard of snow, trees bent and broken, and in the drifts around the cabin, hundreds of small footprints led nowhere. They stopped abruptly, as if their owners had vanished into thin air. Tom felt his sanity fraying. He was alone, but the sense of being watched had intensified, the silence now heavier than the storm had been. He tried to leave. The truck was buried under 4 feet of snow. He dug frantically, but the storm returned with a vengeance, forcing him back inside. Over the next days, he rationed what little food he had, listening to the storm and the unending noises outside. Sometimes he thought he saw movement at the edge of his vision, small, dark shapes flitting between trees, always staying just out of reach, always disappearing when he looked directly at them. On the 4th day, he heard voices. Clear now, human, speaking just beyond the cabin walls. He couldn't make out the words, but the tones were urgent, pleading. He stepped outside, calling back, but the snow and wind swallowed him whole. He saw them then, small figures, hunched and pale, moving in unnatural ways, circling the cabin. They had no faces he could see, just dark voids where features should have been. One of them raised an arm, pointing at him, and a cold dread filled his chest. He ran back inside, slamming the door. The knocking started again, this time inside the cabin. Furniture moved, doors rattled, and the shadows in the corners of the room seemed to grow thicker, denser, almost alive. Tom screamed, calling out for help that would never come. Outside, the storm raged, the small voices growing louder, closer, more demanding. By the seventh day, Tom was running low on food and sanity. He could no longer tell what was real and what was hallucination. Every sound outside was a threat. Every shadow inside seemed to move of its own accord. And then, in the dead of night, the roof collapsed under the weight of the snow. Through the gaping hole, he saw them. Dozens of small, pale figures, climbing down from the trees and rooftops surrounding the cabin. They whispered and chattered in voices that seemed to penetrate his mind, urging him to come outside. Tom's last coherent thought was that he should stay inside, that the axe would protect him. But the fire went out, the wind extinguishing the flame, and in the darkness, the figures entered. He fought, screamed, but it was useless. They were everywhere at once, moving with an intelligence that was both alien and horrifyingly familiar. The neighbors later reported seeing a cabin in the forest that had disappeared under the storm, as if it had been swallowed whole. When the snow melted weeks later, there was no trace of Tom or the cabin, only a few scattered footprints leading into the woods, vanishing abruptly as if their owners had simply ceased to exist. Stories circulated in the nearby town of strange figures seen in the snow, small and pale, moving unnaturally. Hunters and hikers who ventured into the forest spoke of whispers, of eyes in the trees, of footsteps that followed them even when no one was there. Some never returned. Those who did spoke little, their eyes haunted by something they could not name. The storm that year had been one of the worst in living memory, but locals said the fear it brought lingered far longer. People avoided the forest, and the roads to the old cabin were closed. And yet, every winter, when the snow begins to fall, there are still reports of strange shapes moving in the blizzard, of whispers carried by the wind, and of footprints in the snow that lead nowhere. Tom Richardson became just another warning in Maine's long history of winter horror, a reminder that sometimes the storm is not the deadliest thing in the forest. Story the end. The wind had been picking up since mid-morning, a relentless howl through the barren trees surrounding the small mountain town of Clearwater, Colorado. By the time dusk settled, the first heavy flakes of snow were falling, thick and wet, sticking to jackets, hair, and eyelashes, as if the world was slowly suffocating under a white blanket. The town had seen its share of snowstorms, but there was something different about this one. A heaviness, a sense of imminent danger that settled into the bones rather than the skin. Jake Miller had been working the night shift at the gas station on the edge of town. He had lived in Clearwater all his life, seen storms rage across these mountains before, but the unease in the air gnawed at him as he restocked shelves and watched the snow swirl outside through the grimy windows. He tried to shrug it off, attributing it to exhaustion, but the unease only grew. Customers were scarce, and the few that trickled in spoke in clipped tones, their faces red from the cold, hands trembling despite heavy gloves. By 10 p.m., the snow had started in earnest. It wasn't just falling, it was falling in walls, each flake larger than normal, whipping against the windows like shards of ice. Jake closed the station early. He had a cabin out near the edge of the forest, and the last thing he wanted was to be stranded on the road with visibility down to nothing. His truck struggled against the drifted snow as he left town, the headlights cutting through the white nothingness in thin, trembling beams. About a mile out, the road became nearly impassable. Snow had already drifted into mounds taller than his truck tires, and Jake had to stop, get out, and dig a path forward. That's when he noticed it. Tracks, single and wide, moving diagonally across the road, half covered by fresh snow but unmistakable. Human, but wrong. The spacing was uneven, almost gateless, like whoever had made them had been staggering or limping. Jake's stomach tightened, a low, instinctive panic curling through him. He'd grown up here. He knew the difference between animal and human tracks, and these were human. Not just that, something about them carried wrongness. He shook it off and kept moving, gritting his teeth and muttering under his breath about getting home. By the time he reached his cabin, the storm was at full fury. The wind screamed like a living thing, the snow layering itself against doors and windows in thick, suffocating sheets. Jake wrestled the truck out of the snow and into the driveway before stomping inside. He checked the perimeter, reinforced the doors, and set about lighting the fireplace. It should have been safe. It should have been calm, but the feeling of being watched, of something just outside, didn't let him rest. The first real fear struck when the power flickered. The lights went out, then returned, then went out again, each flicker accompanied by the sound of scratching at the walls, at the roof, at the cabin itself. Jake grabbed a flashlight, sweeping its beam across the snow-blurred windows, but all he could see was white. Nothing moved, nothing breathed, nothing existed beyond the storm. And then he heard it, a voice, not human, not quite, rasping, carried on the wind. He froze, listening, heart hammering. "Jake?" It called, faint, drawn out, impossible. The voice wasn't coming from any direction. It seemed to seep through the walls themselves, from the snow, from the dark sky. Jake backed away from the window, fumbling for the shotgun he kept behind the door. His fingers shook as he loaded it, the metal cold, slick with condensation from the storm. The scratching continued, more insistent now, circling the cabin like a predator testing its prey. The voice came again, closer this time, and with it came shadows against the snow, movement that didn't belong, shapes that twisted in ways snow and wind shouldn't allow. He fired once through the door, the sound deafening in the small cabin. The wind seemed to carry the echo forever, and for a moment there was silence. Then came the pounding, not at the door, not at the windows, but at the walls themselves, as though the cabin was being shaken by something massive. Jake stumbled back, knocking over a chair, and then froze at the window. Footprints, dozens of them, had appeared, converging on the cabin from every direction. They were human, all right, but disproportionate, elongated, moving in ways no human should. Some stopped abruptly, others swerved as though avoiding invisible obstacles, but all of them led straight to him. The night stretched on in unrelenting terror. Every time Jake thought the storm or whatever was outside had passed, the wind would shift, carrying whispers and voices familiar and distorted, calling his name, recounting memories only he knew, twisting them into threats. He realized, with a sinking horror, that the storm wasn't natural, it had a purpose, and it had chosen him. He tried the phone, but it was dead. The generator wouldn't start. Even the radio, the one thing that usually kept him connected to the outside world, only hissed with static and laughter that wasn't human. He spent hours pacing the cabin, listening to the storm, gripping the shotgun, muttering to himself to stave off madness. Then, just before dawn, the storm seemed to pause, a quiet in the middle of chaos. Jake dared to peek out the window. The snow was still, the wind held its breath. And that's when he saw it, figures moving slowly through the snow, dozens of them, all hunched, all silent, and all facing the cabin. They didn't walk, they drifted, almost floating just above the snow, their forms indistinct, shadowy, but unmistakably humanoid. Panic surged. Jake bolted for the back door, shotgun ready. He ran into the snow, sinking up to his knees, sprinting toward the tree line behind his cabin. The snow swallowed him as he ran, each step heavier than the last. Behind him, the whispering returned, voices from the storm, now louder, insistent, mocking. He could feel them, not just behind him, but all around, as though the wind itself had taken shape and begun hunting. Hours passed, or maybe minutes. Time had no meaning in the storm. Jake stumbled through the snow, lost, blind, slipping into exhaustion. He thought he saw a cabin, or a shadow of one, through the white veil and crawled toward it, collapsing inside. It was empty, a hollow shell, but it offered temporary reprieve. He huddled there, shivering, praying the storm would end, praying whatever followed him would tire. By midday, the snow had slowed, turning into a thin, blinding drizzle. Jake forced himself to his feet, limping through the waist-deep drifts, heading for the highway. That's when he saw the bodies. Not dead, not alive, not exactly either. Figures frozen in mid-motion, embedded in the snowdrifts like statues, faces twisted in horror, eyes wide, mouths open in silent screams. And among them, his own tracks, leading straight to a figure that was him, or had been. He screamed, stumbling back, and that's when the storm returned with sudden, violent force, as though aware of his recognition. The wind hit with full fury, snow and ice cutting at his skin, voices screaming in every direction, not calling but accusing, not beckoning but dragging. Jake ran blindly, disoriented, until he was certain he had lost the trail. Lost himself. He woke hours later, if it could be called waking, buried waist-deep in snow along the edge of a frozen creek. The storm had finally passed, leaving Clearwater quiet, peaceful, untouched, almost. But the tracks told another story. Strange, elongated footprints circling him endlessly in the snow, never ending, never leading away. He staggered to town, barely conscious, only to find it abandoned. Cars were buried, stores sealed under thick snowdrifts, no sign of life anywhere. Only the whispering, soft, almost imperceptible carried on the wind from every direction. Jake, Jake, come back. He fled into the forest, away from the town, away from the storm, but the terror followed. It didn't need to move. It was in the snow, in the wind, in the shadowed shapes of the trees. He ran until exhaustion claimed him, and even then he felt it there, waiting. Somewhere in the mountains, the storm waits too. It comes without warning, swallowing travelers, hunters, townsfolk, anyone unfortunate enough to be caught outside. Those who survive do so rarely, and even then, the snow carries their voices, whispering to the next to come. Jake's story became a warning, a cautionary tale for locals. Never underestimate a snowstorm in Clearwater. The storm is patient, and it always remembers. Years later, hikers reported strange footprints in the snow, some human, some not. Sometimes voices called out through blizzards, echoing names no one alive remembers. And somewhere in the drifting snow and ice, Jake still runs, lost to the storm, still being hunted by what he first thought was only wind and snow. Story the end. The wind howled like a living thing around our old cabin, clawing at the walls, rattling the windows, and filling the small space with the uneasy promise of something more than cold. The snow fell in such silence that it made the world feel paused, waiting for something dreadful to happen. I had been warned about winter storms up in the remote mountains of northern Maine, but nothing, the warnings, the tales of others, had prepared me for what I was about to endure. It began the Sunday afternoon I arrived. I drove up the long, unplowed logging road toward the cabin, the only sign of habitation for miles, shrouded in tall pine and fir trees whose needles carried snow even when I stepped into the woods. My plan: a weekend away from city noise, from traffic, from everything. A chance to write, to clear my head. I looked at the cabin the first time through a veil of gently falling snow and thought it quaint, rustic, safe. Inside was an oil lamp, wood stove, a few simple furnishings, an oven, table, 2 chairs, and a bookshelf loaded with old paperbacks, a blanket tossed on the sofa. The lights flickered once. I listened to the wind and shrugged. Storms come, storms go. By nightfall, the snow was heavy and the temperature plunged. I fed the wood stove. I watched the flames dance, heard the logs crackle, and sipped a cup of strong coffee while I typed a few sentences on my old laptop. The silence was profound. There was no cellular signal. My car was parked down the drive, its windows frosted over. I could only stare at them, then shut it out. At around midnight, I thought I heard footsteps on the porch. Light, cautious. I froze, ears straining. The wind hissed and hammered the roof, but something separate, a gentle thump against the door. My heart rattled a moment. Then I reminded myself the area has wildlife. Maybe a deer or a raccoon knocked something loose. I stood up and pressed my cheek close to the door's frosted glass. Darkness outside. I reached for the shotgun under the bed. Old shot shells lay dusty in a box nearby. I grabbed one and chambered it. I eased open the door. The porch was coated in fresh snow, undisturbed except for a single set of footprints leading around the side of the cabin. I followed them under the weak porch light. They vanished beneath an overhang. I exhaled. Likely the wind had shifted some boards and made the noise. I closed the door, locked it, and returned to my chair near the stove. But sleep was distant. The storm had ramped up. Gusts battered the cabin. The trees creaked as though groaning with age and burden. I noticed the windows vibrating. I pulled my laptop closer to my chest and tried to block out the house. Then at about 3 a.m. came the scream. It shattered the stillness, flung into the cabin with the force of a physical blow. I sat bolt upright, coffee sloshing in the cup. The scream was long and guttural, as if some trapped animal, but reverberating with human shape. It echoed through the woods. I sprang from the chair, put on my coat, grabbed the flashlight and the shotgun, and stepped outside, immediately aware of the icy wind. Snow whipped past me like needles. The footprints from earlier were new. They led off into the woods in two faint parallel lines. I tried to follow them, but the snow already filled them in behind me. It was too dark, too chaotic. The scream came again. That time it registered as coming from the west side of the woods over the small ridge behind the cabin. I shouted in hello, but my voice was swallowed by the wind. The trees loomed skeletal in the white haze. I backed into the doorway, half crying, half relieved to be safe inside. I closed the door, bolted it, wiped the condensation from the window. When I looked out, I thought I saw someone standing under a tree, but the snow fell so thick it could have been a tree branch. I frowned, heart pounding. The rest of the night, I couldn't sleep. I monitored the logs in the stove, kept the shotgun beside me. As dawn broke, I flicked on the small generator that powered the cabin's lights and looked outside. The clean white blanket of the storm's deposit hid a lot. I scanned the trees, the ridge, the distant logging road. No car tracks, nothing. The only tracks visible were those that led from the porch below and disappeared into the forest. I told myself I was imagining things. Rationalized the scream. Wind, animal, something. I left the shotgun leaned against the wall and opened the oven to bake some bread dough I had brought. The oven light flickered. I went to the fuse box and checked the generator's switch. It was fine. About midday, the wind died for a moment. The snow slowed. Silence. I ventured outside to clear a path to my car. I sank ankle deep into fresh drifts. I shoveled the front a little, but fatigue and the isolation bore down. While I worked, I heard faint crunching behind me. I spun around, sweeping the flashlight beam across the woods. Nothing. I tried to shrug it off. Branches falling under weight, likely. I flushed a rabbit out of the woods. Its pink eyes reflected the beam before it darted away. When I turned back to the driveway, I froze. The passenger side window of the car had been pried open. Well, shattered and open, although the door was still locked. Glass lay scattered. My stomach knotted. I registered two things. One, the storm made everything look gray and shadowy. Two, I still had the shotgun. I jogged back to the cabin, locked the door, and sat down. My phone had no bars. I tapped the screen. Nothing. I shut off most of the lights and closed the curtains. I didn't know whether to stay or leave. The driveway was buried, the road probably impassable soon if it wasn't already, and something had been there. That night, the storm raged its worst. The wind seemed concentrated in the walls of the cabin. The windows moaned. I listened to the roof, the eaves, the trees outside trying to collapse under their snow. And then I heard whispering. I thought it was the wind, but the whispering was distinct. Soft, almost laughing, coming from the woods around the cabin. I crawled off the sleeper sofa, retrieved the shotgun, and cracked open the door with the flashlight on. Outside, the snow twisted in flurries, the world gray and featureless. The trees stood tall and monstrous in the gloom. The whispering returned. It sounded like a voice riding a gust. Hello? Want to play? The word play sprung clear and made my blood ice. The beam of the flashlight flickered as the wind jolted it. I held my breath. The whisper came again, this time right next to the window. Come outside. My heart hammered. I slammed the door shut. I leaned against it, shotgun braced. I pressed my cheek to the wood, listened. Nothing then. A moment later, the glass cracked. I jumped back. I realized with a cold surge that someone or something was trying to break in. Snow blew in through the cracks. I used the butt of the gun to hammer the window frame. It splintered. My mind raced. I went to the phone once more. No signal. I tried the generator. Running. Lights got dim. At 2 a.m., I made a decision. I would stay in the cabin, but barricade the door and wait for dawn. I stacked furniture. I turned off lights. I pressed myself into the corner where I could see the door and windows with my shotgun perched across my arms. Time stretched. Every minor noise, creaking floorboard, shifting snow, felt monstrous. I thought of anything that might be in the woods, animals, humans, something else. Sweat pooled under my armpits despite the cold. I shivered. The storm finally subsided at dawn. I cracked the blinds and saw daylight for the first time in over 24 hours. The world was surreal. The cabin roof buried in snow, the trees bowed heavy, the entire landscape a monochrome of white and gray. I wiped the window. I went outside carefully, the air crisp and biting. I surveyed the car. More damage. The door handle bent. Something had tried to open the door from the outside. My breath came in short bursts. I checked the driveway. No other tracks than mine. The highway road sign at the main turnoff was gone. Buried. I realized I might be trapped for days until the snowplows reached me. My phone still no service. I looked at the woods, the ridge behind the cabin from which I had heard the scream. I forced myself to climb up to it, the snow over my knees. I arrived at the crest and looked down. The eastern slope of the ridge was clear of large trees, and in the snow I saw them. Footprints, narrow, shoe-like, human or nearly human, but they moved from the ridge to the cabin, then away. They disappeared at the edge of the woods toward the north. My breath quickly froze on my scarf. I took photos with my phone, but no service yet meant I couldn't send them. I kept the phone on anyway. I returned to the cabin, heart racing, and locked the door again. When night came, I did the same routine, but this time I placed motion-sensitive lights outside, which I had bought during the city trip before. There were 2 floodlights mounted on the cabin's eaves. I turned them on, set them to the driveway and the ridge path. I sat in darkness except for the faint glow from the wood stove and the lights outside. My earphones were muted. I had headphones in, listening to nothing but the crackle of the fire. At about midnight, I heard the lights click on. The floodlight nearest the ridge path had triggered. Outside, snow drifted slowly downward, but in the pool of light, I saw a figure, pale against the dark pines. It stood 50 feet away by the tree line. I raised the flashlight and trained it on the figure. It stood perfectly still. I squinted. The figure wore what looked like a dark coat, something white around its neck. Snow? A scarf? The head was lolling to one side. It stirred, shifted weight. A metallic glint by the hand. Maybe a hatchet? My heart pounded. I considered shooting, but then the figure raised its arm and pointed toward the cabin. A wave of terror crashed through me. I backed away from the window. The figure had gone. The floodlight dimmed, then flickered off. The other light remained unchanged. My chest heaved. I flicked the flashlight off. I leaned back into the chair and waited, shotgun across lap. Then came the knock. 3 deliberate bangs on the door. I froze. The scratches of snow shifting outside stopped. The wind hushed for a moment. I didn't move. The knock came again, heavier. My finger hovered on the trigger. "Open up," a voice rasped through the door. "Let me in." It wasn't human voice entirely. Deep, throaty, like someone whispering through frost and cloth. I held my breath, waited. I answered nothing. "Help me," it said. "I'm lost. The storm took me." I swallowed. Every instinct screamed to fire, to run, but I remained silent. After a long pause, the knocking ceased. The wind returned. I didn't move until dawn. That morning I dared again into the woods. The ridge tracks were more distinct. Something heavy had been dragging. I followed the slight indentation in the drift. It led to a small hollow where the snow had collapsed. I peered down. There was a rectangular dark patch of disturbed snow about 6 feet long. I reached down and pulled out a frozen glove, yellowish, with an unrecognizable emblem. Next to it, a brand new pack of matches, still sealed. I bagged the glove and returned to the cabin, my hands shaking. I sat and wrote down everything. The footprints, the knocking, the figure, the glove. I posted none of this, no signal. I considered leaving at first light, but the snow on the road had risen. Tracks suggested the plow hadn't been out for a while. That afternoon, the electricity flickered. The oil lamp I kept as backup glowed golden in the gathering gray. Outside, a single snowshoe hare hopped near the window, but stopped when it saw me. I blanched. The cabin rattled as if an unseen weight shifted outside. I peered through the frost-covered window just as the snow suddenly parted. A face pressed against the other side, right up against the glass. Pale skin, eyes huge and black, no hair visible, no nose visible, just a dark, deep line where the nose should be. The face stared for a moment, unmoving, then the snow fell again and the face vanished. I staggered back, my shotgun ready. I went outside to the porch and scanned the area. Nothing. No footprints. I realized the figure must have skimmed the snow, the wind as cover, a trick, but I was exhausted of tricks. Night came again. I sat in the chair, mute, waiting. The wind had subsided, but I could still hear its echo in the walls. I stared at the door. Around midnight, I heard scraping outside, the sound of someone or something dragging along the drive. I shone the flashlight out the window. Across the driveway, the snow was being pushed aside in one long line, as though something large was being dragged across. I grabbed the shotgun and went outside. The cold slapped me in the face. My boots sank deep. In the beam of the flashlight, something emerged, a large dark form, bulk hunched under snow. I gasped and raised the gun. The figure turned its head toward me. In the light, I saw what it held, the sunken remains of a deer carcass, half frozen, antlers protruding. It dumped it and stood upright. The snow clung to its shoulders like a cloak. For a moment, we stared at each other. Then it lifted one arm and beckoned me with two bony fingers. Join nicely. Blood drained from me. I fired the shotgun into the air. The explosion echoed in the trees. The figure screamed, a sound pure rage, and vanished into the woods. I didn't chase. I limped back to the cabin, slammed the door shut, bolted it. I stayed awake until sunrise. I wrote in my notepad everything I could recall. I packed some essentials into a backpack. Some bread, the ready-to-eat rations, the shotgun, the matchbox, the glove. At first light, I tried the car. The engine turned, sputtered, but wouldn't move. Snow buried the wheels. I went back inside and used the shovel to clear around the tires. Every moment, my back felt eyes. I glanced at the ridge path every time I passed the window. I saw nothing but drifting snow. By mid-morning, I had the car freed. I backed it out onto the logging road. The road was a tunnel of pines heavy with snow. I drove slowly, lights flashing. At a clearing, I stopped to rest. I leaned on the hood and exhaled. The air tasted like metal. I looked behind me. The cabin disappeared behind the trees. I felt a pang of something like regret mixed with relief. Then the car died. I slammed the hood and tried to restart. Nothing. I looked ahead. The logging road gave way to a narrower path further in. I had reached a fork. The map on paper in my glove compartment suggested staying left. I started walking instead. Halfway down the path, I heard it again. The scream. Not from the ridge this time, but behind me. I wheeled around. Nothing but the wind and trees. My boots slipped in the deep snow. I walked faster, heart thundering. Then I saw tracks crossing the road. My car tracks, but someone had added boot marks beside them. I followed them to a small mound of snow where the tracks ended. I stared at the mound. It looked like someone had buried something. Or someone. I kicked cold flesh. I recoiled. A figure emerged behind me, very close. I didn't hear it approach. It breathed. Heavy. Damp. I turned to face it. I raised the flashlight. The face was the same, pale, shimmering in the gray light, tears of frost beneath the eyes. The eyes locked onto mine, and then it spoke. Why so late? We were waiting. Playtime. I dropped the flashlight. The light rolled into the snow. I picked it up, illuminated the figure's hand. It held the glove I found. I lunged forward, grabbed it. The figure flinched. With the flashlight, I spotted others. On the tree trunk behind it hung many gloves, boots, scarves, frozen jackets, like trophies. I ran. I didn't look back. The snow swallowed my tracks. I jumped into the car, threw the backpack in the back seat, and got in. I turned the key. The engine sputtered, coughed, then roared. I backed up and sped forward through the narrowing tunnel. Branches slapped the hood. Snow pelted the windshield. The road became steeper, downhill now. I could see the main highway sign through the trees. I breathed hard. I hit the highway and didn't stop until the nearest town. I pulled into a gas station. The attendant looked at me like I had ice in my eyes. I glanced at the glove in my pocket. I showed him the glove. He paled. "Where did you get this?" he asked in a hushed voice. "At a cabin up in the mountains," I said. I had to leave." The attendant said nothing more, just took my glove and walked inside. I heard the door chime. When he came back out, he said, "You should get checked into a hotel tonight. Don't go back up there." I nodded. I didn't mention the figure dragging the carcass. I didn't mention the whispering voice. I didn't mention how the footprints were wrong. Narrower than a boot, shorter, not deep enough for the snow we had. I didn't say how the storm seemed alive, how the wind shaped itself into voices, how something watched from the ridge. Weeks later, I tried to go back. I contacted the landowner to see if the road was cleared. He said yes, but the forest had changed. Many trees downed. The cabin had been abandoned since. He said he visited once, found the door open, snow inside, footprints leading out. He shook his head. He didn't go deeper. He suggested the area was cursed by that winter. I stayed away. I saw the glove beneath a glass display in my home, kept locked. I don't know what I encountered in those woods. I don't know if it was human. I don't know if it was something older. I just know the landscape was alive with horror, that the storm didn't end at snow. It carried something in its wake, a shape, a voice, waiting. And sometimes, late at night, when the wind rattles my windows, I swear I hear a knock. A whisper. Want to play? Story the end. The wind didn't announce its arrival. One minute I was packed into the one lane for the long haul of Route 18 through the snaking mountains of northern New Hampshire, sun low and golden in the sky. The next minute, it seemed, the sky turned heavy, an ominous leaden gray, and snow began to fall, small at first, then in sheets. My windshield wipers slapped back and forth, useless in the face of the rising whiteness. I pressed the brakes and pulled to the shoulder, but the shoulder was gone already, swallowed up by the accumulating drifts. I'd driven up there for solitude to escape work, deadlines, and the roar of city life in Boston. I figured a little cabin, a fireplace, maybe a bound book, and some quiet would do me good. I didn't even know the specific address. The rental company gave vague instructions and warned of winter conditions. I thought I was ready. I thought I was careful. Now, as the storm came in on me like an invader, I realized how little I understood snow. The white wall outside the windshield closed in. I could hardly tell where the road ended and the snow began. I shifted into four-wheel drive and eased forward, wincing at every irregularity in the road, maybe ice, maybe a hidden drift. My phone showed 3 bars, but no new calls. I pulled into a small clearing marked by a battered sign that read Trails End Cabin in splintering letters. A narrow lane led away. I followed it, headlights swallowing the gloom, until the engine trembled and stalled. I cursed under my breath. The snow was coming down so fast now that the beam of the headlights seemed to vanish into it. I stepped out, bitingly cold air filling my lungs, and looked back. No sign of other cars, no lights, nothing but swirling white. The lane behind me would vanish soon. The road ahead would only get worse. I knew I should call someone. I dialed the rental company's emergency number, but the wind rattled my phone and I couldn't hold it steady. All I got was static. With effort, I unlocked the door of the cabin and stumbled inside. The door creaked shut behind me, and I leaned against it, the roar of the wind making the walls groan. The light inside was a single overhead fixture, flickering slightly. A stone fireplace dominated the far wall, and a stack of firewood sat next to it. I set my bags down, just a duffel and a backpack, and checked the interior quickly. A small kitchen area, a table, one bedroom. It was modest but decent. Of course, the pictures I'd seen online didn't show the view through a hurricane of snow. I made a fire. It seemed like the reasonable thing to do. Outside, the snow built. I listened. The wind howled as though in anger, the trees cracking and groaning. Snow pelted the windows like hail. I sat at the table, a mug of coffee in hand, but nothing tasted right. I kept thinking of the lane behind me, vanishing, of the road I couldn't reach. I must have dozed off. I woke to the sound of a crash, a branch slamming into the roof. I jolted upright. The storm raged all night. I heard intermittent creaking, the fireplace's wood popping and snapping, the wind against the thin glass. At one point I heard footsteps outside, soft, shuffling, like someone moving at the far edge of my reach. I froze. My throat went dry. I thought maybe I was imagining it. But I heard it again, the scrape of snow under boot footing, and then a faint thud at the window. I drew a shaky breath, walked to the window, and parted the curtain. Nothing but swirling white and black shapes of trees. No footprints. No sign of human life. I closed the curtain quickly and drew back to the fire. I told myself I was safe, the walls between me and the storm firm. But that night I didn't sleep easily. Morning came, but the gloom remained. The snow had piled high outside, 8 feet at least at the window. The lane was gone. The road behind was vanished. My phone had no signal now. I packed up my things, deciding to wait for rescue. But for how long? I filled a kettle and boiled water, ate a cold sandwich, and stared out as the storm kept falling. I realized I was trapped. The storm had trapped me. Over the next day, I stayed close to the fire. I checked the supply of firewood. It seemed enough for now, but that could change. I watched the windows. I heard the wind's voice everywhere. Occasionally I heard that soft shuffling again, outside, across the snow. A low moan, or maybe just the wind. But when I looked for footprints, none. How could someone have walked across deep snow without leaving any track? I questioned my instincts. Was I hearing things? That night, around 2 a.m, I awakened from a vivid dream. In the dream, I saw someone standing outside the cabin, staring in. A dark figure in heavy winter clothes, face hidden by a thick hood, standing motionless. It didn't move as the snow piled around it. I jolted awake, and the fireplace was out. Cold surged into the room, my breath pounded in the chilly darkness. I cursed again, scrambled for matches, lit kindling. The logs caught, I exhaled. But then I heard a knock. Not loud, not rapping, but a dull, heavy thump on the door. My heart leapt. I stayed frozen. I listened. Thump, thump. Again, the door shivered. I felt the wind at my back, and the idea arose. Someone outside? Not me. But the snow was thick, the wind fierce. Who would survive out there? Who would come to a cabin in the middle of a storm like this? I waited. The knocking stopped. Silence. The cabin felt coldly exposed. I crept to the window again, peered through a gap in the curtain. My vantage was low. Snow blocked half the pane. I scanned the whiteness. Nothing. I told myself I'd imagined it. Maybe the wind. I closed the curtain. My stomach clenched. I sat at the table with trembling hands, guitar flat strings of adrenaline humming. I turned on the radio. Static. The only station was nothing. I clicked off. Morning's light arrived faintly. The snow had stopped falling maybe an hour ago, but the sky remained heavy and gray. I surveyed the snow. So deep, so silent. The lane vanished. I gathered myself and donned the winter jacket and boots the rental had provided. I waited outside to look for footprints or tracks or a path. My steps sank ankle deep. I trudged forward a few yards and stopped. I scanned for tracks. I found none. Except one trail, a deep, dragging groove across the snow, starting from the tree line and leading to the cabin's door. A heavy groove, as though something big had been pulled. It stopped at the door. My heart hammered. I looked up at the door handle. It was slightly ajar, though I distinctly remember locking it when I came in. The snow drifted around it. The door hadn't been opened from the inside, I'm sure of that. I stepped back. I snapped a photo with my phone, just in case, and then I went back in and locked every bolt I could. Inside, I sat and told myself to calm down. I had positioned the cabin as my haven. It wasn't time for panic. I made more coffee. I looked at the woodpile, enough but not infinite. I measured time by the clock ticking above the fireplace. Evening arrived slowly, and I rationed my food. My mind circled the groove in the snow. What had been dragged? Who or what had come to my cabin? Was it animal? A deer? But a deer's tracks would show. Was it human? But no footprints indicated human gait. I realized the notion of a monstrous drag across snow terrified me more than a person, because a person I could face. Something unknown I could not. Night whispered back into the mountains. The snow crept over the windowsill. The wind sighed through the gaps. I slept fitfully, the dream returning. The figure still, at the window, the dragging groove leading to the door. I woke again at the sound of the door creaking open slowly. I sat up, heart in my throat. I didn't call out. I didn't move. I strained to hear. The door frame shifted. The snow outside gave a faint crunch, and then silence. The dark figure stood in a pale moon glow outside, just past the glass. I blinked, trying to make sense. It stepped back into the tree line and vanished. The snow drifted after it. Silence returned. I jumped out of bed and slammed the shutters shut. Janitor sanity fled. I sat on the floor, back to the fireplace, breathing shallow. I didn't sleep again that night. Dawn arrived like a threat, not relief. The snow, even if the storm had ended, would still trap me. On my phone, signal still dead. I made a decision. I'd try to walk out tomorrow after first light. I would follow the road downward, somewhere where rescue might come. I'd pack essentials: water, jacket, a heavy coat, small axe kept by the fireplace. In the morning, I found the axe half buried in snow at the woodpile, its head half frozen. I grabbed food, strapped boots, and waited for daylight. First light arrived cold and pale. I opened the door. The air struck like a blow. The snow was unbroken and hard now, the sheet stretched like white glass. I trudged away from the cabin, following a faint ridge that I hoped would lead toward the road. At first, the going was mediocre, ankle deep. After 20 minutes, it rose mid-calf. I dragged myself forward. Trees closed overhead, branches sagged, heavy with snow. Branches creaked ominously. I heard one break, and as I turned, I saw it. A hulking tree limb, maybe 30 feet away, suspended above the path at a sharp angle. The weight of snow on it made it a deadly pendulum. I froze. I backed away slowly and waited. With a groan, the limb cracked and dropped, sending a tremor through the snow. I jumped aside just in time. It smashed down, snow exploding. My heart hammered. I realized Nature wasn't merely the setting, it was the predator. I walked for hours. The air grew rangy and wet in my lungs. Every once in a while, the snow hit a dip. I stumbled, boots wet. I took breaks, leaning against trees, drinking ice melt water, trying to keep energy in me. I glanced behind occasionally, no footprints but my own. I felt watched. The forest felt aware of me. I began to question reality. In my peripheral vision, I saw flickers, movement, snow shifting, a dark shape between trees. I slowed. I listened. Nothing but the wind and my laboring breath. Then I saw a man, old, white-bearded, wearing what looked like a fur-lined parka with a hood still down. He stood about 50 yards ahead, inexplicably motionless. My heart skipped. I approached slowly. "Hello?" I called. The man didn't move. I took another step. He was looking downward, not at me. A pale hood, face in shadow. I stopped cold. He turned his head. His eyes reflected moonlight, pale blue. I shouted again, "Hey, are you okay?" He didn't respond. Then he raised a gloved hand, slow, deliberate. He pointed to the ground. I looked down. Snow, smooth, undisturbed except for some faint scratch marks, like claws, shallow lines in the white. I followed his gesture, but then I glanced back up, and he was gone. No footsteps, no snow disturbed. I stood there, wide-eyed. The man vanished into the woods, leaving me alone. My fear surged. I started moving again, faster, now with the axe in my right hand, ready. I didn't want to be helpless. Later, I recognized I hadn't ate a real meal that day, only nuts and water. My stomach churned. The forest closed again. The trees seemed to lean inward. My breath came in ragged bursts. When evening closed in, I found a clearing and set up a makeshift camp. A small fire, a tarp stretched between trees for windbreak. The sky to the west flickered a pale orange. Maybe sunset, maybe rescue-searching lights. Hope. I ate a little more. I slept in fits again, jolting awake to every whisper. At midnight, I woke to cracking noises. The fire was low. I looked out and saw the dark figure again, same parka, same motionless pose, standing at the fringe of the firelight, maybe 30 feet away. My heart hammered. I swung the flashlight toward him. He raised his hand for silence, his eyes fixed on me. I shouted, "What do you want?" He didn't answer. Suddenly, the snow between us cracked open like a frozen glass sheet splitting. A shriek, soundless, ripped the air. Branches snapped. The figure vanished. I flung on boots and tried to gather gear. The fire grew wild as a gust hit. I scrambled onto my feet, grabbed everything, and fled into the forest, away from that clearing, away from the fire and that thing. I ran blindly as snow fell, branches whipping, trunks smacking against me. I tripped, fell. I rose again and kept running. My lungs burned. I didn't know where I was heading except downhill. And then I heard voices, like a group of men talking far above the wind. I turned toward the sound, lights, flashlights swinging, figures in orange jackets, 3 of them with snowmobiles. Rescue. I waved. They spotted me. Relief flooded me. I collapsed. The leader approached. "You all right?" he asked, his face close-ish, 20-something with frost on his beard. I nodded. "We saw your cabin and your tracks. We couldn't reach you until now." I tried to speak, but my throat was raw. They brought me to their machines, low-terrain snowmobiles with sidecars. They loaded me in. The wind shaved at my face as we sped back toward the road. My legs trembled. At last, the road came, a half-buried 2-lane with orange marker posts. The tree line gained distance. The cab of the snowmobile warmed slightly. I looked back at the forest. The black trunk stood silent. I kept expecting to see the figure, but it was gone. They took me to the ranger station of United States Forest Service, where I was cleaned up, given hot chocolate, and offered lodging until the highway opened. They told me the storm had been unforecast. This mountain pass had trapped many vehicles. They asked about the cabin. I described the dragging groove, the figure. They exchanged looks, not judgments, but concern. "You may have triggered something," one said. "We get reports. Strange footprints, disturbances, deep groves in snow with no clear source. Could be avalanche-related shifting snow, but locals say some very odd things." My blood chilled. Later, back in Boston, I told friends about the drag mark and the figure. Most laughed or said I'd been stressed. I slept nights with the window open a crack, just in case. Then came the email from the rental company. They asked how my stay was. I replied that the storm made it impossible to enjoy the cabin. They apologized and offered a free week in summer. I accepted, thinking of green hills and calm. But I kept thinking of that groove, the figure, the silent snow. I Googled for the cabin's history and found a short article in a regional newspaper from decades earlier. Someone died there during a blizzard. He was a hiker who never made it out. His tracks stopped at that very cabin. The realization hit me. I might have been seeing the ghost of that hiker, or something worse, drawn to the trap of the storm. I couldn't say for sure, but I carried a new fear of snowstorms, of whiteouts, of what hides in the calm. That winter, I packed differently when I drove into the hills. I planned escape routes, I recorded coordinates, I carried a beacon. But even that didn't dull the memory of the moment when I looked into the woods and saw the figure standing absolutely still, pointing at the groove as the snow piled up around us. And I understood that sometimes when the storm rages, it doesn't just bring cold, it brings something old, something patient, something waiting. Years later, I returned to the mountains for a different cabin. I drove the same pass in early winter. The weather was crisp, clear. I felt fine. But when I rounded one bend, I saw the old battered sign, Trail's End Cabin, still there, half buried, the lane long gone. My stomach clenched. I pulled over, got out, looked up at the trees. The wind revealed itself, rustled the needles. My boots sank into fresh snow. Heart hammering, I took a picture. The memory came back. I felt the figure in the woods, the groove in the snow. I turned away and left the mountain. I've never returned. Story the end. The wind howled like a living thing, rattling the windows of the small cabin and sending flurries of snow cascading against the walls. Inside, the warmth of a flickering fire did little to ease the sense of unease that had settled over the group. The snowstorm outside had come on faster than anyone had expected, a white curtain swallowing the surrounding forest in moments. What was meant to be a weekend getaway in the remote mountains of Vermont had turned into a fight for survival. Jessica rubbed her hands together, staring at the dim glow of the fire. She could hear the muffled sounds of her friends moving about, the clink of mugs, and the occasional cough. "We should check the snow levels," she suggested, her voice tentative. "It's getting worse out there. Roads might be closed." Mark, the self-appointed leader of the trip, waved her off. "It's just a little snow. We'll be fine. Cabin's sturdy and we've got plenty of supplies. We planned for this, remember?" But the unease didn't leave her. The storm's intensity seemed unnatural, the wind shrieking with a ferocity that made the cabin groan and sway. The temperature outside must have plummeted, though the small thermometer on the wall barely reflected the severity. It had begun innocuously enough, soft flurries drifting down as they drove through the winding mountain roads, but within hours it had escalated into a full-blown blizzard. Outside, the trees bent under the weight of the snow, branches snapping and falling with muted crashes. The road they had taken to get there had long since disappeared under a thick, blinding white layer. Every car that passed earlier now seemed like a ghost of a different life, swallowed by the storm. The cabin's generator hummed faintly, but even its steady drone couldn't calm the nervous tension that had built among the four friends. Sarah, the most pragmatic of the group, checked the windows again, squinting through the frosted glass. "We can't see 5 feet in front of us," she said. "If someone had to leave, they'd be lost in minutes. This isn't normal." It wasn't just the storm that made her uneasy. There had been noises, subtle at first, a scraping against the cabin's walls, like something trying to claw its way in. They had brushed it off as branches or snow shifting, but the sound had grown more deliberate, more rhythmic, until it became impossible to ignore. Jake, ever the skeptic, laughed when the sound came again, this time tapping along the outer door. "It's just the wind," he said, though his laughter had an edge of tension, "or the snow settling." Jessica wasn't convinced. The tapping had a pattern, an almost intelligent rhythm that made her skin crawl. She wrapped herself tighter in her blanket and turned to face the fire, trying to calm her racing thoughts. But even as she focused on the warmth, the shadows cast by the flames seemed to twist and shift unnaturally, forming shapes that made her heart hammer. Hours passed, the storm outside showing no signs of relenting. The friends tried to make light of the situation, telling stories and joking, but each laugh seemed forced, each smile brittle. There was a sense that the storm was alive, pressing against the cabin with an almost conscious malice, and the longer they stayed inside, the more isolated they felt. At some point, the generator sputtered, throwing the cabin into partial darkness. Panic rose like a tide. Mark cursed under his breath and rushed to check the fuel, but the engine coughed and died. The cabin was plunged into an oppressive blackness, the only light coming from the fire and the occasional lightning flash that illuminated the swirling snow outside. "Great," Sarah muttered, her voice trembling. "No power, and the storm isn't letting up. We're trapped." Jessica couldn't shake the feeling that they weren't alone. The tapping had grown louder, more insistent, as if whatever was outside was testing them, probing for weaknesses. She wanted to speak up, to warn the others, but the words stuck in her throat. Then came the scream. It was sharp, guttural, and carried through the storm with terrifying clarity. The four froze, staring at one another in disbelief. It didn't sound like an animal, nor did it resemble any human cry they knew. It was something else entirely, something that belonged to the storm itself. Jake grabbed a flashlight, fumbling with the batteries, and aimed it at the door. The beam cut through the darkness, revealing nothing but the endless white beyond. The storm's fury made it impossible to see more than a few feet. "We need to stay calm," Mark said, though his voice lacked conviction. "It's probably just an animal. We don't even know what it was." But they did know. The scratching continued, now accompanied by heavy thuds against the walls. The cabin shook with each impact, and the sense of dread escalated into outright terror. Jessica's mind raced. There was no logical explanation for the intensity, the coordination of the sounds outside. It wasn't just a storm, and it wasn't just wildlife. Something was out there, something that had been waiting for them, and the storm was its cover. Hours dragged on like days. Hunger and fatigue gnawed at them, but the storm was relentless, offering no reprieve. Every attempt to leave the cabin, to check on supplies or seek help, was thwarted by the blinding snow and the inexplicable sense of being watched. At night, the fire dwindled, and shadows crept across the cabin with an unnatural life. Jessica awoke to a cold draft and the unmistakable feeling of someone or something standing just outside her door. She froze, heart hammering, as the tapping turned into slow, deliberate knocks. She wanted to scream, but no sound came. Mark and Sarah eventually joined her, their faces pale, eyes wide with fear. "It's out there," Sarah whispered, barely audible. "I know it is." Jake, who had insisted on staying rational, was shaking now, the flashlight beam jittering across the walls. "We need to barricade the doors," he said, voice strained. "We can't let it in." They pushed furniture against the doors, shoving whatever they could into the gaps. The wind howled outside, and every so often a new sound, soft, wet, dragging, made them flinch. Time became a blur of fear and exhaustion, and the storm seemed to feed on their panic, growing ever more vicious. By the third day, their food supplies were dwindling. The generator remained dead, and the cold had begun to seep into their bones. Each attempt to step outside ended in near disaster, as the storm threatened to carry them away or crush them beneath snow-laden branches. Then the power came back on, briefly. A single flash of lightning illuminated the cabin, revealing a figure outside, indistinct in the swirling white, standing just beyond the edge of visibility. They froze, unable to breathe, as the figure slowly raised its head, though the features remained obscured. When the lightning subsided, it was gone. "Did anyone else see that?" Jessica whispered, trembling. "Yes," Mark said, his voice hoarse. "It was there. I saw it too." The storm seemed to sense that they had seen it, that the veil of uncertainty had been lifted. The tapping and scratching outside resumed with renewed vigor, and now something new. Whispers, faint at first, then growing louder, seeming to come from every direction. Words that made no sense, syllables twisted and broken, yet somehow carrying the weight of intent. Night after night, the cycle repeated. Sleep became impossible. Hunger and cold drove them to the brink of madness. One by one, they began seeing things in the snow, shapes, movements, figures that vanished when they focused. The cabin, once a safe haven, had become a cage of fear. By the fifth day, Mark was gone. The door was ajar when they woke, footprints leading into the storm, but none returning. Jessica, Sarah, and Jake searched desperately, but the blizzard had erased any trace of him. His disappearance marked a turning point. They no longer expected rescue, nor did they believe they could survive outside the cabin. Then the whispers changed. They became voices, mocking, taunting, calling names. They spoke of secrets, of sins, of things buried deep within their minds. Paranoia took hold. Every glance, every shadow, every tap or knock was a threat. Sarah was next. She went to check the snow around the cabin and never returned. Her screams were carried faintly by the wind, then silenced abruptly. Jake tried to maintain some semblance of reason, but it was hopeless. The storm had them trapped, and the storm had a mind of its own. By the seventh day, only Jessica remained. She had barricaded herself in the small bathroom, shivering and hallucinating. The cabin seemed to breathe, to expand and contract, to whisper directly into her thoughts. She could no longer distinguish reality from the storm's manipulation. The final night came without warning. The wind stopped, leaving an eerie silence. The fire had died. Jessica sat in the dark, waiting, listening. Then came the gentle, deliberate tapping on the bathroom door. A whisper followed, calling her name softly. She opened the door. Outside, the snow was still, perfect, as if the storm had never been. But standing before her was a figure, indistinct, shadowy, and impossibly tall. It did not speak, but she knew, with a certainty that froze her blood, that it was the storm itself. It had been waiting, always, and now it had claimed her. The cabin remains empty, buried under the snow each winter, waiting for the next travelers foolish enough to seek refuge in the mountains. Those who have stumbled across it say the silence inside is deafening, the air heavy with something that cannot be named. The locals avoid the area, whispering of storms that have minds, of shadows that move on their own, and of screams carried by the wind. The storm never ends. And sometimes, when the wind howls just right, travelers swear they can hear tapping, scratching, and whispers coming from the heart of the mountains, waiting for the next souls to wander in. Story the end. The sky had been gray all morning, a thick, oppressive blanket that seemed to press down on the small town of Whitewater, Montana. The wind had started as a whisper, teasing the pines on the hillsides, but by noon it had grown into something more insistent, driving tiny shards of snow horizontally across the streets. Most of the townspeople ignored it, brushing it off as another winter storm, but there was an unease in the air that made even the hardiest locals glance toward the horizon a little too often. Sam Wheeler, a lifelong resident of Whitewater, had been driving back from a supply run in Missoula. He had promised his wife, Ellen, that he would be back before the storm really hit. But the highway was a mess by the time he reached the outskirts of town. Snow was already sticking to the asphalt in thick, icy layers, and visibility was dropping with every mile. He slowed to 30 miles an hour, gripping the steering wheel so tightly his knuckles went white. The radio crackled with intermittent static. Whitewater County, advisory, blizzard conditions, avoid travel if possible. The warning repeated itself, but Sam had no choice. The storm was moving faster than the forecast predicted, and he knew that if he didn't get home soon, he could be stranded somewhere far worse than in his own house. As he rounded a bend, the world outside went completely white. The snow hit the windshield in sheets, and he could barely see the headlights of his truck. Then suddenly, the truck hit something, or someone. He slammed on the brakes, heart pounding, but it was too late. There was nothing on the road when he looked out, just the endless whiteness. For a long, frozen moment, he wondered if he had imagined it, but the skid marks in the snow told another story. When Sam finally reached his driveway, he was shaking, his breath forming clouds in the cab. He jumped out, fumbling with the keys. The storm was relentless, wind whipping against him, dragging icy pellets across his skin. Ellen was waiting inside the kitchen, her face pale but calm. "You made it," she said softly. "I was starting to worry." Sam tried to speak, but his throat felt raw, frozen. He dropped his bag onto the counter and hugged Ellen tightly. Outside, the wind screamed against the house, rattling the windows. Something about the sound wasn't natural. There was a low, almost human wail buried beneath it. They huddled by the fireplace, listening to the storm grow in intensity. By midnight, the snow had completely blocked the roads. Phone lines were down, and the small town's power grid flickered dangerously under the strain of the weather. Sam checked the supply closet. They had enough food for a week, maybe 2 if they rationed carefully. Water was fine, the well wasn't affected yet. But the wind, that wind carried something with it, a cold so deep it seeped into the bones, and a loneliness that seemed alive. On the second day, Ellen noticed something strange. The snow outside wasn't just white. There were patches of dark streaks, as though the wind had dragged something over the drifts. Maybe it's branches? Or dirt, Sam said, but even he wasn't sure. Then they heard it, a faint knocking at the door. At first they thought it was the wind, but it came again, deliberate and slow. Sam grabbed his rifle. "Stay inside," he said. Slowly, he opened the door. The wind hit him like a wall, icy and punishing. At the edge of the driveway, partially buried in snow, was a figure. At first he thought it was a tree limb, twisted by the storm, but the way it moved made him freeze. It was a man, or had been. The skin was pale, stretched tight across the face, eyes wide open in a frozen scream. The snow around him was a dark, wet red. Sam staggered back, heart racing. Ellen screamed. Sam slammed the door, bolting it shut. "We have to call someone," she said, voice shaking. But the lines were dead. Even the battery on Sam's phone was almost gone. The storm wasn't just a storm anymore. It was a trap. By the third day, the cabin felt like a tomb. The snow had piled high against the walls, blocking even the windows. They couldn't see outside, couldn't tell if anyone else had survived. Food was running low, and the fireplace smoked constantly as Sam tried to keep the interior warm. The strange sounds continued, low groans and the scrape of something heavy against the snow outside. Then came the knock at the window. At first, Ellen thought she was imagining it, but Sam saw it too, a pale face pressed against the glass, eyes hollow, lips moving as if whispering something in the wind. The snow around the cabin seemed disturbed, footprints appearing and disappearing in the drifts. Panic gripped Sam. He wanted to leave, to drive through the storm and get help, but the roads were impassable. Any step outside felt like a step into death. Night fell, the darkness pressing in through every crevice. The storm's howl had turned almost human, a cacophony of wails and scratching. That night, they huddled together on the living room floor, wrapped in blankets, listening to the world outside become something unrecognizable. On the fourth day, hunger and fear twisted reality. Ellen swore she saw figures moving just beyond the snowdrifts. They weren't people she recognized. Their movements were wrong, jerky, unnatural. Sam tried to rationalize it as exhaustion, but when one of the figures appeared at the edge of the porch, looking directly at them with eyes that reflected the storm's white light, he knew it wasn't imagination. The figure didn't move closer, didn't leave. It just stood, unmoving, as though waiting. Sam fired a shot from the rifle, the sound deafening in the small cabin. The figure jerked, vanished into the blizzard, and silence returned. Almost. The storm still roared, but now there were faint whispers, like hundreds of voices caught in the wind, murmuring their names. By the fifth day, the food was nearly gone. Sam had tried to dig a path through the snow to reach a neighbor's cabin, but the drifts were taller than him. The snow wasn't just snow anymore. It felt alive, shifting beneath his boots, hiding things beneath its frozen surface. He found the remnants of others who had tried to escape, shattered trees, broken sleds, and occasionally the frozen remains of people. Every attempt to leave the cabin ended in terror. Something was out there, watching, waiting. Ellen refused to leave. "We stay together," she said, "no matter what." But even she couldn't ignore the sound of footsteps on the roof, slow, deliberate, like someone pacing just above them. On the sixth day, a knock came from inside the cabin. Sam froze. The front door was locked. The windows were blocked by snow. The knock came again, louder, echoing through the walls. Ellen screamed, clutching Sam. They tried to barricade the door further, but the knock continued, insistent, growing into a pounding. Then the voice came, a whisper, soft, familiar. "Let me in." Sam's mind screamed at him, telling him it was impossible, but he knew it was real. The whispers grew, filling the room with a cold that no fire could chase away. It wasn't just a snowstorm anymore. It was something ancient, something patient, feeding on isolation and fear. By the seventh day, Sam and Ellen had retreated to the basement, burning whatever they could for heat. They spoke in whispers, like afraid even of their own voices. The storm outside was relentless, but now it had changed. The snow was crawling, moving in shapes that made no sense, twisting into faces that vanished when looked at directly. The voices were constant, overlapping, echoing through the cabin walls. Sleep became impossible. Hunger gnawed at their bellies, but they feared leaving the basement more than starving. Then came the lights. Pale, greenish lights, moving outside the basement windows, darting between the snowdrifts. They didn't look human. Tall, thin, elongated limbs that bent at impossible angles. They watched the cabin, circling it, whispering in a language Sam didn't understand but felt in his chest, vibrating through his bones. On the 8th day, the basement door rattled. Something tried to open it, slowly, methodically. Sam aimed the rifle, fingers trembling, heart hammering. A face appeared, pressed against the wood, human, yet wrong, frozen in an expression of terror and hunger. The whisper came again, "Open, let us in." Ellen screamed. Sam fired. The figure screamed too, a sound that pierced the snowstorm, echoing across the frozen hills. The sound didn't stop. Every shot brought another figure. Every scream birthed hundreds more. The storm outside had become a living thing, a mass of snow, ice, and shadow, full of eyes and mouths. By the 9th day, Sam and Ellen were delirious. The fire had died, the cold had seeped into their bones, and hunger had made their minds fragile. Outside, the storm was silent now, but that silence was worse than any noise. They knew what was waiting, knew that if they moved, if they even breathed too loudly, the storm would claim them. On the 10th day, they heard it, the sound of footsteps, soft, careful, coming up the stairs. Sam held the rifle, Ellen clinging to him, both too weak to fight, too terrified to run. The footsteps stopped. Silence filled the cabin, thick and suffocating. Then from the darkness a voice whispered, almost tenderly, "You can't survive out there." Sam fired one last shot, emptying the rifle into the shadows. The sound echoed and then faded. The cabin was still. The wind outside had died, the snow had stopped, but when they looked out, they saw the world had changed. The drifts were no longer smooth. They were writhing, frozen shapes, some recognizable as people, others twisted beyond recognition, all staring with empty eyes toward the cabin. They realized then that the storm had never been just weather. It was something older, patient, feeding on fear, on isolation, and now it had left its mark. Sam and Ellen survived barely, but the town of Whitewater never fully recovered. Rescue teams found the roads impassable, bodies frozen in unnatural positions, and the snow always moving, always whispering, always hungry. The storm passed eventually, as all storms do, but the shadow it left behind lingered in every winter wind, in every frozen drift. People whispered about it, of course, but most dismissed it as legend, except for Sam and Ellen, who never spoke of it except in whispers in the dark when no one else was listening. Even now, when the snow falls thick and fast in Montana, they say the storm waits, patient and eternal, just beyond the horizon, waiting for the next soul foolish enough to be caught in its embrace. Story, the end. The snow came fast that January morning, catching everyone in Silver Creek off guard. It started as a gentle flurry, soft flakes drifting lazily from a gray sky. By noon, the town was barely visible, blanketed under a thick, uniform layer of white. Winds picked up, howling through the narrow streets and rattling the old wooden signs outside shuttered shops. Most residents retreated indoors, but a few, like Jake Carter, had no choice but to be out. Jake was a trucker, hauling supplies from Billings to Silver Creek, a route he'd run countless times. He knew the mountains well, knew the risks of winter storms in Montana, but this one was different. The sky was an angry gray, and the snow fell so hard it made the world a featureless void. His truck creaked and groaned under the weight of ice forming on its roof and windshield. Visibility dropped to a few feet. He slowed, tried to stay calm, but the storm had other plans. Somewhere near the edge of a narrow pass, the truck skidded on hidden ice. Jake slammed on the brakes, but the tires refused to grip. The vehicle slid sideways, hitting a guardrail with a deafening clang. Metal crumpled. The truck came to a shuddering stop, wheels spinning in place. Jake's heart pounded as he realized he was trapped, the storm cutting off any chance of help. His radio squawked static, no signal. No one would know he was here for hours, maybe days. He grabbed his emergency pack and stepped into the blizzard. Snow licked at his face, stinging, biting, but worse was the silence beyond the wind. The mountains usually echoed even the smallest sound, but now there was nothing, only the relentless hiss of snow. Jake trudged toward a stand of trees, hoping to find some shelter. By nightfall, he discovered an abandoned cabin, half buried in snow, its roof bowed under the weight. It looked deserted, but it was a roof over his head. Inside, the air was stale but dry. He built a fire and tried to dry his clothes, but a sense of unease crept over him. The storm outside seemed to thrum with a rhythm, almost alive. Shadows from the fire flickered along the walls, twisting into grotesque shapes. Hours later, there was a sound, a soft, deliberate knock at the door. Jake froze. Only the wind should be out there. He gripped a hatchet and approached cautiously. "Hello?" he called, voice cracking. No reply, just another knock. Heart hammering, he threw open the door. Nothing. The snow was pristine except for a single set of footprints leading toward the woods. Curiosity and fear battled inside him. But sleep was impossible. Jake huddled near the fire, listening. Around midnight, a whisper floated through the cabin, carried by the wind. He could barely make out the words, "Don't leave." The next morning, the storm worsened. Jake tried to leave, but the snow was waist-deep, the wind nearly knocking him off his feet. As he stumbled through the drifts, he noticed shapes in the snow, figures frozen mid-stride, faces contorted in terror, eyes wide with a frozen scream. They weren't human, or not entirely. Their limbs were long, twisted, shadows frozen in the blinding white. Panic set in. Jake ran back to the cabin, but the storm seemed to have shifted the landscape. Trees weren't where they had been. The cabin itself seemed farther than he remembered, like the storm had moved it. Inside, the fire was gone, the air icy. The whispers returned, louder this time, overlapping voices. He tried to cover his ears, but the sound was inside his head. Over the next 2 days, Jake lost track of time. The storm trapped him completely. He could see movement through the cabin windows, figures moving between snowdrifts, too fast, too silent. Occasionally, one would press a pale face against the glass, staring, eyes that were too dark, too deep. Sometimes he swore they were mocking him, whispering things he couldn't understand but felt in his chest, vibrating through his bones. By the 4th day, food was gone, and the cold had seeped into him, biting at fingers and toes. Sleep brought nightmares. The figures from outside stepping into the cabin, their frozen faces close to his own. He woke screaming more than once. The storm outside never relented. It wasn't snow anymore. It was something alive, moving, watching. On the 5th day, Jake tried to signal for help. He climbed to a hilltop near the cabin, waving a piece of cloth. That's when he saw them. Dozens of shapes in the snow, circling, twisting, moving impossibly fast. Their limbs bent the wrong way. Their faces were frozen, pale, mouths open in silent screams. And they were watching him. He ran back to the cabin, heart pounding, but the landscape had changed again. Trails he had walked safely before were gone, replaced with strange dips and mounds. He stumbled over something and fell, landing on a body, half buried, frozen in a scream. Panic turned to terror. He couldn't leave. The storm had him, and whatever lived in it had marked him. That night, the whispers came inside the cabin. He covered his ears, tried to shut his eyes, but he could still hear them. "Join us." The door rattled. Shadows stretched across the walls. For the first time, he realized he was not alone. Something had entered, something that shouldn't exist in the mortal world. Morning brought a deceptive calm. The snow stopped falling, the wind quieted. Jake thought he was safe. He ventured outside, hoping to find a path to town, but the snow was crawling, not just drifting, but moving in shapes, forming faces, twisting, beckoning. Panic surged. He ran back to the cabin, only to find it had vanished. In its place, a hollow in the snow. Jake screamed into the empty blizzard, but no sound returned. Figures emerged from the snow, their faces frozen, eyes hollow, limbs bent unnaturally. They circled him, silent, patient. One leaned close, mouth open, whispering, "You can't leave." Days passed, or maybe hours. Time lost all meaning. Jake wandered the white expanse, no direction, no hope. The figures followed. The whispers never stopped. Hunger gnawed at him, but he didn't dare stop. Eventually, exhaustion took over. He collapsed into the snow, feeling it close over him, cold and suffocating. When rescuers came weeks later, they found no trace of Jake. The storm had melted, roads cleared, but the snowbanks were full of strange impressions, twisted footprints that led nowhere, frozen faces peering out from the drifts. The townspeople whispered of the white blizzard, a storm that had taken a man or many and left only the snow behind. Some say the storm was a natural disaster. Others say it was something older, something patient that lives in the cold, waiting. And every winter, when the wind howls across Silver Creek, the residents remember Jake Carter and the figures in the snow, waiting for the next soul foolish enough to wander into the storm. Story the end. The snow had started as a soft dusting, delicate flakes drifting lazily from a gray sky, but by nightfall, it had transformed the entire valley into a blinding white expanse. The old logging town of Mill Creek had long been abandoned, its wooden shacks rotting under decades of snow and ice. Yet for some reason, a group of friends, college students on a winter road trip, had decided to explore it, drawn by curiosity and the thrill of isolation. Emma shivered as she stepped out of the car, the cold biting through her jacket. "Are we seriously doing this?" she asked, her voice muffled by the scarf wrapped tightly around her face. Connor laughed, tossing a snowball at the back of her head. "Come on, Em, it's just an abandoned town. How scary could it be?" But the town was more than abandoned. The wind carried an unnatural hush, a stillness that pressed against their ears. Even the snow seemed different here, heavier, almost purposeful in the way it fell, smothering the roads, the trees, and the buildings. They found the first house quickly, a small log cabin half buried in snow. The door creaked as Connor pushed it open, revealing a dark, empty interior. Dust covered the floorboards, and icicles hung from the ceiling like jagged teeth. The friends laughed nervously, exploring room by room. But as the evening deepened, the storm outside intensified. The wind tore through the broken windows, carrying with it a shriek that sounded almost human. Emma stopped mid-step, staring out into the white blur. "Do you guys hear that?" "Just the wind," Connor said, though even he sounded unsure. Yet it wasn't the wind. There were whispers now, faint and fractured, seeming to come from just beyond the walls. At first, they were subtle, easy to ignore, but as the hours passed, they grew louder, forming words that made no sense, twisted fragments of sentences that made Emma's stomach churn. They tried to leave, but the snow had thickened into a wall of white. The road back to the main highway had disappeared entirely, and visibility was reduced to a few feet. Panic began to set in, gnawing at the edges of their confidence. They huddled together inside the cabin, building a fire from the old wood scattered across the floor. The flames flickered, casting long, dancing shadows across the walls, which seemed to shift unnaturally. Emma felt eyes on her, though she knew no one else was there. Soft at first, then deliberate. Someone, or something, was outside, circling the cabin, testing it, probing for weaknesses. Connor tried to reassure them, but the tone in his voice betrayed his own fear. Hours passed. Each time they thought the sound had stopped, it began again. Closer, heavier. They could see vague shapes moving through the storm, silhouettes that vanished when the flashlight beam touched them. Emma felt a creeping dread settle in her chest. This wasn't a storm. This was something alive, something that fed on fear. By the second night, the fire had dwindled and their spirits along with it. Hunger gnawed at their stomachs, cold seeped into their bones, and the whispers now spoke their names, calling to them in the voice of someone familiar, yet distorted. Emma awoke to find Connor missing. The door had been forced open, leaving a trail of snow footprints that led into the blizzard. She and the others called out, but the wind swallowed their voices. A shadow moved at the edge of the clearing. A figure impossibly tall, twisted, and blank-faced. It didn't move closer, but the very sight of it made her stomach turn. Hours later, the storm intensified. The snow fell in thick sheets, battering the cabin with relentless force. The whispers became shouts, screaming into their minds, telling them to leave, to run, to surrender. Emma tried to calm the others, but panic had fractured them. By the third night, one of them, Ryan, vanished while trying to clear the roof of snow. A scream cut through the storm, then silence. Emma and the remaining friend, Lily, barricaded themselves in the main room, shivering and praying for dawn. The storm showed no mercy. The snowdrifts piled against the windows, pressing so hard the glass threatened to shatter. Emma watched as shadows passed outside, some moving impossibly fast, others crawling along the snow like spiders. The whispers were now constant, never ceasing, filling their minds with images of twisted landscapes, of cold hands reaching for them, of faces they didn't recognize, staring from the walls. On the fourth night, Lily, in a fit of madness, tried to flee. The storm swallowed her scream almost immediately. Emma was left alone, huddled in the corner of the cabin, fire long extinguished. The whispers had become intelligible now, cruel and patient. They told her she could leave, but only if she followed them into the storm. Her fear warred with her will to survive. She wanted to stay, to resist, but the storm pressed against her mind, relentless. Finally, at the edge of dawn, she stepped outside. The snow was waist-deep, and visibility was nearly zero. Figures loomed just beyond her vision, whispering encouragement and threats all at once. Hours passed, or perhaps minutes, Emma could not tell. The snow seemed to close in around her, the world narrowing to the sound of her own heartbeat and the whispers in her mind. She stumbled, fell, and rose again, driven by a compulsion she could not resist. By nightfall, there was no town, no cabin, no friends, only an endless white, moving and breathing, alive in ways she could not comprehend. The storm had claimed them all, reshaped them into something unrecognizable, and now it waited, patient and eternal, for the next wanderers to stumble into Mill Creek. Those who drive through the valley in winter sometimes see a lone figure in the distance, trudging through the snow. They think it's lost, maybe in need of help. But if you get too close, the figure vanishes, leaving nothing but footprints that disappear into the drifts. Locals whisper about the storm that eats people, about the snow that has a mind, about the town that isn't really there. And in the heart of Mill Creek, the storm never ends. It watches, it waits, and every so often the wind carries a scream, faint but unmistakable, across the frozen valley. Story the end. The wind had been picking up all afternoon, but nobody thought much of it at first. Winter in northern Minnesota could be brutal, and heavy snowstorms weren't unusual. Still, there was something different about this one. By nightfall, the sky was a swirling gray mass, and flakes fell like ash from a smoldering fire. The first few inches on the ground went unnoticed. By midnight, snowdrifts had begun to obscure the roadways, and the roar of the wind was almost deafening. David Jensen had left his job late that evening, hoping to make it back to his small cabin in the woods before the storm fully hit. He'd grown up in the area, had survived blizzards before, and didn't fear a little snow. But even he was starting to realize this storm was unlike anything he'd seen. His old pickup truck struggled to maintain traction as he drove down the winding back roads, and the snow covered every marker on the edges of the road. One wrong turn, and he could easily end up stranded. By 2 a.m., the snow had piled high enough that visibility was almost zero. He had to drive slowly, inching along the road, headlights cutting only a few feet ahead. The truck shuddered as the tires slipped over icy patches, and every gust of wind threatened to push him off the narrow road into the forest. A tree groaned and cracked somewhere to the side, and he flinched, praying it wouldn't fall across the road. He spotted a small pull-off where the snow wasn't as deep and reluctantly decided to stop for a moment. Stepping out into the freezing wind, he immediately realized just how cold it was. The temperature had plummeted, and the snow stung his face like shards of glass. He dug into his pockets for gloves, but realized he'd left them in the truck. With chattering teeth, he slammed the door shut and tried to warm his hands. The storm was relentless, and the forest around him seemed to close in with an eerie silence beneath the howl of the wind. It wasn't long before the truck started to drift slightly in the snow, and panic crept in. David tried to push it out, but the snow was soft and deep. It sucked at his boots as if it were alive. He cursed under his breath, finally giving up and deciding he might have to spend the night in the truck if he couldn't get moving. He climbed in, shivering, and tried to think rationally. There was a radio, but it was barely picking up any signal. Only static and the faint murmur of some distant, muffled voices came through. He twisted the dial, hoping for a weather alert, anything to tell him how long this storm would last, but all he could hear was the wind outside. Hours passed. By the time he checked the clock, it was nearly 4 a.m. The storm had intensified. Snow pounded against the windows like thousands of tiny fists, and the truck trembled with each gust. That's when he noticed it, a shadow moving just outside the edge of the headlights. At first, he thought it was a trick of the wind, the branches swaying, but then it moved again, slow, deliberate, almost human in shape. He squinted through the frost-covered glass. The figure was tall, draped in something dark that blended with the night. It didn't run or stumble. It glided across the snow, completely silent. Fear gnawed at him. He locked the doors and started the truck, but the tires were still buried. In a moment of desperation, he reached for his phone, hoping to call someone. No signal. The battery was dying fast in the freezing cold. He pressed the horn, and it blared into the night, but the figure didn't flinch. He tried the headlights again. They barely cut through the white haze. The figure disappeared for a moment and then appeared closer, just at the edge of the truck's glow. David's heart was racing. He started the truck, spinning the wheels furiously, and finally managed to free it from the drift. The figure didn't move at first, but then it vanished completely into the blizzard. He drove faster, though he could barely see, until the faint outline of his cabin appeared through the storm. Relief hit him, and he parked as close as he dared to the front door. He ran inside, bolting the door behind him. The cabin was small, dark, and cold. He lit a wood stove and wrapped himself in a heavy blanket, still shaken from what he'd seen. He tried to convince himself it was just a hallucination from exhaustion and cold. He hadn't slept properly in days, and the wind outside seemed to claw at the windows like something alive. Still, he couldn't shake the feeling that he wasn't alone. Hours later, just before dawn, he heard the first knock at the door. His stomach dropped. Nobody would be out in this storm at this hour. He held his breath, listening. The knock came again, slow and deliberate. He tried the door handle. It was locked tight. But the knocking continued, now accompanied by a scratching sound at the edges of the cabin. Summoning every ounce of courage, David grabbed a flashlight and approached the door. He shone it through the peephole, but saw nothing, only the swirling snow. He opened the door slightly, enough to peek out, and froze. Footprints led up to the cabin. Not just any footprints. These were enormous, much larger than any humans, sinking deeply into the snow. They didn't stop at the cabin door. They circled it, almost as if whatever had made them was pacing, watching. Panic surged through him. He backed away, fumbling with the door to close it, but the wind caught it, slamming it shut with a force that rattled the walls. The scratching at the door grew louder, more frantic, almost like claws scraping wood. David could barely breathe. He ran to the stove, lifting the small axe he kept by the fire for emergencies, and tried to convince himself it was only a wild animal, maybe a wolf, but something deep inside knew better. This was something else entirely. The storm raged on outside, and the knocking turned into pounding. David could hear the snow crunching against the cabin walls, as if something was walking all around him. He sat back against the wall, gripping the axe, and tried to make himself small, invisible. Hours passed like this. The wind and snow made everything blurry. At some point, he must have dozed off because when he woke, everything was silent. Cautiously, he unlatched the door and peeked outside. The snow had stopped falling, but the world was white and featureless. He stepped out onto the porch. The footprints were gone. Nothing remained but the endless snow. Relief washed over him, but it was short-lived. From somewhere deep in the trees, he heard a low, inhuman growl, far too deep for any wolf. His instincts screamed at him to run, but he knew it was too late. Whatever had been stalking him hadn't left. He ran back inside and bolted the door. In the faint morning light, he could see faint scratches along the wood of the cabin, deep, deliberate, stretching from the base of the door up toward the roof. Whatever it was, it had been trying to get in all night. David spent the next few days trapped in that cabin, snowed in completely. Food ran low, and he could hear the wind carrying strange sounds, groaning, scraping, whispering almost like voices calling his name. The footprints returned each night, appearing just outside the windows, circling the cabin. He tried to leave once, driving the truck through the thick snow, but the figure appeared again, gliding across the drifts, and he had to turn back. By the fifth night, David realized something horrifying. The storm wasn't just weather. It was a lure, a trap. And whatever was out there in the snow wasn't human. It was waiting, patient, silent, and infinitely cold. When the wind howled, he could almost feel it moving closer. The scratching at the door grew sharper, and he could swear he saw shadows moving through the snowdrifts beyond the windows, even in daylight. Sleep became impossible. David stopped eating, barely moving, terrified to leave the cabin. His mind began to fray. He would wake to footprints inside the snowdrifts outside, circling closer and closer. Sometimes he thought he saw faces in the snow, twisted, pale, staring back at him, and always that low growl somewhere beyond the trees. On the seventh night, he realized he hadn't seen the figure, the shadow, since he first arrived. But he could feel it. He could feel its eyes on him, waiting, knowing he was trapped. And then he noticed the tracks leading up to the cabin, again, but this time they weren't human. They weren't animal. They were enormous, clawed, sinking deeply into the ice, and they led away. Not in circles this time, but straight toward the woods behind the cabin. David didn't sleep that night. He sat by the stove, axe in hand, listening. The wind had picked up again, carrying a low, mournful howl, or maybe a voice calling, whispering his name. As dawn approached, he stepped outside, irrationally thinking if he faced whatever it was, maybe he could escape. The snow was untouched, pristine, but then he noticed them. Hundreds of footprints, all converging on the cabin from every direction, coming out of the forest like a tide of white death. The fear was immediate, paralyzing. David ran inside, bolted every door and window, and watched as shadows moved in the swirling light of the rising sun. He screamed, pounding on the walls, shouting for anyone to hear, but the forest swallowed his voice. By nightfall, the cabin was surrounded. Scratches and dents covered every wall, every window. Something was circling, waiting. David realized he couldn't survive. The storm outside was endless, a blizzard that didn't just bring snow. It brought something older, something patient and hungry. And as the first claws tore through the door, he understood that no one ever left these storms alive. Story the end. The storm hit Silver Pines without warning. The morning had been quiet, almost deceptively calm, with the town's residents going about their usual routines. By mid-afternoon, the first flakes began to fall, slow at first, almost delicate. But within hours, the sky had darkened, and the wind began to howl through the pine forests surrounding the town. By nightfall, visibility had dropped to near zero. The roads vanished beneath a thick, relentless blanket of white. Ethan Miller had been driving back from a construction site outside town when the storm fully struck. He knew the mountains well, knew how quickly weather could turn deadly, but nothing could have prepared him for this. The snow hit his windshield like tiny needles, and the wind pushed his truck sideways on the narrow, icy highway. Panic set in. He slowed, heart hammering, every instinct screaming to stop. But where could he go? The storm had swallowed the road ahead. As he rounded a bend, Ethan caught movement in the storm. A figure, hunched and small, appeared in the middle of the road. He swerved sharply to avoid it, tires spinning, and the truck slammed into the guardrail. The crash was jarring, but not fatal. Shaken, he grabbed his coat and flashlight and stumbled through the snow to the figure. But it was gone. No footprints, no trace, only the snow, thick and undisturbed. By the time Ethan reached the edge of town, the storm had grown violent. Snowdrifts swallowed cars, streets became impossible to navigate, and the wind roared like a living thing. Homes were shuttered, and power flickered, then died entirely. Ethan knew he had to find shelter, so he remembered a hunting cabin his father had built deep in the woods outside Silver Pines. If he could make it there, he might survive the night. The trek was brutal. Snow rose above his knees, and the wind pushed him off balance at every step. Shadows moved in the blizzard, he was sure of it, but he couldn't tell if they were animals, people, or something else. When he finally reached the cabin, he was soaked, freezing, and barely able to stand. The cabin was small, old, but dry inside. He lit a fire, his hands trembling from cold and fear, and huddled near it, trying to calm his racing heart. Hours passed. The storm's howl was constant, but then Ethan heard another sound, faint scratching at the cabin walls, soft but deliberate. He froze, straining to hear. Then came a whisper, carried through the cracks in the old wood. "Ethan." He jumped, swinging the flashlight toward the sound. The beam cut through the dark interior, landing on nothing but shadows. "Who's there?" he shouted, voice trembling. Silence answered him, and then the scratching returned, moving from wall to wall, floor to ceiling. Morning brought no relief. The storm had intensified overnight, May. Snow drifts were taller than he was, and the forest outside had transformed into a maze of white shapes. Ethan tried to leave, desperate for town, for anyone, but the woods seemed to stretch endlessly. Every path he attempted led him back to the cabin, as if the storm itself were reshaping the land. On the third day, hunger set in. Ethan scavenged what little he had brought, eating cold rations and drinking snow water. The storm had become something alive in his mind, whispering, taunting. Shadows moved outside, twisting, forming human shapes that froze mid-motion whenever he tried to look directly at them. Sometimes he thought he saw people, but their faces were pale, their mouths open in silent screams, their eyes wide and empty. By the fourth day, sleep was impossible. The whispers grew louder, overlapping, speaking in a language he didn't understand but could feel in his chest. At times, the sound became screaming. Ethan's mind was fraying. The cabin itself felt wrong. Walls seemed to bend, shadows slithered, and the floor sometimes felt like it was shifting beneath him. Late that night, the cabin door shook violently. Ethan grabbed an axe, heart racing, and waited. The knocking stopped. Then a low, guttural whisper came from the other side. "Let us in." He swung the axe at the door, but the sound only intensified. Suddenly, the door burst inward. A figure, pale, twisted, half buried in snow, stumbled inside. Its eyes were black voids, and its mouth moved as if forming words that were impossible to hear. Ethan tried to strike, but the creature moved unnaturally fast, evading him, slipping into the shadows. Ethan ran to the fire, trying to keep it going, but it flickered, died. Darkness swallowed the cabin. In the shadows, more figures appeared, dozens, maybe hundreds, emerging from the snow that had invaded the room. They pressed close, silent, watching, waiting. The whispers returned, a chorus of voices echoing in his skull. "Join us. Stay with us." By the fifth day, Ethan could no longer distinguish reality from hallucination. The snow outside was alive, crawling, forming shapes that resembled people, sometimes animals, sometimes things he couldn't name. The figures circled him, always at the edge of his vision. Hunger and cold gnawed at him, but he dared not leave the cabin. Every step into the storm meant certain death, or worse. On the sixth day, a pale light glimmered in the blizzard. Ethan thought it might be rescue, but as he stumbled toward it, the light revealed the truth. The shapes were frozen bodies, eyes wide in terror, faces twisted. They weren't dead, not entirely. They moved in ways that shouldn't be possible, limbs bending at unnatural angles, fingers clawing at the snow. The light flickered and went out, leaving him alone again, surrounded by the impossible. By the seventh day, desperation consumed him. He attempted to flee through the snow one last time. The wind had shifted, revealing paths he hadn't noticed, but the figures followed, never breaking the distance. One reached out, long, pale fingers curling in his direction. He ran blindly, tripping, falling into a drift. When he struggled to stand, he found himself back at the cabin. Inside, the fire had returned on its own. Shadows flickered along the walls, forming faces of those he had seen in the snow, mouths opening in silent screams. He screamed, tried to strike them, but they only multiplied. The storm outside seemed to feed off his terror, the whispers growing to a deafening roar. Ethan's last memory was of crawling to the fire, hands trembling, trying to light a match. The figures surrounded him, the whispers chanting his name. He closed his eyes, wishing for sleep. When the search party reached Silver Pines days later, they found the town largely untouched, but the cabin deep in the woods was gone. No trace remained, not even a footprint in the snow. The only sign that anyone had ever been there was a series of deep impressions in the drifts, strange shapes that no human could have made. The locals whispered of the white wind, a storm that didn't just bury the town, it took people, dragging them into the snow, leaving only echoes behind. Some say the storm waits, patient and silent, every winter, May, in the forests around Silver Pines. Those who wander too far or too long sometimes hear whispers on the wind, faint voices calling their name. And if you listen too closely, you might never return at all. Story the end. The old logging road was barely visible under the heavy blanket of snow. Sam gripped the steering wheel tighter, the headlights of their SUV cutting through a gray-white haze. The storm had come on fast, far faster than the weather app had predicted, and the road ahead was disappearing under drifts taller than the car. "Maybe we should turn back," Mia said, her voice tight with worry. "This is getting bad." "No," Sam replied, jaw set. "We've gone too far. The cabin's just ahead. It's only a few more miles." The cabin had been an impulsive find on a travel forum, a rustic place deep in the Adirondacks, off the grid, promising isolation and serenity. Now, trapped in a sudden snowstorm, it felt less like an escape and more like a trap. By the time they reached it, night had fallen. Snow whipped violently around the trees, and the SUV's tires crunched over icy patches. The cabin itself was barely visible through the blizzard, dark wood almost swallowed by the white. Inside, the warmth of the fireplace was immediate but fragile. They unpacked quickly, trying to ignore the wind that howled outside like some living creature. Every gust rattled the windows and made the roof groan. "This is really quiet," Mia muttered, glancing toward the dark forest visible through the frosted windows. "Too quiet." Sam waved it off. "It's just the storm, that's all." But the storm didn't feel like just a storm. As night deepened, the sounds began. Scratches, soft at first along the outer walls, a tapping that echoed unnaturally, like something testing the wood. Sam, trying to stay rational, suggested it was just branches, snow settling. But Mia's unease grew. She kept seeing movement in the corner of her vision, shadows that darted and vanished. Hours passed. The storm outside intensified, burying the path they had driven in a matter of minutes. The SUV was now completely useless. Even if they tried to leave, the snow would swallow them whole. Then came the whispering. Low at first, almost beneath the wind, words that twisted in her mind, calling their names. They couldn't locate the source, outside, inside, or inside their own heads. Sam's confident demeanor faltered. A sudden crash shook the cabin. They both jumped, heart racing. Something heavy had struck the side of the building, leaving deep dents in the wood. Scrambling, Sam checked the windows. The snow was a wall of white, but fleeting shapes passed through it. Tall, dark, humanoid figures that moved with impossible speed. By the second night, the power generator had failed. Darkness engulfed them, leaving only the fire's dim flicker. The storm's sounds had escalated into deliberate knocks and thuds, circling the cabin, a rhythm almost intelligent in its terror. Mia tried to leave, to brave the snow and find help. Sam stopped her. "You can't. We'd be buried in minutes." But the fear in Mia's eyes was mirrored in Sam's own. They were prisoners in a storm that didn't obey nature's laws. Sleep brought no relief. Dreams merged with reality, visions of the forest closing in, figures moving just beyond the firelight, whispers that became screams. When they awoke, they could feel the presence outside, constant and oppressive. By the third day, they realized something horrifying. The snowstorm was alive. It reacted to their movements, grew heavier when they panicked, and seemed to manipulate the world inside the cabin. Every attempt to escape failed. Trails in the snow vanished, doors frozen shut, the fire refused to stay lit. Late that night, Sam disappeared. Mia woke to find the floorboards empty, the door open slightly, snow blowing in. His footprints led into the storm, but stopped abruptly, as though he had vanished into the snow itself. Panic surged. She barricaded herself, but the whispers grew louder, mocking, beckoning her. Morning came in a gray haze, but the storm had not relented. If anything, it had become worse, more sentient. Mia moved cautiously, checking the cabin for any supplies. Her reflection in the frosted window showed her pale face, but the shadow behind her moved independently, though the room was empty. By the fourth night, she understood. The storm had claimed Sam, and soon it would claim her. The whispers were no longer outside. They were inside, in her head, feeding on fear, reshaping reality. She tried one last escape, running into the snow, but the blizzard swallowed her instantly. Shapes moved just beyond her vision, and the cold bit in unnatural ways, more than any storm should. Time stretched and folded. Hours felt like days. The snow beneath her feet shifted as though alive, guiding her, closing paths, twisting the forest around her. The last thing Mia saw before the world went white was a tall figure in the storm, faceless and impossibly dark, motionless but all-seeing. It didn't move toward her. It didn't need to. The storm itself was the predator. The cabin still stands, hidden under snow each winter, untouched by time. Those who wander the woods speak of sudden blizzards that appear out of nowhere, of whispers calling names in the wind, and of figures glimpsed at the edge of vision. No one who has entered the snowbound forest around that old road has returned unchanged. The storm waits, patient and eternal, consuming all who venture too far. And when the wind howls just right, you can hear faint tapping, scratching, and whispers carried on the cold air, searching for the next unwary travelers. Story the end. The snow began early that morning, a fine, drifting powder that dusted the quiet streets of the small town of Millersfield. By noon, it had turned into a steady, heavy fall, coating the trees and rooftops in white. Cars crawled along the icy roads, their tires crunching against frozen slush, and most of the town's residents had retreated indoors, settling in for what seemed like a routine winter storm. But by evening, the storm had escalated into something more menacing. The wind picked up, howling through the skeletal branches of the trees, rattling windows and shaking the doors. Visibility dropped to a few feet. The familiar streets of Millersfield became an unrecognizable, ghostly landscape. Ethan Mallory had lived in the town his entire life, and he had seen snowstorms before. But something about this one felt different. Driving home from his late shift at the grocery store, he felt a creeping unease as he navigated the barely plowed roads. His headlights cut narrow beams through the swirling snow, revealing occasional road signs or the shadowy outline of a parked car. He tried to shrug off the feeling, telling himself it was just the isolation that winter often brought. He wasn't far from home when he saw it, a figure standing in the middle of the road. He slammed on the brakes, the tires skidding on ice, and swerved just in time to miss the silhouette. When he slowed to a stop, his pulse hammering, there was no one there, only snow falling relentlessly, covering every trace of the figure. Ethan shook his head, muttering curses at his own imagination, and sped the rest of the way home. Inside, the warmth of the house was a relief, but it did little to calm the tension that had settled in his chest. By midnight, the storm was at its worst. The wind was a constant roar like a freight train passing through the town, and the snow piled up against doors and windows. The power flickered and then went out completely. Ethan lit a few candles, their soft glow throwing dancing shadows across the living room. He tried to distract himself with TV static and the occasional scroll through his phone, but the battery was dying, and the eerie isolation of the house weighed on him. It was then that he heard it, a faint scratching at the back door. Ethan froze, straining to hear over the howl of the wind. At first, he thought it was just the storm, branches scraping against the siding perhaps, but the sound persisted, deliberate and slow. He approached the door cautiously, peering through the frosted glass. Nothing. He opened it slightly, the cold blast making him wince, and stepped outside. The snow was waist deep, and the yard was empty except for the trees bowing under the weight of ice. There was no sign of anything or anyone having been there. He shut the door quickly, convinced his mind was playing tricks. He went back inside and tried to settle down, but sleep didn't come. Around 3 a.m., a loud crash echoed from upstairs. Ethan's heart lurched. He didn't have anyone else in the house, he lived alone, but the sound was unmistakable. Something heavy had fallen, maybe a piece of furniture, but there was a rhythm to it, like deliberate movement. Grabbing a flashlight, he crept upstairs. Every step felt impossibly loud in the near-silent house. When he reached the hallway, the beam of the flashlight cut across the walls, landing on the bedroom door at the end. The doorknob was slowly turning. Slowly. Not locked. Slowly. Ethan froze, gripping the flashlight like a lifeline. The door swung open on its own, revealing an empty room. Nothing moved, and nothing had fallen. But the window was open, letting in a biting wind that whipped the curtains around. He slammed it shut, checking the locks, his hands trembling. The unease had turned to raw fear. Then he saw it. Footprints in the snow, inside the room. Large, wet, dragging across the floor from the window to the center of the room. Ethan backed away, barely breathing, unsure if he should run or hide. The storm raged through the night, and by morning Millersfield was completely buried. The town was eerily silent, the kind of silence that pressed against the ears. Ethan stayed inside, barricading doors and windows, the previous night's events replaying in his mind. When the wind finally died down around midday, he ventured outside. The footprints led from his window into the snow-covered yard and then vanished as if the storm itself had swallowed them. Shivering, he tried to rationalize what had happened. Maybe a trespasser had gotten inside and left through the window. But the thought of someone surviving in the storm, exposed to the snowdrifts and freezing temperatures, made no sense. No one would have lasted long out there. The next days were a blur of shoveling paths through knee-deep snow, checking on neighbors, and trying to restore a semblance of normalcy. The town was isolated, roads were impassable, and supplies dwindled. That's when the reports started coming in. Strange sightings, people disappearing. Old Mr. Thompson, the retired schoolteacher, vanished while checking on his generator. His neighbor saw him walking toward the edge of town, then suddenly he was gone, swallowed by the snowstorm. A family up north reported seeing a shadowy figure through their frosted windows, standing silently in the blizzard for hours, staring inside, and every report followed by the same chilling aftermath. Tracks that appeared and disappeared without explanation. Ethan began to notice patterns too. The storm wasn't just random, it moved with purpose. The deeper snowdrifts seemed unnaturally deep in some areas, and the wind carried sounds that didn't belong. Voices, low and distorted, sometimes calling his name. At night, his candles flickered in ways he couldn't explain. One night, he woke to find his living room rearranged. Chairs were moved, pictures tilted. Nothing was stolen, nothing left behind, just a presence that lingered. By the end of the first week, the town was almost completely cut off. Helicopters couldn't land, snowplows couldn't reach the roads, and communication lines were down. People huddled in their homes, fearful of venturing outside. And yet, Ethan felt compelled to go out sometimes, drawn by a whispering voice carried on the wind. He would step into the snow, only to realize moments later that the storm had changed around him. Trails he knew were familiar vanished, replaced by walls of ice and drifts taller than a man. The landscape itself seemed alive, reshaped by some unseen force. One night, driven by desperation and fear, Ethan followed a faint glow through the storm. He trudged through waist-deep snow for hours, the wind whipping his face, cutting like knives. The glow led him to the old Miller farm, abandoned for decades, hidden behind snow-covered trees. The barn stood strangely intact despite the storm's fury. He approached cautiously, heart hammering, flashlight shaking in his hand. Inside, the air was unnaturally warm, and he could hear it, the whispers. A low, sibilant murmur, repeating his name, urging him forward. And there, at the center of the barn, was a figure. Tall, featureless, draped in tattered black cloth, standing perfectly still. Ethan froze, unable to move, unable to look away. The figure tilted its head as if considering him, then disappeared into the shadows. He ran. The storm outside had intensified, and the barn seemed to stretch endlessly as he fled. Hours passed in a blur of blinding snow and ice until he stumbled back onto a road he recognized. His house appeared in the distance, battered by the wind. He ran inside, slamming the door, and for the first time in days, he felt momentarily safe. But when he looked out the window, he saw footprints leading away from the house. Large, dragging prints that vanished into the white nothingness, as if something had returned and he knew it hadn't left. Weeks passed and the storm finally abated, leaving Millersfield buried in snow, eerily quiet, with only a few survivors emerging from their homes. Ethan remained, but he was changed. He never spoke of what he saw, never ventured out at night. Sometimes he would catch glimpses of movement at the edges of the snowdrifts, or hear his name whispered when the wind blew just right. He began leaving small markers, lines in the snow, notes on doors, anything to warn people that whatever had come with the storm had not gone. And every year, when the snow starts early, when the wind begins to howl, he knows it will return. The town remembers, but it doesn't matter. The storm doesn't care. It moves with its own mind, its own purpose, leaving only terror and whispers in its wake. Story the end. The snow started falling just after midnight, slow and soft at first, like powder drifting from the sky. By the time the clock struck 2, it was coming down in sheets, thick and relentless, turning the world outside into a white, featureless void. In the small town of Ashford, Maine, the residents were already used to winter storms, but this one was different, darker, colder, and somehow wrong. Ethan Cole had been driving home from his job at a roadside diner, a 50-mile stretch through dense pine forests, when the storm hit in earnest. Visibility dropped to almost nothing. The headlights of his old Subaru barely cut through the thick veil of snow. He squinted through the windshield, gripping the wheel tightly. Every gust of wind shook the car violently, as if the storm itself wanted him off the road. Halfway through the drive, his car hit a patch of ice. The tires skidded, the car fishtailed, and he slammed on the brakes, barely regaining control. Heart pounding, he slowed to a crawl. He was alone out there, surrounded by trees that loomed like shadowy giants, the branches heavy with snow. There was a smell in the air, metallic, sharp, almost like blood, that made his stomach churn. He shook his head, telling himself it was nothing, just the storm. Hours passed. The snow fell heavier, and the wind screamed through the trees. Ethan realized he had passed his turnoff. He stopped on the narrow road to check his GPS. No signal. Panic settled in as he tried the phone again. Still nothing. He considered turning back, but the road behind him was barely visible, and the storm seemed to grow stronger every minute. Eventually, he spotted a faint light in the distance, a gas station that must have been closed for the night. Relief washed over him. He drove up, skidding slightly on the icy asphalt, and parked in front of the building. The doors were locked, but the glow from inside suggested a faint movement. He stepped out into the wind, snow piling up around his boots, and approached cautiously. Through the frosted glass, he could see a figure moving inside. At first, he thought it was the night clerk, but as he pressed his face to the window, the figure seemed off. Too tall, too thin, and it moved with jerky, unnatural motions. Its head twisted too far, then snapped back. A chill ran down his spine. He took a step back. The storm outside was loud, but he could swear he heard a whisper, a voice calling his name. Ethan turned to get back into his car, but the Subaru wouldn't start. The engine turned over and over, but nothing. The snowdrifts had grown, and the tires were half buried. He cursed under his breath and tried to push the car, but it barely moved. That's when he noticed them, footprints in the snow, leading away from the gas station into the forest. They were human, but elongated, with clawed toes sinking deep into the drifts, and they were fresh. Heart racing, he grabbed the crowbar from the back of his car and started toward the gas station. The storm was relentless, battering him from all sides. The closer he got, the more distorted the figure inside became. Its limbs stretched and twisted in impossible angles, and then it stopped moving altogether, turning its head fully toward him. The eyes, or what should have been eyes, were black voids, staring straight through him. A scream ripped from his throat, lost immediately to the howl of the wind. He swung the crowbar at the glass door, shattering it with a crash. The figure didn't move at first. Then it lunged, impossibly fast, and Ethan stumbled back, sliding in the snow. He scrambled toward the Subaru, but the footprints were closing in. Shadows moved in the storm, circling him, cutting off every possible path. The engine finally roared to life as he jumped inside, slamming the door. He floored the gas, spinning the wheels in the deep snow, trying to get back onto the road. He glanced in the rearview mirror. The figure was there, standing in the middle of the path, completely still. And then more figures appeared, tall, thin, faceless, emerging from the forest as if the storm itself had birthed them. Panic consumed him. He drove blindly, swerving through the drifts, barely keeping the car on the road. The storm seemed alive, gusting violently to push him off. The shadows moved with him, pacing alongside the Subaru, appearing and disappearing in the flurries. It was like being hunted in a world where reality itself had been distorted. Hours passed, or maybe minutes. Time had lost meaning. The gas ran low. Ethan knew he couldn't outrun them forever. He pulled into a small clearing and abandoned the car, sprinting into the forest, hoping to find shelter, a cabin, anything. The snow was deep, sucking at his legs, slowing him with every step. He could hear them moving behind him, footsteps crunching in unnatural rhythm, closer and closer. He stumbled across a frozen stream and paused, gasping, trying to catch his breath. The storm around him was deafening. That's when he saw the trees, or rather, what had once been trees. Their bark was blackened, twisted, branches warped like fingers reaching out. The snow was stained in patches with dark red, though no bodies were visible. And there, in the middle of the clearing, the tallest shadow stood, watching him. Ethan ran again, desperate, slipping and falling repeatedly. The shadows didn't chase him in a normal way. They moved with the storm, shifting with the wind, appearing ahead of him, beside him, everywhere. It was impossible to tell which direction was safe. Eventually, exhaustion overtook him. He collapsed against a tree, shivering, the wind cutting through his jacket like knives. In the dim gray light, he realized the worst part. He wasn't alone. Dozens of figures surrounded him now, moving slowly, deliberately, circling in the snow. Their shapes were vaguely human, but wrong, stretched, faceless, and their black voids seemed to stare directly into his soul. Ethan screamed, but the wind swallowed it immediately. For hours, he sat there, frozen with fear, as the storm raged and the shadows loomed. Food, warmth, hope, none of it mattered anymore. He tried to move, tried to run, but his body refused. He could feel their presence pressing against him, the snow around him shifting unnaturally, forming small ridges that trapped him like a cage. When morning finally arrived, it was silent. The storm had stopped, the sun dimly shining through the heavy clouds, but the clearing was empty. No footprints, no car, no signs of Ethan, only the snow, pristine and untouched, save for the twisted trees and dark stains that led back into the forest. Locals found the Subaru days later, abandoned, tires half buried in drifts, engine warm as if it had been running recently. No one ever saw Ethan again. People in Ashford whispered about the storm, but the official report called it a blizzard with no casualties. Those who drove that night spoke of shadows in the snow, figures that shouldn't exist, always just beyond sight. And every winter, when the snow falls thick and the wind screams through the pines, some swear they can see movement in the drifts. Tall, thin, faceless shapes, circling, waiting for the next traveler foolish enough to be caught in the storm. Story the end. The highway was already slick with ice when the four friends left the diner at the edge of the Catskill Mountains. A single pale streetlight flickered over the parking lot, illuminating the snow beginning to fall in thick, steady sheets. The storm had been predicted, but no one expected it to hit this fast, this hard. "I swear, the weather app said it wouldn't get this bad until morning," Nate muttered, gripping the steering wheel tighter. "Yeah, but look at it now," Megan said, peering through the windshield. "It's already covering the road. We might need to turn back." But the group had been driving for hours, eager to reach the cabin they had rented deep in the woods. The GPS showed a short route that cut through the mountains, isolated, scenic, perfect for a winter retreat. What it didn't show was how quickly the mountains could trap you once the storm hit. By the time they reached the last intersection, visibility was nearly zero. Snow swirled in dizzying gusts, coating the road in minutes. Nate slowed to a crawl, his knuckles white on the wheel. Every tree they passed seemed to loom larger than life, bending under the weight of the accumulating snow. Finally, they saw it. The cabin, dark and silent among the frost-covered pines. It looked inviting, safe from the storm outside. Inside, the air was warm, filled with the scent of wood smoke and pine. They unpacked quickly, laughing nervously at their near disaster on the road. But as night fell, the storm grew ferocious. The wind tore through the trees with a howling fury, rattling the cabin's windows and sending shudders through the old frame. At first, they told themselves it was just the storm, but soon, small noises began. Scratches at the walls, taps at the doors. Megan froze, staring at the corner of the living room where the shadows seemed to shift unnaturally. "Do you hear that?" she whispered. "Probably just branches," Nate said, though he didn't look convincing even to himself. Hours passed. The scratches turned into knocks, deliberate, almost measured. Something or someone was circling the cabin outside, testing the walls, searching for weaknesses. The snow had built up so fast that leaving was impossible. Every attempt to open the door met a wall of snow taller than their heads. By the second night, the friends were exhausted, huddled around a fire that struggled to keep them warm. The generator sputtered and died, leaving them in flickering darkness. Shadows danced across the walls, but some of the movements didn't match the flames. They were too sharp, too purposeful, as though the darkness itself had taken form. Then came the whispering. Soft at first, faint against the roar of the storm, voices speaking their names in a slow, distorted cadence. It was intelligent, aware, taunting, calling them outside. The first to disappear was Tyler. They woke to find the door ajar and his footprints leading into the blizzard, but the tracks stopped abruptly, as if he had vanished into the snow. The storm outside swallowed his scream almost instantly. Panic gripped the remaining three. They tried barricading the cabin, piling furniture against doors and windows, but the storm seemed to anticipate them. Every sound outside, taps, thumps, scratches, came closer when they felt safest. Shadows pressed against the walls, fleeting glimpses of forms just beyond sight. The whispers never stopped, filling their minds, speaking of their fears, their regrets, their secrets. By the third night, Emma realized the storm wasn't natural. It had intention. It shaped itself around their fear, learned their routines, manipulated reality inside the cabin. Every exit they attempted led them back inside, as if the walls had grown, the cabin itself alive. Megan tried to leave one final time. She pushed through the snow, calling for Emma and Nate, but the wind tore her words away, and she vanished, swallowed by the blizzard. Emma and Nate remained, huddled together, desperate. The storm outside no longer seemed like snow and wind. It had eyes, awareness, something ancient and patient. The tapping became knocking, then pounding. Something wanted them out, or wanted them for itself. On the fourth night, Nate was gone. Emma could hear his screams in the wind, twisting and breaking into unintelligible shapes. Alone, she barricaded herself in the small bathroom, shivering and praying the storm would leave her. But the whispers had followed her. When she finally stepped outside, compelled by some irresistible force, the world had changed. Snow stretched endlessly in every direction, forming strange, impossible patterns. Shadows moved against the wind, watching, waiting. A figure appeared in the distance, tall, dark, faceless, unmoving, but Emma knew it could see her, knew she was trapped. The storm closed around her, swallowing her body and mind. Time ceased to have meaning. The whispers became voices, the snow became a living entity, and the trees bent as if alive. Emma became part of the storm, another lost soul feeding it, trapped forever in the white silence. Now the cabin stands empty each winter, buried under snow, untouched yet somehow alive. Those who wander too far into the mountains speak of a sudden blizzard that comes out of nowhere, of whispers calling their names, of shadows moving just beyond the edge of sight. And when the wind blows hard enough, faint tapping can be heard on the trees and walls, waiting for the next travelers foolish enough to venture into the storm. Story, the end. The storm came without warning. One minute, the town of Harlan, Wisconsin was quiet and still under a pale winter moon. The next, the wind roared through the streets like a living thing, carrying snow in sheets so thick they obliterated the world outside. Most people had retreated into their homes, windows shuttered, fireplaces roaring. But Daniel Harper was driving home from a late shift at the gas plant, a long, lonely stretch along Highway 47, winding through dense pine forests that seemed to darken even under the weak moonlight. He'd been through blizzards before. He knew the roads, knew how to drive in snow, but tonight something felt different. The air itself was heavy, as if the storm was pressing down on him. Visibility dropped to near zero within minutes. His headlights reflected off the snow, creating a wall of white that made the road impossible to see. Daniel slowed, inching along, heart pounding. Every mile seemed to stretch into eternity. Around 1:30 a.m. he saw it, a dark figure standing in the middle of the road, barely visible through the blizzard. He slammed on the brakes, the tires skidded, and he swerved to avoid it, narrowly missing a snowbank. When he came to a stop, the figure was gone. He cursed, convinced it had been a deer, or worse, a hallucination brought on by exhaustion. He forced himself to focus on the road, pushing past the unease, gnawing at his gut. But the feeling didn't leave. As he drove, he noticed something strange. The snow around his car didn't just fall, it moved, shifting as if pushed aside by invisible feet. Shapes seemed to flicker at the edges of the headlights, dark and impossible, gone the moment he tried to focus on them. Daniel told himself it was just fatigue, paranoia. Still, he gripped the wheel tighter, the knuckles white. Hours passed, or maybe minutes. Time seemed distorted. The blizzard refused to let up. Then his car slid into a deep drift, tires spinning uselessly. Daniel jumped out, boots sinking into the snow up to his knees. He pushed, cursed, stomped, nothing worked. Panic set in. He was alone, stranded in the heart of the storm, and the darkness around the drifting snow seemed to pulse alive. That's when he saw them, footprints. Massive, clawed too large for a man, leading off into the woods beside the road. They weren't human, and they were fresh. Daniel's breath caught in his throat. He knew instinctively he wasn't alone. The storm roared, but through it he heard something else. A low, guttural growl, far too deep for any animal in these parts. Adrenaline overtook fear. He ran back to the car, but when he reached it, something was crouched atop the hood, hunched and black against the white snow. Its limbs were impossibly long, its head tilting at unnatural angles. Daniel screamed, swinging a tire iron at it, but it vanished into the snowstorm as suddenly as it appeared. He stumbled backward, heart hammering, and realized he was surrounded. Shapes moved through the drifts, barely visible, circling him, never touching, just watching. Desperate, Daniel tried the car again. The engine roared, tires spun, and finally he broke free, careening down the highway with no visibility beyond the beam of his headlights. He thought he was escaping, but then he saw the figures again. They weren't just following. They were everywhere, appearing ahead, beside, behind him, moving impossibly fast across the drifts. Each gust of wind carried the sound of their movement, scraping, slithering, whispering in voices he couldn't comprehend. Hours, or what felt like hours, later, Daniel spotted a cabin, faint light flickering through frost-covered windows. He swerved toward it, sliding into the snowbank outside. He ran inside, shoving the door shut, bolting it. The warmth of a small wood stove barely reached him. He wrapped himself in a blanket, trembling, eyes darting to the windows. Outside, the storm raged, and he could see faint shadows pressing against the glass, impossibly tall and thin, faceless, like smoke, with intent. The night stretched endlessly. Daniel couldn't sleep. He could hear them moving, circling the cabin, scratching at the walls. Once, he caught movement in the corner of the room, a figure slipping through the shadows, too fast, too silent. He slammed a chair against it, and it disappeared. The storm's howl masked everything, but he could feel their presence, patient, waiting. By the third night, his food and firewood were running low. He considered leaving, but the snow was deep, the storm unyielding. And the shadows, they always knew. Every time he tried to step outside, footprints would appear instantly beside him, clawed and immense. Shapes moved in ways that defied reality, appearing and disappearing with the wind. Exhaustion blurred his thoughts. Daniel realized he had been wandering the cabin for hours without leaving, circling, pacing, trapped by something that didn't exist in the natural world. He started hearing voices, whispering, calling his name, sometimes from the windows, sometimes from the walls themselves. He tried to block them out, but the whispers became screams. On the fifth night, the cabin door burst open. A cold blast of wind extinguished the fire. Shadows poured in, filling the room with darkness, thicker than night itself. Daniel swung the tire iron desperately, but it passed through them like smoke. He ran to the back door, but it too was blocked, the shapes pressing against it, unyielding. They were inside now, surrounding him. Their void-like eyes pierced through him, seeing every memory, every fear. The last thing Daniel remembered was the cold. It wasn't just the temperature. It was a presence, a pressure that filled his chest and lungs. The shadows enveloped him, their forms stretching, twisting, folding into the room. The storm outside screamed, louder than ever, carrying the sound of his own terrified screams into the endless white wilderness. When the snow finally cleared days later, the cabin was empty. The fire had long gone out. There were no footprints outside, only smooth, undisturbed snow. Locals reported seeing the Subaru parked at the edge of the forest, engine warm, but no one had seen Daniel again. Some claimed they could hear a whisper in the wind during the next storm, faint and pleading, calling their names. Others said it was the shadows waiting, patient, hungry, and unstoppable. Every winter, when the storms return, travelers who take the back roads through Harlan speak of figures in the snow, tall, thin, faceless, circling silently, always watching, always waiting for the next lost soul to wander into the blizzard. Story the end. The first snow came late that November, soft and lazy, dusting the small town of Ashwood, Montana. By midday, it had thickened, blanketing streets, rooftops, and the skeletal trees surrounding the town. Most residents welcomed it, cozy and picturesque, unaware of what was coming. Luke Harper, a local handyman, had been called out to check a broken generator at the edge of town. He packed his truck with tools and a thermos of coffee, thinking the storm would be minor. By the time he reached the hillside road leading to the generator, the snow was already ankle-deep, and visibility was dropping fast. The wind cut across the open fields, carrying ice that stung his face and made every step feel like a battle. The generator was tucked against a stand of pines, half buried by the fast-accumulating snow. Luke struggled to start it, hands numb, teeth chattering. That's when he noticed something odd. Footprints in the snow, leading up from the tree line. At first, he assumed it was a hiker or hunter, but the prints were too large, too irregular. They didn't match a human stride. The snow around them was broken in odd patterns, as if something heavy had dragged itself across the ground. Luke's unease grew as the wind began to howl louder, carrying with it a faint, almost human wailing. He glanced up at the trees, shadows twisting in the blowing snow. A figure emerged, a man-shaped silhouette, pale, hunched, moving awkwardly through the drifts. Luke froze. The figure paused, lifted its head, and he saw its face. Eyes black voids, skin stretched tight, mouth open in a silent scream. Panicked, Luke grabbed his tools and ran back to his truck. The snow resisted every step, thick and unyielding, and the figure moved toward him faster than he could comprehend, almost gliding, silent. He jumped into the cab, started the engine, and sped down the snow-covered road. The storm whipped around him, gusts slamming the truck sideways. The figure appeared on the roadside, vanishing when he looked directly at it, only to reappear moments later, closer to him. By the time Luke reached Ashwood, the storm had worsened. Snow fell so hard it erased the landscape. Roads became invisible, and the power flickered across town. Families huddled in their homes, but even indoors, the wind brought a whispering that set teeth on edge. Luke told the local authorities about what he saw, but they laughed nervously, chalking it up to exhaustion and wind-induced hallucination. That night, the wind carried strange sounds, dragging, scratching, low moans. Luke couldn't sleep, staring out the window at the whiteness beyond. Occasionally, a pale face appeared in the drifting snow, pressing close, then vanishing into the storm. He kept the lights on, doors locked, but the sensation of being watched never left. By the second day, the storm had trapped the town. Roads were impassable, phone lines were down, and the generator Luke had repaired was the only source of heat for a few buildings near the edge of town. People began reporting missing pets, strange shadows moving in the snow, and eerie footprints that appeared overnight, leading from the woods toward the town. Luke and a few neighbors tried to organize search parties, but every venture into the storm ended in terror. Shapes moved just beyond sight, tall, thin, bending at impossible angles, sometimes appearing as human silhouettes, other times as unrecognizable masses. When chased, they would vanish, only to reappear where no one could have reached them. By the fourth day, panic had set in. The town's power failed completely. People huddled in homes using candles and fireplaces, but even the fire did not seem to keep the cold or the fear at bay. Outside, the snow seemed alive, forming faces and shapes that moved slowly, watching. Some residents whispered of hearing voices, calling names or warning them not to step outside. Luke witnessed it one evening. He had ventured to check on an elderly neighbor and saw a group of pale figures moving through the drifts. Their faces were frozen in terror, bodies bent unnaturally, eyes black and hollow. When they noticed him, they stopped, tilting their heads in unison, whispering his name. Frozen with fear, he could do nothing but watch as they glided closer, silent, inevitable. By the sixth day, desperation took over. Food was scarce. People tried to ration, but the storm showed no mercy. The snow moved unnaturally, drifting into shapes, forming paths that led nowhere. Luke and a small group barricaded themselves in the town hall, hoping to wait out the storm. They lit a massive fire in the fireplace and huddled together, listening to the wind. That night, the sounds came inside. Scratching at windows, knocking on doors, whispers through the cracks. Luke swore he saw shadows move across the walls independently of the firelight. One of the townspeople, elderly Mrs. Jensen, screamed, pointing at the corner of the room where a figure emerged, tall and pale, limbs bending impossibly. Its mouth opened, a hollow void, whispering, "Come outside, join us." Panic turned to chaos. People ran through the town hall, but the doors slammed shut of their own accord. The shadows moved with them, touching, brushing against skin, chilling to the bone. The fire sputtered and died. In the pitch darkness, Luke could hear the whispers multiply, overlapping, some soft and coaxing, some harsh and threatening. By the eighth day, only a handful survived. The storm never relented. Outside, the snow churned and moved, forming shapes that resembled humans, animals, sometimes both at once. They were patient, circling the town, waiting for anyone to venture out. Hunger, cold, and terror had made people delirious. Some wandered into the storm and never returned. Luke tried one last time to escape. He pushed through a drift, calling for anyone left, but the snow was alive. Figures emerged from it, their black eyes watching, mouths frozen in screams. He ran blindly, only to find himself back at the town hall. The whispers filled his mind, chanting, "You belong to us, you belong to us." When the storm finally lifted a week later, rescue teams arrived. The town of Ashwood was nearly empty. Those found alive were frostbitten, terrified, muttering about faces in the snow and voices that spoke in the wind. Buildings were buried under drifts, and the snowbanks were full of strange impressions. Twisted shapes, footprints that led nowhere, frozen faces peering from beneath the white. No one ever fully explained what happened in Ashwood. Some called it a freak blizzard. Others whispered of something older, something patient and hungry that lurks in the snow waiting for isolation and fear. And every winter, when the wind howls and the snowdrifts rise, the few survivors remember the storm and the faces in the white watching, waiting, patient as ever. Story the end. The snow started falling in the late afternoon, light and fluffy at first. dusting the evergreens that lined the narrow mountain road. Jake drove cautiously, his knuckles white on the steering wheel. His three friends, Lena, Mark, and Sophie, sat quietly, each lost in their own thoughts. The storm's approach, a silent tension pressing in on them. "This isn't too bad," Mark said, peering through the windshield. "We'll be at the cabin in an hour." Jake nodded, but he didn't share the same confidence. The road had begun to twist and narrow, disappearing into banks of snow, and the trees grew closer, bending under the weight of the storm. A sudden gust whipped across the hood of the car, and the branches overhead groaned. When they arrived at the cabin, the sky was already dark, thick with snow clouds. The small structure sat at the edge of the clearing, windows dark and silent. The surrounding forest pressed in from all sides, the trees heavy and lifeless under the accumulation of white. Inside, the cabin was rustic but welcoming. A fireplace crackled with dry wood, and the air smelled faintly of pine and soot. The friends unpacked, trying to shake off the cold and the creeping unease that came with isolation. But as night fell, the storm began in earnest. The wind howled, rattling the windows, shaking the cabin in its wooden frame. Lena paused in the hallway, listening. "Do you hear that?" she whispered. "What?" Jake asked, but even he felt a chill. A scratching sound came from outside, soft at first, then growing, deliberate, rhythmic. Something was circling the cabin, moving with an intelligence that set their teeth on edge. Mark tried to laugh it off. Probably a deer or a raccoon, relax. But none of them relaxed. The storm pressed against the walls with unnatural force. The tapping became knocking, then pounding, and shadows moved at the edges of the firelight in ways that made no sense. The snow outside shifted too perfectly, almost like it was alive. By the second night, the generator had failed, plunging the cabin into darkness, except for the dying fire. The storm outside intensified, and the noises began to form shapes, figures that seemed humanoid, tall, black silhouettes against the white, moving unnaturally fast. Sophie was the first to vanish. One moment she was sitting near the fire. The next, she was gone. The door was ajar, snow blowing inside, and faint footprints led into the blizzard, but they stopped abruptly as if swallowed by the snow. Panic set in. Lena and Mark tried to barricade doors and windows with furniture, but the storm seemed to anticipate every move. The snow pressed against the walls, forming unnatural patterns, and the whispers began, soft at first, calling their names, then growing louder, more taunting, feeding on fear. By the third night, Mark was gone. Lena hid in the bedroom, shivering, listening to the storm's intelligent fury. It wasn't just weather, it had a mind, a purpose. The whispers had entered her thoughts, convincing her to step into the storm. When she finally did, the forest around her had changed. The trees seemed alive, twisting and bending, creating pathways that led nowhere. Shadows moved at impossible speeds. She could hear the whispers all around her, speaking of secrets, regrets, and fears. The snow was deeper than her legs could manage, yet it shifted to allow passage, as if the storm itself guided her toward its center. Hours, or maybe days, passed. Time lost all meaning. The storm became a living entity, alive with hunger and patience, consuming sound, thought, and movement. Lena saw the faceless figures in the blizzard, standing tall and unmoving, yet aware of her every step. Eventually, she could go no further. The snow enveloped her completely, the whispers flooding her mind, bending reality around her. She became part of the storm, another lost soul trapped in the white expanse, her fear fueling its intelligence. The cabin remains buried under snow each winter, a silent sentinel in the mountains. Travelers who pass by in winter sometimes report sudden blizzards, shadows moving just beyond their headlights, and voices whispering names in the wind. Those who approach too closely rarely return, and when they do, they speak of a storm that watches, that waits, that consumes. The storm never ends. It grows with each lost soul, patient and eternal, seeking the next travelers foolish enough to wander into the mountains. Story the end. The storm came without warning that February morning. In the small town of Frost Hollow, Idaho, the winter had been mild so far, and most residents hadn't bothered preparing for anything serious. By midday, however, snow was falling thick and fast, driven by a wind that cut through layers of clothing like knives. Visibility dropped to near nothing within hours. Mark Daniels, a trucker hauling supplies from Boise to the town, was on the highway when the first real gusts hit. He'd driven these roads countless times, but this storm was different. Snow whipped across the asphalt in sheets, and ice formed instantly under his tires. His headlights barely pierced the whiteout. The radio crackled with warnings: blizzard conditions, roads impassable, travel not advised. Mark ignored it at first, thinking he could make it before the worst hit. He didn't. By mid-afternoon, the truck began to slide. Mark fought for control, tires spinning, the rig swerving dangerously close to the edge of a steep embankment. Suddenly, something, he couldn't tell what, darted across the road. He slammed the brakes, but the truck skidded into a ditch. Snow filled the cab, and the wind howled outside like a living thing. Mark tried to call for help, but there was no signal. The storm had swallowed the mountains. He grabbed his coat and flashlight, trudging through the drifts, hoping to reach a maintenance shack nearby. The snow was waist-deep, icy gusts slamming into him like fists. That's when he noticed the footprints, or rather, the absence of them. The snow around him wasn't smooth. It seemed disturbed in unnatural patterns, lines and dips that made no sense. Hours passed before he found the shack. It was small, half-buried, with icicles hanging like fangs from the roof. Inside, the air was stale but dry. He lit the wood stove, but something felt wrong. The silence wasn't peaceful, it was heavy, oppressive. Outside, the wind carried low, almost human wails, distant but unmistakable. That night, Mark swore he heard movement just outside the shack. Branches cracked under invisible weight. Then came scratching at the door. He froze, flashlight trembling in his hands. Slowly, deliberately, a pale figure appeared in the doorway, skin tight over its face, eyes black as coal, limbs bending at angles no human body should. It tilted its head, staring, mouth opening in a silent scream. Mark fired the shotgun he had in the truck. The figure vanished, leaving nothing but the scraping of snow. Heart pounding, he barricaded the door, but the storm seemed to seep into the building itself, cold and alive. The whispers began then, soft, insistent, repeating his name. Over the next 2 days, Mark ran low on supplies. The storm had grown relentless, white walls of snow cutting him off completely. Shapes appeared in the drifts outside, tall, thin silhouettes moving unnaturally fast, appearing and disappearing at will. He tried to stay awake, but the exhaustion and cold played tricks on his mind. On the third day, he ventured outside to attempt a path toward Frost Hollow. The snow seemed alive, twisting underfoot, forming faces that moaned silently, bodies bent at impossible angles, watching him. Every step he took led him back to the shack, as if the storm itself had rearranged the landscape. Night fell again, and the whispers became voices, hundreds of them overlapping, echoing in his skull. "Join us! Join us!" He barricaded himself in the shack's small bedroom, shaking, praying for daylight. Sleep was impossible. He knew the figures would come. By the fourth day, Mark's food was gone. The storm outside was constant, but the shadows inside the shack were worse. Pale figures now emerged from walls, floor, and ceiling, standing silently, tilting their heads in unnatural ways. One leaned close, whispering directly into his ear, "You belong to the snow." Mark ran, desperate, into the storm, hoping to escape, but the world outside was unrecognizable. Snowdrifts moved like living things, twisting into shapes, faces, bodies, all frozen in terror. The wind carried whisper calling his name, guiding him, trapping him. The figures followed, circling, patient, silent, except for the wind's chorus. On the fifth day, Mark collapsed in exhaustion. He had wandered miles through the blizzard, but everything led back to the shack, or near it. When he tried to climb a ridge for better visibility, he saw them clearly for the first time. Dozens of pale, twisted figures moving through the snow, faces frozen in silent screams, limbs bending impossibly. They weren't chasing him. They were waiting, patient, relentless. The last thing Mark remembered was being swallowed by the snow, after the whispers filling his mind, the figures surrounding him, tilting their heads, eyes black and endless. Time lost meaning. Hunger, cold, and terror melded into one unending moment. Weeks later, when rescue teams finally penetrated the blizzard's aftermath, they found the shack empty. No trace of Mark Daniels remained. The snow around the building was churned into strange, unnatural patterns, footprints and depressions that led nowhere. Residents of Frost Hollow whispered of the white blizzard, a storm that didn't just bury the town. It watched, waited, and sometimes took what it wanted. Every winter since, when the wind howls through the Idaho mountains, the people of Frost Hollow remember Mark Daniels and the figures in the snow, patient and eternal, waiting for the next soul caught in their white prison. Story the end. The wind had been picking up all evening, but nobody in the small town of Frost Hollow thought much of it. Snowstorms were common this far north, even in late November. By midnight, though, it became clear this was no ordinary storm. The snow fell thick and heavy, whipping sideways across the streets, piling in drifts high enough to swallow cars. The howling wind seemed to carry a voice, though no one could tell whose. Tyler McKenna was driving home from a delivery run for the local hardware store, navigating the back roads that twisted through frozen forests and fields. He had driven these roads countless times, but tonight, the storm made every familiar turn feel alien. The headlights barely penetrated the curtain of white, and the lines of the road disappeared under the snow. He eased his old truck along cautiously, tires crunching on ice beneath the fresh drifts. Halfway through the forest stretch, the truck hit a patch of ice and skidded off the road. Tyler slammed on the brakes, but it was useless. The vehicle slid sideways into a snowbank. He cursed, shivering in the freezing air as he tried to dig the tires free. The snow sucked at his boots, thick and heavy, and the wind tore at his jacket like claws. Every step away from the truck seemed to push him back, as if the storm itself were holding him in place. As he struggled, Tyler noticed a figure in the distance, standing at the edge of the road. At first, he thought it was a stranded traveler, but the shape was too still, too deliberate. When he blinked, it seemed to vanish, only to reappear closer than it had been before. His heart pounded. He scrambled back into the truck, locking the doors and starting the engine. The tires spun uselessly for a moment, then, miraculously, he freed the vehicle. He drove faster, desperate to escape the storm, but the forest around him seemed endless. Snow clung to the windshield in sheets, and the wipers struggled to keep a path clear. That's when he noticed the tracks beside the road, footprints pressed deep into the snow, far too large for any human. They were clawed, uneven, and they didn't follow any straight line. They moved in circles, around the trees, toward the edge of the road, and toward him. Tyler's panic escalated. He pressed the accelerator harder, but every time he glanced in the rearview mirror, he saw the shadows. They were tall, thin figures, moving effortlessly through the snow. Sometimes they flickered, like light catching on glass. Sometimes they were fully formed, standing in the road ahead, blocking him, only to vanish as he swerved to avoid them. He realized with a growing sense of horror that these were not human. They were something older, something patient and cruel. He spotted a small cabin just off the road, light flickering in the window. Desperate, he pulled in and ran inside. The door barely closed behind him before a violent gust of wind slammed it shut. The warmth of a small stove did little to calm his shaking body. Outside, the storm continued, but now he could hear it. Low scraping, like claws against wood circling the cabin. The first night passed in terror. Tyler didn't sleep, listening to every creak and groan of the cabin as the wind tore at its walls. Every so often, he thought he saw figures moving outside the windows, their black shapes shifting in the drifting snow. He wanted to leave, but the storm had buried the road entirely, and the footprints, hundreds of them now, had circled the cabin, endless and unbroken. By the second day, his food and water were running low. The figures became bolder, approaching closer, leaving deep marks in the snow where the drifts piled highest. Tyler tried to call for help on his phone, but there was no signal. He was completely isolated, trapped in the storm with something watching, waiting. The third night brought something worse. The wind died, leaving an unnatural, suffocating silence. Tyler heard movement inside the cabin, though he was alone. The scratching at the walls intensified, as if something were trying to force its way in. Shadows danced in the corners of his eyes, always disappearing when he looked directly. He armed himself with a fireplace poker, shaking as he circled the small room, trying to convince himself he could survive. When morning came, the storm had lessened slightly, but the world outside was unrecognizable. Snow had piled in impossible heights. He dared to look outside. The footprints were gone. For a moment, he felt relief, but then he noticed the trees. Every single one was carved with strange markings, deep gouges that had not been there before. And at the edge of the clearing, he saw them. Dozens of tall, thin silhouettes, faceless, watching him from the edge of the forest. Tyler knew he couldn't survive in the cabin forever. As night fell again, the figures moved closer. They didn't walk. They glided, perfectly silent, across the drifts. He tried to flee in the truck, but the snow was too deep, and the figures were everywhere. No matter which way he turned, they were blocking him. He ran into the forest, hoping to lose them in the trees, but they were patient, waiting for him at every clearing, in every shadow. Exhaustion overtook him. He tripped, falling into the snow, and looked up at the shapes looming above him. Their void-like faces offered no expression, only the certainty of his fate. Tyler screamed, pounding the snow, trying to fight, but it was useless. The storm had consumed everything: roads, forest, logic. The figures surrounded him, pressing in, moving as one with the blizzard itself. When the townspeople eventually ventured out after the storm cleared, they found the cabin empty. Snowdrifts surrounded it, untouched by footprints, except for strange, massive marks that led in a spiral out into the woods and then abruptly vanished. No trace of Tyler was ever found. Some claimed they heard whispers in the wind when another storm blew through Frost Hollow, faintly calling a name no one alive would recognize. And on those nights, travelers reported seeing shapes in the snow, tall, thin, faceless, circling endlessly, waiting for the next unfortunate soul. Story the end. The snow began falling in the late afternoon, light at first, settling gently on the narrow mountain road. The sky was gray and heavy, and a cold wind swept through the pines lining the edges of the forest. Alex drove cautiously, his hands gripping the wheel, while his friends, Rachel, Ben, and Claire, sat quietly, the tension in the car growing with each mile. "This storm looks worse than the forecast," Rachel said, peering through the windshield. "Don't worry," Alex replied, trying to sound confident. "We'll be at the cabin soon. It's just a little snow." But the road grew treacherous quickly. Snowflakes swirled so thickly that the trees became shadows and the road curves vanished beneath white drifts. Each gust of wind shook the SUV as though the forest itself were alive, testing them, watching them. By the time they reached the cabin, night had fallen completely. The small wooden structure sat in a clearing, surrounded by trees bowed under the weight of the snow. The windows were dark, the silence pressing down, broken only by the whistling wind. Inside, the cabin felt safe at first. They lit the fireplace, unpacked, and settled in, trying to ignore the storm raging outside. But as darkness deepened, an unsettling feeling grew. The wind carried strange sounds, soft taps and scratches along the walls, like someone circling outside. "Probably just branches," Ben said, though he didn't sound convincing. But the noises continued, growing more deliberate. Shadows flickered in the firelight, bending in impossible ways. Rachel froze as she thought she saw a figure outside the window, tall and black against the snow, vanishing the moment she blinked. By the second night, the generator had failed, leaving the cabin in near darkness. The storm outside intensified. The tapping and scratching became pounding, like something testing the walls, pushing against them. The snow piled against the cabin as though alive, sealing any chance of escape. Then came the whispers, low at first, almost imperceptible, calling their names, speaking in broken sentences that made no sense. Each whisper carried intent, feeding on their fear. The storm had grown intelligent, patient, and merciless. Claire was the first to disappear. Her scream was muffled instantly by the blizzard when she stepped outside to investigate a strange sound. Alex and the others called for her, but the snow swallowed her voice. Her footprints in the snow ended abruptly, vanishing as though she had been absorbed by the storm itself. Panic consumed the remaining three. They barricaded doors and windows with furniture, but the storm seemed to anticipate every move. Shapes shifted just beyond the firelight, and the whispers grew louder, echoing through their minds, revealing fears and regrets. By the third night, Ben vanished while trying to clear the snow from the doorway. Alex and Rachel huddled together, shivering, trying to stay awake. The storm had become more than weather. It was a sentient force, alive with hunger and patience. Rachel finally understood the truth. The storm didn't want them to escape. It wanted to claim them, to fold them into itself. The whispers guided them, drawing their attention, shaping their thoughts, and bending reality around the cabin. On the fourth day, Alex followed Rachel into the blinding snow, thinking they could survive together. But the world outside had changed. The trees twisted impossibly, snowdrifts shifted with purpose, and shadows moved unnaturally fast. The whispers surrounded them, promising warmth, safety, and then death. By nightfall, the storm had them both. Time lost all meaning. Their screams dissolved into the wind, consumed by the snow, and the cabin stood empty, dark, buried under fresh drifts. Travelers who pass the mountains in winter sometimes speak of a sudden blizzard that appears out of nowhere, of whispers carried on the wind, of shadows moving in impossible ways. Few who approach the cabin ever return, and those who do are never the same, haunted by a storm that is alive, patient, and eternal. The storm waits. Always. Story the end. The snow began falling on Cedar Ridge like a slow, quiet warning. At first, it was just a dusting, soft, and almost pleasant. But by midday, the storm had grown fierce. Wind shred the trees, bending them under icy weight, and flakes stung any exposed skin. The small town of Cedar Ridge, Montana, was cut off before anyone realized it. Tom Reynolds, a local foreman, had been finishing a job clearing a landslide outside town. He knew the mountains well, knew that winter storms could arrive suddenly, but this one was different. The highway back to town had disappeared beneath deep drifts, and visibility was near zero. He drove cautiously, headlights cutting weakly through the gray-white haze. The radio squawked warnings, but the signal kept fading in and out. Hours into his drive, Tom saw movement in the snow, figures crossing the road ahead, hunched and slow. He swerved violently to avoid them, tires spinning, and his truck skidded into a ditch. He jumped out, lungs burning in the cold, flashlight in hand, trying to locate the road again. The figures were gone, or so he thought. Their footprints were everywhere, yet no human could have made them. The spacing was off, the gait wrong, and some seemed to sink unnaturally deep, as if the snow itself had swallowed them. By the time he reached the edge of town, the storm had enveloped everything. Streets were invisible, cars buried under several feet of snow. Residents who ventured outside had returned hours later with stories of shadows moving just beyond the drifts, strange shapes bending in ways impossible for the human body. Most laughed off the fear, attributing it to the storm, but Tom could feel it in his bones. This storm was alive. That night, he huddled in his cabin on the outskirts of Cedar Ridge. The wind outside carried low, eerie moans, and he could swear the snow itself shifted, crawling across the ground. He lit a fire, trying to stave off the cold and the creeping dread, but it was no use. The shadows inside the cabin seemed to lengthen and twist, stretching in impossible Stretching impulse. Around midnight, there was a soft tapping at the window. At first, he thought it was branches, but the tapping repeated in a deliberate pattern. He approached cautiously. When he shined his flashlight, he saw a pale face, eyes black and endless, pressed against the glass. The mouth opened, forming words he couldn't hear, yet he understood perfectly. "Come outside." Panic set in. Tom grabbed his rifle and bolted the doors, but the whispers started then, carried on the wind through every crack, echoing inside his skull. "Come, join us. We're waiting." Sleep became impossible. Every hour stretched endlessly, and the storm outside refused to relent. The next morning, desperate, Tom ventured out, hoping to reach neighbors or at least gather supplies. The snow had grown deeper, forming strange, rolling shapes that resembled twisted bodies frozen mid-stride. He stumbled over one and recoiled, discovering it was real. Flesh, cold and stiff, eyes wide open in silent terror. He realized then that the storm had trapped others here before him. By the third day, hunger and cold had dulled his mind. The storm was no longer just snow. It was movement, sound, life. Figures emerged from the drifts in impossible numbers, pale, with limbs bent at wrong angles, faces frozen in screams. They didn't walk, they glided, slipping over the snow, surrounding him. Whenever he turned, one would vanish, only to appear in another spot closer than before. By the fourth day, Tom was retreating back to his cabin, dragging himself through drifts taller than him. He barely noticed the shapes forming from the snow itself, figures rising from the drifts like frozen statues, faces twisted in agony reaching silently toward him. His mind fractured under the unending whispers, the pressure of the storm, and the impossibility of escape. That night, the snow ceased falling, but the storm didn't end. Figures pressed against every window, every door, their black eyes staring, mouths open in silent, endless screams. He barricaded himself inside, but the whispers became voices, chanting, overlapping, calling his name, promising release if he stepped outside. On the fifth day, Tom attempted to flee into the mountains. Every step took him in a circle. Every ridge he climbed revealed more figures, pale and patient, gliding toward him, their mouths moving soundlessly. The wind carried 1,000 voices, echoing his fears, calling his name, beckoning him into the snow. Exhausted, he fell, buried up to his waist in a drift that seemed to swallow him alive. The figures circled, silent but expectant, tilting their heads as he struggled, until finally he could move no more. When a search party reached Cedar Ridge weeks later, they found the town largely untouched, except for deep, unnatural impressions in the snow surrounding the cabin and leading into the woods. There were no signs of Tom Reynolds, just the snow itself, frozen in strange, twisted patterns, as if it had absorbed him into its whiteness. The survivors spoke in whispers of the storm that took him, warning that it was not mere weather, but something older, patient, and hungry, waiting for the next unwary traveler caught alone in the mountains. Every winter, when snow falls thick and winds howl through Cedar Ridge, residents swear they can hear whispers in the drifts, calling names, tilting heads, waiting, and those foolish enough to wander into the storm sometimes never return. Story the end. The first snow of the season came quietly, dusting the town of Maplewood, Michigan, in a thin white layer. By midnight, it had turned into a relentless blizzard, winds shrieking through the streets, piling snow into drifts that swallowed cars and fences alike. The residents huddled in their homes, unaware of the danger creeping in with the storm. Jacob Riley was driving back from a late-night shift at the local sawmill, the roads winding through thick forests and frozen fields. He was used to winter storms. He had lived in the area his entire life. But this one felt different. The wind didn't just howl. It seemed to whisper, carrying faint, unintelligible voices that made his stomach knot. Snowflakes slapped against the windshield like needles, and the headlights barely penetrated the white haze. About 20 miles from town, the Subaru hit a patch of black ice and spun sideways, sliding off the road into a shallow ditch. Jacob cursed, fighting the steering wheel, but it was useless. He stepped out, the cold instantly biting through his coat. The snow was waist-deep in places, the wind pushing him sideways as he struggled to dig the car free. That's when he noticed footprints in the fresh snow, enormous, clawed, and moving in circles around the car. His heart hammered. He looked around the dark forest that pressed in on both sides of the road, the trees bending under the weight of snow, their branches scraping the ground like fingers. The footprints weren't human. They were too long, too deep, and they moved with an unnerving, deliberate rhythm. He shook his head, telling himself it had to be a deer or a hallucination from exhaustion, but instinct screamed at him that it wasn't. Jacob forced himself back into the car. The engine roared to life, and he spun the tires, finally freeing it from the snowbank. He drove blindly, praying to make it back to the safety of town, but the storm seemed alive, each gust of wind pushing him off the road into the thick forest. And then he saw it. A figure at the edge of the headlights. Tall, impossibly thin, hunched with long limbs that bent at strange angles. Its face was featureless, a smooth void. Panic surged through him. He swerved violently, and the figure disappeared, only to reappear closer, gliding silently across the snow toward him. The car lurched over ice and drift, nearly flipping. He slammed on the brakes, heart racing, and tried to think. There was no way to outrun it. The forest was endless, the snowstorm unrelenting, and the figure moved with the storm itself. Hours passed. Darkness and snow blurred into one unending nightmare. Jacob finally spotted a faint glow in the distance, an abandoned hunting cabin. Desperate, he drove toward it, the tires struggling in deep drifts. He abandoned the car and ran inside, slamming the door behind him. The warmth from a small wood stove barely penetrated the freezing air, but it was enough to stop his teeth from chattering. He barricaded the door with a heavy table and chairs, knowing the figure outside could crush wood with ease if it wished. The night stretched on. The wind outside screamed like a living thing. Jacob could hear scratching on the cabin walls, faint at first, then growing louder, as if claws were trying to breach the barrier. Shadows flickered across the small room, though there was no one there. He tried to stay awake, armed with a fireplace poker, eyes darting from window to window. Every time he thought the danger had passed, the scratching would return, closer, more insistent. By morning, snow piled high against the cabin walls. The storm had quieted slightly, leaving an eerie silence. Jacob dared to peek outside. Footprints led away from the cabin into the woods, enormous and clawed, stopping suddenly in the middle of the drifts. And then he saw them. Dozens of tall, thin shapes moving effortlessly through the snow, surrounding the cabin at a distance, always watching. Jacob knew he couldn't stay. He tried the car, now half buried in drifts, but the figures were there instantly, circling it, never touching the vehicle, but making escape impossible. He ran into the forest, hoping to lose them among the twisted, snow-laden trees, but they moved with him, always appearing ahead, beside, behind. Their faceless forms were relentless, patient, and impossibly fast. Exhaustion overtook him. Jacob fell to the snow, shivering violently. The figures surrounded him, black voids where eyes should be staring into his very soul. He swung the poker, clawed at the shapes, screamed, yet the storm swallowed it all. The snow shifted unnaturally beneath them, forming ridges that trapped him like a cage. And then the wind carried a single guttural whisper. His name. When search crews eventually ventured into the forest days later, all they found were his footprints, circling the cabin and the Subaru, abandoned and half-buried. Jacob was gone. Locals whispered about the blizzard, claiming the storm had claimed another soul. And every winter, when heavy snow falls and the wind screams through the trees, travelers report seeing figures in the snow, tall, thin, faceless, circling endlessly, waiting for the next person foolish enough to enter the storm. Story, the end. The snow started falling around noon, soft flakes drifting lazily from a heavy gray sky. At first, it seemed picturesque, the kind of winter day people post pictures of on social media. But by the time Claire, David, and their two friends, Megan and Luis, drove off the highway into the backwoods of the Adirondacks, the snow had thickened into a dense, blinding curtain. "This isn't looking good," Claire said, squinting through the windshield. "We're barely seeing the road." "It's fine," David said, gripping the wheel tighter. "The cabin's not far now, just a few more miles." The narrow mountain road twisted between snow-laden pines. Every gust of wind seemed to push the car sideways, and shadows appeared at the edge of visibility. Branches? Or something else moving too quickly to be identified. Megan shivered, pulling her jacket tighter, and Luis muttered under his breath that he didn't like how quiet it had gotten. The cabin appeared at the crest of a hill, dark and silent, surrounded by towering evergreens. Snow already pressed against its walls and windows. The friends hurried inside, laughing nervously as if the humor could mask their unease. The warmth of the fireplace was immediate but insufficient. The storm outside roared, shaking the cabin with gusts that sounded almost alive. By nightfall, the noises began. At first, soft scratches on the walls, then taps at the doors. Something moved around the cabin, circling, deliberate, patient. David tried to reassure everyone. "It's just the wind, branches, snow settling, nothing to worry about." But they knew better. The snow outside moved unnaturally, drifts forming where none should have, patterns that looked almost like footprints. Shadows flickered along the walls when the firelight caught them just right, bending and twisting in ways that defied logic. By the second night, the generator had failed, plunging the cabin into near darkness. The storm pressed against every wall, every window, relentless. And then the whispers began, faint, indistinct, just beyond the edges of hearing. At first, it seemed random, but soon the whispers became intelligible, calling names, speaking of secrets, fears, sins. Luis was the first to vanish. He had ventured near the door to see what the storm looked like from outside. A scream tore through the cabin and into the blizzard, but then silence. His footprints in the snow ended abruptly, swallowed by the storm. Panic set in for the remaining three. They barricaded doors and windows with furniture, but the storm seemed aware, responding, moving as if alive. Shapes moved just beyond the firelight, tall, humanoid, shadowy figures that appeared and disappeared instantly. The whispers grew louder, more urgent, filling their minds, turning fear into something physical, a weight pressing down on their chests. By the third night, Megan disappeared while trying to clear snow from the porch. Claire and David hid together in the living room, shivering, exhausted, knowing that the storm was no longer just weather. It had intelligence, patience, intent. It was waiting. On the fourth day, David finally lost control. The whispers had guided him, coaxed him into stepping outside. Claire watched helplessly as he vanished into the blinding white, his scream fading instantly. Alone, Claire realized that the storm had claimed them all. Every attempt to resist was futile. The snowdrifts shifted around her feet as if alive. The whispers promised warmth, promised safety, but only led her deeper into the blizzard. Shadows moved independently of the wind, faceless figures lurking at the periphery of her vision. Hours, or perhaps days, passed. Time ceased to exist. The storm folded her into itself, consuming mind and body. The cabin remained, buried in snow each winter, empty but alive, waiting for the next travelers. Locals speak of sudden blizzards, of voices calling names, of figures glimpsed at the edge of vision. Few who enter the mountains during winter ever return, and those who do speak of a storm that watches, waits, and takes. The storm never ends. It grows with each lost soul, patient and eternal. Story, the end. The snow started as a fine dusting that morning, barely noticeable against the gray Montana sky. By noon, it had thickened into a relentless flurry, and by evening it was a full-blown blizzard, swallowing the small town of Black Hollow in white. The wind tore through the streets, rattling shutters, bending trees, and howling in a voice that sounded almost alive. Jake Thompson had been driving home from a delivery in Missoula, hauling propane tanks to the northern edge of town. He had been on the road for hours, and the storm caught him mid-pass. The highway had disappeared beneath snowdrifts that rose taller than his truck tires, ice slick beneath the weight of the accumulating snow. Visibility was near zero. Radio warnings cut in and out. Severe blizzard, roads impassable, seek shelter. Jake ignored them, thinking he could make it home, but the storm was faster than he anticipated. He rounded a bend and saw movement through the white. A figure appeared in the middle of the road, hunched and swaying unnaturally. He swerved violently, tires spinning, and the truck collided with the guardrail. The impact sent a spray of snow across the windshield. The figure was gone, or so he thought. When he climbed out to survey the damage, he noticed footprints in the snow, uneven and twisted, leading away from the road and into the forest. Jake abandoned the truck and trudged through waist-deep snow toward a distant light he thought was a cabin. The storm seemed to shift the landscape as he walked. Every path he tried led him back toward the truck or the edge of the woods, as though the snow itself were alive, rearranging the forest around him. He finally reached an old hunting lodge, half buried, its roof sagging under the weight of ice. Inside, the air was stale but dry. He built a fire, trying to chase off the chill and the creeping unease that had settled in his chest. The wind outside carried strange sounds, low moans and scratching, almost human in nature. Shadows cast by the fire twisted unnaturally along the walls. He tried to ignore them, but the sense of being watched was constant, suffocating. Late that night, the knocking began. Soft, deliberate, at the front door. Jake froze. He grabbed his rifle and crept toward it. The knocking stopped, replaced by a whispering, carried through cracks in the wood. "Jake, come outside." He spun the flashlight toward the door. For a moment, there was nothing. Then a pale face appeared at the window, eyes black and endless, mouth opening in a silent scream. Jake fired the rifle, but the figure vanished into the snow. He bolted the doors, but the whispers persisted, echoing inside his skull, overlapping in impossible layers. By the second day, Jake had run out of food. The storm had grown worse. Snowdrifts towered over his head and figures moved just beyond the cabin, gliding silently through the white, bending at unnatural angles. Sometimes he could swear he saw faces pressed against the snow itself, staring, tilting their heads as though mocking him. On the third day, he attempted to leave, hoping to reach Black Hollow. Every path led him in circles. The snow itself seemed to pulse and shift, forming shapes and shadows that should not exist. He tripped over a frozen body, half buried, eyes wide in terror. His stomach turned as he realized he wasn't the first or last to be caught by the storm. By the fourth night, the wind inside the cabin seemed alive. Figures emerged from the corners of the room, pale and impossibly tall, limbs bending in ways that made his stomach lurch. Their faces were frozen in screams, mouths moving soundlessly. The whispers grew, soft and coaxing, then harsh and demanding. "Join us. Stay with us." Desperation forced Jake outside one last time. The blizzard had transformed the landscape into something alien. The trees were bent unnaturally, snowdrifts moving like living creatures. Figures rose from the drifts themselves, pale and silent, black eyes fixed on him. He ran blindly, falling into a hollow that the snow seemed to swallow instantly. Time lost meaning. The snow and wind became a single, overwhelming presence, the figures always surrounding him, tilting their heads, waiting. Hunger, fear, and cold melded into a single, unending sensation. When search teams arrived weeks later, they found the lodge empty. No trace of Jake Thompson remained. The snow around it bore strange impressions, twisted footprints, depressions, and shapes that led nowhere. Locals whispered about the White Hollow Storm, a blizzard that didn't just bury the town. It watched, it waited, it claimed those who dared travel alone. Every winter, when the wind howls and the snow rises over Black Hollow, residents swear they hear whispers calling names through the drifts, and they know that the storm is still patient, still hungry, still waiting. Story the end. The snow came early that year, falling in thick, relentless sheets across the northern plains of Minnesota. By late evening, it had turned from gentle flakes to a full-blown blizzard, winds screaming through the forests, piling drifts higher than a man's head. The town of Silver Creek was small, almost forgotten, and the residents stayed indoors, watching the storm from behind frost-covered windows. Ryan Caldwell was driving home from a late-night shift at a convenience store, a narrow, snow-covered road stretching for miles through dense pine woods. He was used to winter storms, but something about this one felt different. The air was heavy, oppressive, carrying a strange metallic scent that made his stomach twist. Snow swirled around his car, headlights barely illuminating the road. Every gust of wind rattled the old sedan, threatening to push it off the narrow path. About 20 miles from town, Ryan skidded on a patch of ice, spinning sideways before slamming into a snowbank. He cursed under his breath, trying to dig the tires free, but the snow was deep and unyielding. His boots sank into the drifts, and the wind whipped around him like claws. As he bent down to check the tires, he noticed tracks in the fresh snow, enormous, deep, clawed footprints that led into the woods beside the road. A shiver ran down his spine. The tracks were too large for any human, too deliberate to be an animal. Panic set in, and he scrambled back into the car, locking the doors. The engine roared to life, spinning the tires, and finally he freed himself from the snowbank. He pressed on, hoping to reach the safety of town, but the storm seemed alive, pushing him sideways, obscuring every turn. Then he saw it, a dark figure standing at the edge of the headlights. Tall, thin, hunched, limbs bending at impossible angles. Its face was smooth, featureless, a black void staring into him. Ryan's breath hitched, and he swerved violently, the figure vanishing only to appear closer on the road ahead. His heart pounded as he realized he wasn't going to outrun it. The storm itself seemed to carry it, guiding it silently through the drifts. Hours, or maybe minutes, passed in a white nightmare. Ryan's car hit more snowbanks, spun and skidded, every attempt to escape thwarted by the relentless wind and snow. Finally, he spotted a faint glow through the drifts. An abandoned hunting cabin, the faint flicker of a lantern inside. Desperate, he drove toward it, tires struggling in the thick snow. He abandoned the car and ran inside, slamming the door behind him. The warmth of a small wood stove was barely enough to stave off the cold. He barricaded the door with heavy furniture, heart racing, breath fogging in the frigid air. The night stretched endlessly. The wind screamed outside, and Ryan could hear scratching at the walls, faint at first, then growing louder, like claws dragging across wood. Shadows flickered across the room, too fast to be seen clearly. He gripped a fireplace poker, circling the cabin, every sense on high alert. Every time he thought the danger had passed, the scratching would resume, closer, more insistent. By the third night, Ryan's food and water were almost gone. The figures outside had grown bolder, approaching the cabin with patient deliberation, leaving deep marks in the snow where the drifts piled highest. He tried to call for help, but there was no signal. He realized with a growing terror that he was completely alone, trapped with something patient, something unnatural. The fourth night brought silence. The storm had lessened, leaving the world eerily still. Ryan dared to peek out. The footprints in the snow circled the cabin, stopping suddenly, then continuing again as if checking for him. And then he saw them. Dozens of black, faceless shapes, tall and thin, moving effortlessly through the drifts, their void-like eyes fixed on him. Desperation overtook him. He grabbed the car keys, hoping to escape, but the Subaru was buried beneath drifts, blocked on all sides. He ran into the forest, trying to lose them among the twisted, snow-laden trees, but they moved with him, appearing at every clearing, every shadow. They didn't walk, they glided, silent and relentless, patient as the storm itself. Exhaustion finally claimed him. Ryan collapsed into the snow, shivering violently. The figures surrounded him, pressing in, their presence a suffocating cold that filled his chest and lungs. He swung the poker, clawed at the shapes, screamed. But the storm swallowed everything. The snow shifted beneath them, forming ridges that trapped him. And then he heard it. A guttural whisper, low and unrelenting, calling his name. When the townspeople ventured out after the storm passed, the cabin was empty. The car was half buried, the drifts pristine around it. Ryan was gone. Some claimed the storm had claimed him. Others whispered that the shadows had taken him, patient and eternal. And every winter, when the wind screams through the pines and snow falls thick and relentless, travelers report seeing shapes in the drifts, tall, thin, faceless, circling endlessly, waiting for the next unlucky soul. Story the end. The snow arrived slowly at first, just a whisper of white against the mountains surrounding Red Pine, Montana. By late morning, it had thickened into a relentless storm, blanketing the town in silence, broken only by the howling wind. The temperature dropped sharply, the air biting and heavy, carrying the smell of frost and pine. Alex Carter had been driving back from a supply run to the next town over. He had made this drive countless times, but the storm arrived faster than the forecast had predicted. The highway disappeared under snowdrifts that seemed to grow with every passing minute. Visibility was almost zero. His truck struggled through the icy surface, wheels sliding and spinning. A radio advisory came through briefly. Severe blizzard conditions. Travel not advised. Seek immediate shelter. Then static swallowed the message. By mid-afternoon, the storm had become violent. Alex tried to follow the highway, but snow had erased it completely. He caught movement in the white, a dark shape at the edge of the road. Tires skidded. He swerved violently, narrowly avoiding a collision, and the truck came to a shuddering stop against a snowbank. The shape was gone, but the tracks remained. They were too large, too irregular to be human, stretching off into the blizzard. Alex abandoned the truck, grabbing a small backpack with essentials. He trudged through the waist-deep snow, hoping to find the old hunting cabin his uncle had built in the woods. The storm seemed alive, moving the landscape as he went, erasing paths, hiding landmarks, creating new drifts that trapped him with every step. The wind carried low moans and whispers, faint at first, then clearer. "Alex, come." Night fell, and he reached the cabin, half buried and creaking under the weight of ice. Inside, the air was stale and bitterly cold despite a small wood stove. He lit a fire and tried to settle, but the shadows cast by the flames danced strangely across the walls, forming shapes that were not his own. The wind outside carried scratching and faint, deliberate knocks. Around midnight, Alex heard a whisper through the wall cracks. "Open the door. Join us." He gripped his rifle and shone the flashlight on the front door. At the edge of the snow, a pale figure appeared. Skin tight over the face, eyes black and hollow, limbs bending unnaturally. Its mouth moved, but no sound came out. He fired the rifle, the report echoing, but the figure vanished. Over the next 2 days, the storm trapped him. The snow outside was alive, moving, twisting into figures and faces. Shadows pressed against the cabin, tilting heads, black eyes watching. Hunger gnawed at him, and the cold seeped deeper into his bones. Every time he tried to leave, the landscape shifted, paths disappearing, or looping back to the cabin. The storm wasn't weather. It was a predator, patient, intelligent, waiting. On the third night, the scratching and whispers grew louder. Figures appeared inside the cabin, emerging from corners, walls, floor. They were tall, pale, with limbs bending impossibly. Mouths opened in silent screams. Alex tried to barricade himself in a room, but the whispers echoed in his mind. "Come. Stay. Join us." By the fourth day, delirium set in. He ventured outside, hoping to escape, but the snow had become a living thing, forming grotesque shapes, some human, some not. Figures rose from the drifts themselves, black eyes fixed on him, tilting their heads, patient, silent. He ran blindly, falling into a drift that swallowed him waist deep. The whispers became unbearable, overlapping voices, calling, coaxing, commanding. The last thing Alex remembered was the snow closing over him, the cold biting into his skin, the figures pressing closer, their mouths moving silently. The wind carried 1,000 names in a single gust, all calling for him, all patient, all eternal. Weeks later, rescue teams found the cabin empty. The surrounding snow was churned into unnatural patterns, twisted impressions that led nowhere. Alex Carter was gone, vanished without a trace. Locals whispered about the White Hollow storm, a blizzard that didn't just bury towns, it waited, it watched, it claimed those who wandered into its grasp. Every winter, when the wind howls through red pine and snow piles high and drifts, people swear they hear whispers on the wind, and some say that if you listen too closely, the snow will call your name, and you will never return. Story the end. The snow began as a quiet drizzle in the early morning, coating the road in a thin, sparkling layer. By the time Jake, Laura, Sam, and Ellie left the small-town diner, it had thickened into a steady fall, the clouds low and heavy over the Catskill Mountains. Their destination was an isolated cabin tucked deep in the forest, miles from the nearest neighbor, advertised as the perfect winter retreat. "This is already getting bad," Laura said, squinting through the windshield. "I can barely see the road ahead." "It's fine," Jake replied, hands tight on the wheel. "Just a little snow. We'll be there soon." The road narrowed, twisting between snow-laden pines. Every gust of wind seemed to push the car sideways. Shadows appeared at the edges of their headlights. Branches, maybe, but they seemed to move too quickly, too deliberately. Ellie shivered, and Sam muttered something about a storm that didn't belong in the forecast. By the time they reached the cabin, night had fallen. The structure was dark and silent, snow already piling against its walls. They hurried inside, relieved to escape the storm's first bite. A fireplace sat ready, logs stacked neatly, but the air carried a chill that the warmth of the fire could barely chase away. As evening deepened, the storm outside roared, shaking the cabin. The first sounds came subtly, soft scratches at the walls, taps at the windows. Something was circling, patient and methodical. "Probably just branches," Jake said, though his voice wavered. But the noises persisted, growing more deliberate. Shadows flickered across the walls in ways that didn't match the firelight. The snow outside moved with a life of its own, forming drifts in unnatural shapes, leaving no tracks of its own, but almost suggesting footprints. By the second night, the cabin's generator failed. Darkness pressed against them, leaving only the dim flicker of the fireplace. And then came the whispers. Soft at first, faint, almost imperceptible, calling their names, speaking of fears, secrets, sins. Sam was the first to vanish. He had ventured near the door to check on the storm. A scream tore through the cabin, then silence. His footprints in the snow ended abruptly, swallowed by the blizzard. Panic gripped the remaining three. They barricaded doors and windows with furniture, but the storm seemed to anticipate their every move. Shapes moved just beyond the firelight, tall, shadowy figures flickering in and out of existence. The whispers grew louder, taunting, invading their thoughts, turning fear into something tangible that pressed against their chests. By the third night, Ellie disappeared while trying to dig through the snow outside. Laura and Jake huddled together, shivering and exhausted, aware now that the storm was more than weather. It was intelligent, aware, and merciless. On the fourth day, Jake finally stepped outside, drawn by the whispers. Laura watched as he vanished into the blizzard, his scream swallowed instantly by the wind. Alone, she realized the storm had claimed them all. Every attempt to resist had failed. The snowdrifts shifted as if alive, shadows moved independently of the wind, and whispers filled her mind, urging her forward into the storm. Hours, or perhaps days, passed. Time lost meaning. The storm enveloped her completely, consuming mind and body, folding her into itself. The cabin remained, buried under snow each winter, empty yet alive, waiting. Locals speak of sudden blizzards in the mountains, of voices calling names on the wind, and of dark figures glimpsed at the edge of vision. Few who venture into the forest during winter return, and those who do are forever changed, haunted by a storm that watches, waits, and devours. The storm never ends. It grows with every lost soul, patient, eternal, and hungry. Story the end. The storm began as a whisper, a dusting of snow that brushed the roofs of homes in the small town of Blackwater, Michigan. By midnight, it had become a roar, winds tearing through the streets and piling snow into drifts that swallowed cars and fences. The storm was relentless, and something about it felt wrong. Kyle Donovan was driving home from a late shift at the lumber yard, the road winding through miles of dense forest. He had lived in Blackwater his whole life, and winter storms were nothing new. But tonight, the air was heavy, sharp with cold, carrying a metallic tang that made his stomach twist. Visibility dropped quickly. The snow whipped against his windshield, obscuring the road. The old pickup in front of him was barely visible, a ghostly shape in the whiteout. About 10 miles from town, Kyle's truck slid on a patch of black ice. He swerved, trying to regain control, but the tires skidded and the truck veered into a snowbank. Cursing, he jumped out into the freezing wind, boots sinking into drifts up to his knees. As he struggled to free the tires, he noticed tracks in the fresh snow. Massive, clawed prints, far too large for any human, led from the forest toward the road and disappeared into the storm. A shiver ran down his spine. He looked into the trees, dark shapes pressing against the white haze. Something moved, too fast, too deliberate for an animal. His pulse quickened. He jumped back into the truck and locked the doors, heart hammering. The engine roared, tires spun, and finally he freed the vehicle, pressing forward, desperate to reach home. The storm seemed alive, pushing him sideways, hiding the road under thick drifts. Then he saw it, a figure, tall and impossibly thin, standing at the edge of the headlights. Its limbs bent at unnatural angles, its face a smooth black void. Kyle swerved violently. The figure vanished, only to appear closer ahead, gliding silently across the snow. Panic gripped him. No road, no skill could save him from what was coming. Hours blurred into a white nightmare. Kyle's truck hit drift after drift, spinning, sliding, struggling to move forward. And still the figure was there, sometimes ahead, sometimes beside him, always watching, patient, impossibly fast. Finally, he spotted a faint glow through the storm. A small hunting cabin, lantern light flickering through frost-covered windows. He abandoned the truck, stumbling through the waist-deep snow, and forced the cabin door open, slamming it behind him. The warmth from the wood stove barely penetrated the cold that clung to his bones. He barricaded the door with a table and chairs, breath coming in ragged gasps. Outside, the storm screamed, and he could hear scratching on the walls, faint at first, then growing louder, as if claws were attempting to break through. Shadows flickered across the room, vanishing the moment he tried to look directly. By the second night, Kyle's food and water were low. The storm didn't let up. Outside, the footprints multiplied, forming endless spirals in the drifts, circling the cabin with deliberate precision. Shadows moved among the trees, circling, watching, always out of reach but never leaving. He tried to call for help. No signal. The storm was absolute, cutting him off from the world. On the third night, the storm paused. The silence was worse than the wind. Kyle peered out cautiously. The footprints led to the cabin, stopping just short of the walls. And then he saw them, dozens of tall, thin shapes, faceless, moving fluidly through the snow, observing him. They didn't walk. They glided, merging with the storm itself, patient and eternal. Desperation took him. He grabbed the truck keys, but the vehicle was half buried, the figures surrounding it instantly. He ran into the forest, trying to lose them among the snow-laden trees. Every clearing revealed more of them, their black, featureless faces staring from the drifts. Exhaustion overwhelmed him. He collapsed, shivering violently. The shapes closed in, pressing against him. The snow beneath them shifted unnaturally, trapping him. He swung at them, screamed, clawed at the snow, and the storm swallowed it all. When the town emerged days later, they found the cabin empty. The truck remained, half buried in the drifts, untouched. Kyle Donovan was gone. Locals whispered that the storm had claimed that the shadows had waited for him, patient as the snow itself. And each winter, when the wind screams through the pines and snow piles high, travelers report seeing faceless figures moving silently through the drifts, circling endlessly, waiting for the next soul foolish enough to wander into the blizzard. Story the end. The snow began falling in the late afternoon, thin at first, coating the winding road with a soft, icy layer. By the time Mia, Carter, Lena, and Jason left the small-town diner at the edge of the Adirondacks, the storm had thickened into a relentless gray blur. Their destination was a remote cabin, advertised as secluded and cozy, perfect for a winter weekend away. "This is already bad," Mia said, peering through the windshield. "I can barely see the road ahead." "It's nothing we can't handle," Carter said, hands tight on the wheel. "Cabin's only a few miles away. We'll be fine. The road narrowed sharply between the evergreens, the trees heavy with snow. Gusts of wind pushed against the car, and shadows flitted just beyond their headlights. Branches, maybe, but moving with unnatural speed. Lena shivered and whispered that something felt wrong, that the storm didn't belong to the weather forecast. By the time they reached the cabin, the sky had darkened completely. The wooden structure sat silent in a clearing, snow already piled against the walls and doors. They hurried inside, laughing nervously, trying to shake the creeping dread. The fireplace flickered to life, but the warmth did little to ease the tension pressing on their chests. As night fell, the storm grew violent. Wind howled through the trees, rattling windows and shaking the cabin's frame. At first, there were small, subtle noises. Scratches along the walls, taps at the doors. Something circled the cabin, deliberate and patient. Branches, Jason said quickly. It's just branches. But the noises persisted. Shadows flickered across the walls in ways that didn't match the firelight. Snow outside shifted unnaturally, forming patterns almost like footprints, but no one had walked there. By the second night, the generator had failed. Darkness pressed in, leaving only the dim glow of the fireplace. Then the whispers began. Soft at first, just beyond hearing, calling their names, speaking of sins, secrets, and fears. Jason was the first to disappear. He had stepped outside to investigate a sound. A scream tore through the cabin, then vanished. His footprints in the snow ended abruptly, swallowed by the storm. The remaining three barricaded doors and windows with furniture, but the storm seemed aware, anticipating every move. Figures flickered just beyond the firelight. Tall, shadowy, humanoid forms that moved unnaturally fast. The whispers grew louder, taunting, invading thoughts, turning fear into something physical pressing on their chests. By the third night, Lena vanished while trying to dig through a snowdrift. Mia and Carter huddled together, shivering, realizing that the storm was no longer weather. It was intelligent, alive, and patient. On the fourth day, Carter finally stepped outside, drawn by the whispers. Mia watched in horror as he disappeared into the blizzard. Alone, she understood the truth. The storm had claimed them all. Every attempt to resist had failed. Snowdrifts shifted as if alive, shadows moved independently of the wind, and whispers filled her mind, pulling her deeper into the storm. Hours, or perhaps days, passed. Time ceased to exist. The storm enveloped her completely, consuming mind and body. The cabin remained buried under snow each winter, empty yet alive, waiting for the next travelers. Locals speak of sudden blizzards in the mountains, of voices calling names on the wind, and dark shapes glimpsed at the edge of vision. Few who enter the forest during winter ever return, and those who do are forever haunted by a storm that watches, waits, and devours. The storm never ends. It grows with every lost soul, patient, eternal, and hungry. Story. The end. The snow came down hard that December afternoon, settling over the small town of Iron Creek, Montana, like a suffocating white blanket. At first, it was almost serene, flakes drifting lazily through the gray sky, but by evening, the wind had picked up, lashing through the streets and whipping the pine trees into violent bends. Visibility dropped to almost nothing, and the air carried a sharp, biting cold that seeped through even the thickest coats. Daniel Harris had been driving a delivery truck, hauling groceries from Missoula to Iron Creek. He had made this drive countless times, but the storm hit faster than anyone expected. Roads disappeared beneath thick, shifting drifts, and the icy highway offered no traction. His headlights barely cut through the whiteout. The radio crackled with intermittent warnings. Severe blizzard conditions, seek shelter immediately. Roads impassable. Then static consumed the broadcast entirely. By late afternoon, Daniel's truck began to slide on a hidden patch of black ice. He swerved violently, tires spinning, and collided with the guardrail. The impact jolted him, leaving the truck lodged awkwardly against a snowbank. He climbed out, flashlight in hand, trying to assess the damage, but the storm swallowed everything. That's when he noticed the tracks, large, irregular, moving into the trees at the edge of the highway. They weren't human. Daniel abandoned the truck, hauling a small backpack with essentials, and trudged through the waist-deep snow. The blizzard seemed to reshape the landscape with each gust. Hills rose where they hadn't been, drifts formed walls, and familiar landmarks vanished. He hoped to reach a hunting lodge his uncle had built in the forest, the only possible refuge. By nightfall, he spotted it, half buried, its roof sagging under ice and snow. Inside, the air was stale and bitterly cold despite a small wood stove. Daniel managed to light a fire, but the shadows cast by the flames stretched unnaturally across the walls. The wind carried strange noises, scratching at the windows, low moans, whispers barely audible through the howl. Around midnight, the whispers became clearer. "Daniel, come outside." He gripped the rifle he had brought along and shone the flashlight toward the window. A figure appeared, pale and tall, limbs bending impossibly, eyes black as voids. Its mouth opened silently, forming words he could feel rather than hear. "You belong to us." He fired the rifle, but it vanished into the snow. Over the next 2 days, the storm trapped him completely. The snow outside moved strangely, forming grotesque shapes, faces frozen mid-scream, bodies bending in ways that no human could. Every attempt to leave led him back to the lodge. The blizzard wasn't weather. It was a living entity, patient, watching, waiting. By the third night, Daniel could barely sleep. The shadows inside the lodge were no longer illusions. Figures emerged from the corners, limbs elongated, heads tilting at unnatural angles. Mouths opened in silent screams. The wind whispered inside the building, echoing through the walls. "Join us. Stay. Forever." By the fourth day, desperation forced him outside. The snow had become a white labyrinth, shifting and alive. Figures emerged from the drifts themselves, gliding silently, circling him. Faces appeared in the snow, pale and twisted in frozen terror. The wind carried voices, hundreds of them, overlapping, calling his name, beckoning him into the storm. Exhaustion overtook him. He fell into a drift, waist deep, and the figures closed in, patient, silent, black-eyed, mouths moving in unison. "You belong to the snow." The cold bit into him, the whispers consumed him, and he knew escape was impossible. Weeks later, when the rescue team finally reached Iron Creek, the lodge was empty. Snowdrifts surrounding it were churned into unnatural patterns, footprints that led nowhere, impressions of bodies that had melted into the white. Daniel Harris was gone. Locals whispered of the Iron Creek blizzard, a storm that did not just bury the town. It claimed those who wandered into its white grasp. Every winter, when the wind howls through the mountains and the snow rises, residents swear they can hear whispers in the drifts, calling names, promising release to those foolish enough to answer. And the snow waits, patient and eternal, for the next soul. Story the end. The blizzard hit without warning. It started as a fine dusting of snow over the tiny town of North Hollow, Minnesota. But by midnight, the wind had picked up, driving thick sheets of snow through the streets and fields. By 1 a.m., visibility was near zero. The howling gusts rattled the windows of the scattered homes, and the snow piled in drifts taller than a man. People stayed indoors, unaware of the terror approaching with the storm. Logan Pierce was driving back from a late shift at a gas station 20 miles outside of town. The narrow highway cut through dense pine forests, dark and silent, the trees bending under the weight of snow. Logan was experienced with winter storms, but tonight felt different. The air was heavy and metallic, carrying a scent that made his stomach churn. The snowflakes slapped against the windshield like needles, and the wipers struggled to keep the glass clear. About 15 miles from town, the Subaru hit a hidden patch of ice. The tires spun out and the car slid sideways, narrowly missing a snow-laden tree before coming to rest in a shallow ditch. Logan jumped out into the freezing air, boots sinking deep into the snow. As he tried to dig the car free, he noticed footprints in the drifts, huge, clawed prints, far too large for a human. They led into the forest and circled back toward the road. A cold dread washed over him. He scanned the tree line and saw movement, shapes twisting and gliding among the trees. They weren't human, but they weren't quite animals either. He scrambled back into the car, locking the doors, heart racing. The engine roared as he spun the tires, finally freeing the vehicle, and he drove onward, hoping to reach the safety of town. The storm seemed alive, pushing him sideways and hiding the road beneath thick snowdrifts. Then he saw it, a figure standing at the edge of the headlights. Tall, unnaturally thin, limbs bending at impossible angles. Its face was smooth, a black void staring into him. Logan swerved violently. The figure vanished, only to appear closer, gliding silently toward the car. Panic overtook him. He couldn't outrun it. The storm itself carried it, and every turn in the road revealed the figure again. Hours blurred. Logan's car spun into more drifts, sliding, struggling to move. Eventually, he spotted a faint glow through the storm, a small hunting cabin, lantern light flickering inside. He abandoned the car and ran through the snow, collapsing against the door, and forced it open. The warmth from a wood stove barely reached him. He barricaded the door with a table and chairs, shivering violently. Outside, the storm screamed, and he could hear scratching at the walls, faint at first, then growing, like claws dragging across the wood. The night dragged on. Shadows flickered across the room, vanishing when he tried to focus. Every so often he could hear low, guttural whispers calling his name, carried on the wind that pressed against the cabin. Logan tried to sleep, tried to conserve his energy, but it was impossible. He could hear footsteps outside, circling, pausing, then resuming, always moving with deliberate patience. By the third night, his food and water were low. The storm hadn't let up. Outside, the footprints multiplied, spiraling around the cabin in perfect circles. Logan tried to call for help, but there was no signal. The shadows moved closer, gliding silently over the snow, faceless and impossibly fast. Finally, desperation pushed him to act. He grabbed the car keys, hoping to escape, but the Subaru was buried under snow drifts, and the figures were already there, encircling it, blocking every path. Logan ran into the forest, hoping to lose them among the frozen trees. Each clearing revealed more of them, tall, thin, and faceless, staring from the drifts. Exhaustion overtook him, and he collapsed into the snow, shivering uncontrollably. The shapes surrounded him, pressing in, their presence suffocating, the cold in their void-like eyes consuming his every thought. He swung the car keys, clawed at them, screamed, but the storm swallowed his cries. The snow beneath them shifted, forming ridges that trapped him. And then, carried on the wind, came the whisper again, his name, low, guttural, and eternal. When the storm finally passed days later, the cabin was empty. The car remained, half buried in the drifts. Logan Pierce was gone. Locals whispered that the blizzard had claimed him, or that the shadows waiting in the storm had taken him. Every winter, when snow falls heavy and the wind howls through the pines, travelers report seeing tall, faceless figures moving silently through the drifts, circling endlessly, waiting for the next soul foolish enough to enter the storm. Story the end. The snow began falling just as the sun dipped below the mountains, a soft gray veil that quickly thickened into a relentless storm. Hannah drove cautiously along the narrow backroads of Vermont, her headlights cutting through the swirling white. Beside her, her brother Matt scanned the route, his face pale under the flickering glow of the dashboard. "This isn't looking good," Matt said, voice tight. "Visibility's nearly gone." "We'll be at the cabin soon," Hannah replied, gripping the wheel tightly. Just a few more miles. The road twisted through dense forest, trees bowed under the weight of heavy snow. Gusts of wind rattled the car, and shadows flickered at the edges of their headlights. Each turn seemed longer than the last, the forest pressing closer, isolating them. By the time they reached the cabin, night had fallen. The wooden structure sat in a clearing, silent and dark, snow already piled against its walls. They hurried inside, relieved to escape the storm. The warmth of the fireplace did little to chase away the unease pressing on Hannah's chest. As darkness deepened, the storm intensified. Wind howled through the trees, rattling the windows and shaking the cabin. At first, there were small noises, scratches along the walls, taps at the doors. Something or someone was circling the cabin, moving with deliberate, patient intent. "It's just branches," Matt said quickly, though even he sounded uncertain. But the noises persisted. Shadows danced across the walls in ways that didn't match the firelight. Outside, the snow shifted unnaturally, forming shapes that resembled footprints, but no one had walked there. By the second night, the generator failed, plunging the cabin into near darkness. Then the whispers began, soft at first, calling their names, speaking of secrets and fears, gradually growing louder, more insistent, more aware. Matt was the first to vanish. He had stepped outside to investigate a sound. A scream tore through the storm, then silence. His footprints in the snow ended abruptly, swallowed by the blizzard. Panic consumed Hannah. She barricaded the doors and windows with furniture, but the storm seemed to anticipate every move. Shadows flickered just beyond the firelight, tall, humanoid forms moving with impossible speed. The whispers grew louder, invading her mind, twisting fear into something tangible, pressing against her chest. By the third night, Hannah realized there was no escape. The storm was alive, intelligent, patient, and merciless. The snowdrifts shifted as if sentient, closing paths, guiding her toward its center. Shadows moved independently of the wind, figures appearing and disappearing at the periphery of her vision. Hours, or perhaps days, passed. The storm consumed her completely, mind and body, folding her into itself. The cabin remained, buried under snow each winter, empty yet alive, waiting for the next travelers. Locals speak of sudden blizzards in the mountains, of voices carried by the wind, of dark figures glimpsed at the edge of vision. Few who venture into the forest in winter return, and those who do are forever haunted by a storm that watches, waits, and devours. The storm never ends. It grows with every lost soul, patient, eternal, and hungry. Story the end. The snow started falling in Crestwood, Idaho, just before dawn, soft at first, almost harmless. By mid-morning, the flakes had thickened into a relentless storm, covering the streets, rooftops, and surrounding pine forests in a solid white blanket. By evening, the blizzard had transformed the town into a frozen wasteland. The wind tore through the streets like a living thing, rattling windows, bending trees, and carrying a biting chill that sank deep into the bones. Lucas Hayes had been driving back from a logging job in the forest outside town. He knew the roads well and had navigated blizzards before, but this one was different. Snow had already covered the highway in deep drifts, and the ice beneath made every inch treacherous. His headlights barely penetrated the whiteout. Radio warnings came through briefly. Severe blizzard conditions, roads impassable, seek immediate shelter. Then static swallowed the broadcast. By mid-afternoon, Lucas rounded a bend and saw movement in the storm, a dark, hunched figure crossing the road. He swerved violently, tires spinning, and slammed into a ditch. The truck rocked violently, leaving him stunned. Stepping out, he noticed strange tracks in the snow, too large, uneven, and misshapen to be human. Some seemed to vanish entirely, as though whatever had made them had lifted off the ground. He abandoned the truck and trudged through waist-deep snow toward a hunting cabin his father had built years earlier. The storm seemed alive, reshaping the forest, twisting the landscape, erasing familiar landmarks. Every path he tried led him back to the truck or the edge of the trees. Low whispers drifted through the wind. "Lucas, come, join us." By nightfall, he reached the cabin, half buried, its roof sagging under ice. Inside, the air was stale, bitterly cold but dry. He managed to light a fire in the stove, though the flickering flames cast unnatural shadows on the walls, stretching and twisting as if moving of their own accord. Scratching sounds came from the windows, deliberate, patient. Around midnight, the whispers became clearer. "Come outside. Stay with us." Lucas shined his flashlight toward the tree line. A pale figure appeared, limbs bending at impossible angles, black eyes staring, mouth moving in silent screams. He fired his rifle, but the figure vanished into the blizzard. For the next 2 days, the storm trapped him. Snow outside seemed alive, forming grotesque faces and contorted bodies frozen mid-scream. Shadows pressed against the walls, tilting their heads. The whispers multiplied, overlapping, calling his name, coaxing him, guiding him. The storm wasn't just weather. It was conscious, patient, and relentless. By the third night, the figures entered the cabin. They emerged from corners, walls, and even the floor. Pale, impossibly tall, limbs bending unnaturally, mouths moving in silent screams. Lucas barricaded himself in a room, but the whispers echoed in his mind, "Join us. Stay forever." On the fourth day, desperation forced him outside. The snow had become a living maze, rising and falling, forming ridges, hollows, faces, and bodies. Figures glided silently, circling him, tilting their heads, patient and eternal. The wind carried hundreds of voices, overlapping, calling his name, beckoning him into the snow. Exhaustion overtook him. He sank into a drift, waist deep, and the figures pressed closer, silent, relentless. Their mouths moved, forming words he felt in his mind. "You belong to the snow." The cold bit into him, the whispers consumed him, and he knew escape was impossible. Weeks later, when rescuers finally reached Crestwood, the cabin was gone. The surrounding snowdrifts were twisted into unnatural patterns, footprints and body shapes that led nowhere. Lucas Hayes was never found. Locals whispered of the Crestwood blizzard, a storm that did not just bury the town. It claimed those who ventured too far, leaving only whispers and frozen faces in the snow. Every winter, when the wind howls and the snow piles high, residents say they can hear whispers calling names. Those foolish enough to answer never return. Story the end. The snow came early that December in the remote town of Frostgate, Montana. At dawn, it was just a fine powder, coating the streets and rooftops in a thin, deceptive layer of white. By mid-morning, it had thickened into a steady fall, and by noon, the blizzard had arrived. Wind whipped through the town like a living thing, carrying ice and snow that stung the skin and shredded clothing. Visibility dropped to mere feet, and the world seemed swallowed by white. Ethan Cole, a local logger, had been returning from a job in the forest outside town. He knew the woods well, knew how treacherous the winter roads could be, but nothing could have prepared him for this. Snow drifted across the highways in deep, shifting waves, and ice had formed on the asphalt, hiding every hazard beneath a slick, invisible surface. His truck struggled, tires spinning, as gusts of wind threatened to push him off the road. The radio crackled intermittently with blizzard warnings, then cut to static entirely. By mid-afternoon, Ethan rounded a bend and saw movement in the storm, a dark, hunched shape emerging from the white. He swerved instinctively, tires sliding on ice, and collided with the guardrail. The truck shuddered, then came to a halt, buried partially in a snowbank. Heart racing, he climbed out into the storm, flashlight in hand. The figure was gone, but the snow bore footprints, large, uneven, some disappearing abruptly, as if whatever had made them had lifted from the ground entirely. Abandoning the truck, Ethan struggled through waist-deep drifts toward a small hunting cabin his family had built decades ago. The storm seemed alive, reshaping the landscape, erasing familiar paths and landmarks. Hills became ridges, ridges became valleys, and every turn brought him back to the same spot, as though the snow itself were guiding him into a trap. The wind carried faint whispers, so soft at first he could almost ignore them. "Ethan, come, join us." By nightfall, he reached the cabin. It was half buried under snow, its roof bowed under the weight of ice. Inside, the air was stale but dry, and he managed to light a small stove. The flickering fire cast strange, contorted shadows across the walls, shadows that didn't align with any object in the room. The wind carried a new sound, scratching at the windows, gentle but deliberate, as though something were trying to get inside. Around midnight, the whispers became more distinct. "Come outside, stay with us." Ethan's flashlight caught movement at the edge of the snow. A pale, hunched figure appeared, limbs bending in ways a human body should not. Its eyes were black voids, its mouth moving silently. Panic surged. He fired his rifle, the sound echoing through the storm, but the figure vanished into the blizzard as if it had never been there. For 2 days, Ethan remained trapped in the cabin. Every attempt to leave led him in circles. The snow outside seemed to ripple, forming grotesque shapes, faces frozen mid-scream, bodies contorted unnaturally. Shadows pressed against the walls, tilting their heads. The whispers became a chorus, overlapping, calling his name, guiding him, taunting him. The storm wasn't weather. It was a predator, patient and eternal. On the third night, the figures appeared inside. They emerged from corners, the walls, even the floor itself. Pale, tall, their limbs bent impossibly, mouths moving in silent screams. Ethan barricaded himself in the small bedroom, but the whispers echoed inside his mind. "Join us. Stay forever." By the fourth day, desperation forced him outside. The blizzard had transformed the landscape into a living maze. Snow rose and fell with impossible speed, forming ridges and hollows, faces and bodies emerging from the drifts themselves. Figures glided silently, surrounding him, tilting their heads, patient and eternal. The wind carried hundreds of voices, overlapping, calling his name, beckoning him into the snow. Exhaustion overcame him. He sank into a drift, waist deep, and the figures pressed close, silent, relentless. Their mouths moved, forming words he felt in his mind. "You belong to the snow." The cold pierced his bones, the whispers consumed him, and he realized escape was impossible. Weeks later, when rescuers arrived in Frostgate, the cabin was gone. Snowdrifts around the area were twisted, filled with strange impressions, footprints and body shapes that led nowhere. Ethan Cole was never found. Locals whispered of the Frostgate blizzard, a storm that didn't just bury the town. It claimed those who wandered too far, leaving only whispers in the snow and faces frozen forever in the drifts. Every winter, when the wind howls through the mountains, the townspeople say the snow calls names, and those foolish enough to answer are never seen again. Story the end. The snow started falling late in the afternoon. light at first, drifting lazily across the streets of Cedar Pines, Michigan. By nightfall, it had transformed into a full-blown blizzard. The wind tore through the town like a living thing, piling snow into drifts that swallowed cars, fences, and even small cabins. The townspeople huddled indoors, unaware of the terror that would soon follow. Evan Thompson was driving home from his night shift at the local grocery store, taking the long route through the back roads that wound through thick pine forests. He had driven these roads countless times, even in heavy snow, but tonight something felt wrong. The air was cold and metallic, carrying a faint, unidentifiable scent. Snow whipped against his windshield like tiny needles, the wipers struggling to keep up. About 12 miles from town, the car hit a slick patch of ice. Tires spun and the vehicle skidded, sliding into a snowbank. Evan cursed, jumped out, and began shoveling snow from around the wheels. His boots sank deep into the drifts and the wind tore at him, biting through his coat. That's when he noticed the footprints. Massive, clawed prints pressed deep into the snow, leading from the forest to the road and circling back again. His pulse quickened. He looked into the trees, dark shapes shifting among the trunks. Too deliberate to be animals. Too fast, too silent. Fear clenched his stomach. He rushed back into the car, locking the doors. The engine roared, tires spun, and he freed the vehicle, pressing forward, desperate to reach safety. The storm seemed alive. Gusts pushed the car sideways, snowdrifts rose like walls, and the road disappeared entirely. And then he saw it, a figure at the edge of the headlights. Tall, impossibly thin, limbs bending unnaturally. Its face was a smooth black void. Evan swerved violently. The figure vanished, only to appear closer on the road ahead. Panic gripped him. He couldn't outrun it. Hours passed, though it felt like days. Snowdrifts blocked the road repeatedly, tires spun helplessly, and still the figure followed. Eventually, Evan saw a faint glow in the forest, an old hunting cabin, lantern light flickering through frost-covered windows. He abandoned the car, running through waist-deep snow, finally forcing the cabin door open. Inside, the warmth from a wood stove barely penetrated the cold clinging to his bones. He barricaded the door with furniture. The night stretched endlessly. Outside, the storm screamed, and scratching began on the walls, faint at first, then louder, like claws raking across wood. Shadows flickered in the room, vanishing when he tried to look directly. Every so often, guttural whispers called his name, carried on the wind. He tried to sleep, but fear and exhaustion kept him alert. The footsteps outside circled, paused, and resumed, always deliberate, patient. By the third night, his supplies were nearly gone. Outside, the footprints multiplied, spiraling endlessly around the cabin. Evan tried to call for help, no signal. The faceless figures grew bolder, gliding across the snow with impossible speed. Desperation finally drove him to the car, but the vehicle was half buried and the figures surrounded it, blocking escape. Evan ran into the forest, hoping to lose them among the snow-laden trees. Every clearing revealed more of them, tall and faceless, gliding silently, circling, watching. Exhaustion overtook him. He collapsed into the snow, shivering violently. The shadows closed in. Their presence was suffocating, cold, pressing into his chest and lungs. He clawed at the air, swung at the shapes, screamed, but the storm consumed every sound. Snow shifted beneath them, forming ridges that trapped him, and then he heard it. A whisper carried on the wind, low, guttural, calling his name. When the blizzard finally passed, the cabin was empty. The car remained half buried in the drifts. Evan Thompson was gone. Locals whispered that the storm had claimed him, or that the faceless figures in the snow had taken him. Every winter, when the wind screams through the pines and snow falls thick and relentless, travelers report seeing tall, thin shapes moving silently through the drifts, circling endlessly, waiting for the next unlucky soul. Story the end. The first snow of the season came quietly, blanketing the town of Ironwood, Michigan in a soft white layer. By midnight, the snowfall had turned into a raging blizzard, winds tearing through the streets and forests alike. Snow piled high in drifts, swallowing vehicles and fences. The residents locked themselves indoors, unaware that this storm carried a terror unlike any they had ever faced. Derek Hall was driving home from a late shift at the local gas station. He had a lonely stretch of highway winding through dense pine forests. He had driven these roads countless times, even in winter, but tonight the air felt heavy, metallic, and strange. Snow whipped against the windshield in sheets, and the headlights barely cut through the whiteout. Every gust of wind rattled the car, pushing him toward the shoulder, toward the forest. About 15 miles from town, the car hit a patch of black ice. Tires spun, and the vehicle slid sideways into a snowbank. Derek cursed, jumping out into the freezing night to dig the wheels free. The snow was thick, reaching past his knees, and the wind tore at him like claws. That's when he noticed the footprints, enormous, clawed, and moving in patterns too deliberate to belong to any animal. They led from the forest to the road and circled back again. Dread set in. He looked toward the trees, dark shapes shifting in the blizzard. Too fast, too deliberate for wildlife. Panic surged as he realized he was being watched. He dove back into the car, locking the doors. The engine roared, tires spun, and finally the vehicle lurched free, moving forward into the storm. The blizzard seemed alive, each gust pushing him sideways, snowdrifts hiding the road completely. Then he saw it, a figure at the edge of the headlights. Tall, impossibly thin, limbs bending at unnatural angles. Its face was a black void. Derek swerved violently. The figure vanished only to appear ahead again, closer this time, gliding silently across the drifts. Escape seemed impossible. Hours blurred. Derek's car spun and slid repeatedly, the snow piling higher, the storm unrelenting. Then, through the swirling white, he saw a faint glow. A cabin, lantern light flickering behind frost-covered windows. Desperate, he abandoned the car and stumbled through the waist-deep snow. He forced the door open and rushed inside, slamming it behind him. The warmth of a wood stove barely penetrated the cold clinging to his body. He barricaded the door with heavy furniture, breathing hard, terrified. The night stretched endlessly. The wind screamed outside, and scratching began on the walls, faint at first, then growing, like claws dragging across the wood. Shadows flickered in the corners of the cabin, vanishing when he tried to focus. Faint whispers carried on the wind, calling his name. Sleep was impossible. Every step outside was blocked by footprints in the snow, spiraling, circling the cabin endlessly. By the third night, Derek's supplies were nearly gone. The storm had not relented. The figures outside moved with patience, gliding silently through the drifts, faceless and impossibly fast. Desperation drove him to attempt reaching the car, but it was half buried and surrounded by the dark shapes. He ran into the forest, hoping to escape among the twisted, snow-laden trees. Every clearing revealed more. Tall, thin, faceless, circling him, patient and eternal. Exhaustion finally claimed him. He collapsed into the snow, shivering uncontrollably. The shadows pressed in, suffocating and cold, filling his chest and lungs. He swung at them, clawed at the air, screamed, but the storm swallowed everything. The snow beneath them shifted unnaturally, trapping him. And then he heard it, a low, guttural whisper calling his name over and over. When the blizzard passed days later, the cabin was empty. The car remained, half buried in the snow. Derek Hall was gone. Locals whispered that the storm had claimed him, or that the faceless figures in the snow had taken him. Every winter, when snow falls thick and the wind howls through the pines, travelers report seeing tall, thin shapes moving silently through the drifts, circling endlessly, waiting for the next unlucky soul to enter the storm. Story. The end. The first flakes fell just after sunrise in the town of White Hollow, Wyoming, tiny and almost harmless against the gray sky. By midday, the snow had thickened, covering the streets, rooftops, and surrounding pine forests in a blanket of white. By evening, the blizzard had taken over completely, and the wind howled through the town like a living thing, cutting through layers of clothing and rattling the windows with icy fury. Ben Foster had been driving home from a supply run to the next town, hauling propane and canned goods in his old pickup. He'd made this drive countless times in winter, but the storm arrived faster than the forecast predicted. Snowdrifts rose higher than the tires of his truck, and ice formed under the white coating, making every movement treacherous. Radio warnings crackled in and out. Severe blizzard conditions, travel not advised, seek immediate shelter. Then static swallowed the signal. By late afternoon, the truck slid across a hidden patch of black ice. Ben swerved violently and slammed into a snowbank. The cab shook violently, leaving him dazed. When he stepped out, he noticed tracks in the snow leading off the road into the forest. They were irregular, too large and misshapen to be human, some disappearing into the drifts as if whatever had made them had lifted off the ground entirely. Abandoning the truck, Ben trudged through waist-deep snow toward a hunting cabin his grandfather had built years ago. The blizzard seemed alive, reshaping the terrain with every gust. Hills became ridges, the woods twisted unnaturally, and every turn brought him back to the same spot, as if the snow itself were guiding him somewhere. Low whispers floated on the wind. "Ben, come, join us." By nightfall, he reached the cabin, half buried under snow. Inside, the air was stale but dry, and a small stove gave faint warmth. The flickering flames cast shadows that seemed wrong, stretching across the walls in shapes that didn't align with any object in the room. Scratching sounds came from outside the windows, deliberate, soft, patient. Around midnight, the whispers became more distinct. "Come outside. Stay with us." Ben shined his flashlight on the snow, and a pale figure appeared at the tree line. Limbs bent in impossible angles, black voids for eyes, mouth opening in silent screams. Panic surged as he fired his rifle, but the figure vanished into the storm as if swallowed by the snow itself. For days, Ben remained trapped. The snow outside became alive, twisting into grotesque faces and contorted bodies frozen mid-scream. Shadows pressed against the walls, tilting their heads. The whispers multiplied, overlapping, calling his name, coaxing him, guiding him. The storm was not just weather. It was aware, patient, and relentless. By the third night, the figures came inside. They emerged from corners, walls, even the floor itself. Pale, impossibly tall, limbs bent at unnatural angles, mouths moving in silent screams. Ben barricaded himself in the bedroom, but the whispers echoed in his mind. "Join us. Stay forever." On the fourth day, desperation forced him out. The blizzard had transformed the landscape into a living maze. Snow rose and fell with impossible speed, forming ridges, hollows, faces, and bodies emerging from the drifts themselves. Figures glided silently, circling him, tilting their heads, patient and eternal. The wind carried hundreds of voices, overlapping, calling his name, beckoning him into the snow. Exhaustion overtook him. He sank into a drift, waist deep, and the figures pressed close, silent, relentless. Their mouths moved, forming words he felt in his mind. "You belong to the snow." The cold pierced his bones, the whispers consumed him, and he knew escape was impossible. Weeks later, when rescuers finally reached White Hollow, the cabin was gone. The snowdrifts around it were twisted, filled with strange impressions, footprints and body shapes leading nowhere. Ben Foster was never found. The townspeople whispered of the White Hollow blizzard, a storm that didn't just bury the town, it claimed those who wandered too far, leaving only whispers and faces frozen forever in the drifts. Every winter, when the wind howls and the snow piles high, residents swear they can hear whispers calling names, and those foolish enough to answer never return. Story the end. The snow began quietly, a thin dusting across the small town of Winters Hollow, Michigan. By nightfall, the storm had grown violent, winds howling through the streets and forests, piling snow into towering drifts that swallowed cars, fences, and even small sheds. Most residents huddled indoors, unaware that this storm carried something far more sinister than cold and wind. Nathan Brooks was driving home from his late shift at a convenience store, the road winding through dense pine forests for miles. He had driven these roads countless times, even in heavy snow, but tonight was different. The air was sharp, metallic, and heavy, and the snow whipped against his windshield like needles. His headlights barely cut through the whiteout, and every gust pushed the car dangerously close to the ditch. About 12 miles from town, the car hit a patch of ice and spun sideways, sliding into a snowbank. Nathan cursed, jumping into the frigid wind to dig the tires free. The snow was deep, swallowing his boots, and the storm pressed against him like a living thing. That's when he saw them. Tracks, enormous and clawed, circling the car and leading into the forest. A shiver ran down his spine. The shapes moved among the trees, tall and impossibly thin, too deliberate to be animals. Panic gripped him as he realized he was being watched. He dove back into the car, locked the doors, and tried the engine again. Tires spun, snow flew, and finally the vehicle lurched free, moving forward into the storm. The blizzard seemed alive, pushing him sideways and hiding the road beneath deep drifts. Then he saw it, a figure at the edge of the headlights. Tall, unnaturally thin, limbs bending at impossible angles, face a smooth black void. Nathan swerved violently. The figure vanished, only to appear ahead again, closer this time. Escape was impossible. Hours passed. The snow rose higher, the road disappeared, and the storm showed no mercy. Nathan's headlights caught a faint glow, a cabin in the woods, lantern light flickering behind frost-covered windows. Desperate, he abandoned the car, trudging through waist-deep snow, finally forcing the door open. Warmth from a small wood stove barely penetrated the freezing air clinging to his body. He barricaded the door with furniture, shivering, heart racing. The night stretched endlessly. Outside, the wind screamed, and scratching began on the walls, faint at first, then louder, like claws raking across the wood. Shadows flickered in the corners, disappearing when he tried to focus. Whispers, low and guttural, carried on the wind, calling his name. Sleep was impossible. Every step outside was blocked by footprints in the snow, spiraling endlessly around the cabin. By the third night, his food and water were nearly gone. The storm continued without relent. The faceless figures moved closer, gliding silently through the snow, impossibly fast, patient, and eternal. Desperation drove Nathan to attempt reaching the car, but it was half buried and surrounded by the dark shapes. He ran into the forest, hoping to escape, but every clearing revealed more. Tall, thin, faceless, circling, always watching. Exhaustion claimed him. He collapsed into the snow, shivering violently. The shadows pressed in, suffocating, cold, filling his chest and lungs. He swung at them, clawed at the air, screamed, but the storm swallowed every sound. The snow beneath shifted unnaturally, trapping him. And then he heard it, a guttural whisper, low, unrelenting, calling his name. When the storm finally passed, the cabin was empty. The car remained, half buried in the drifts. Nathan Brooks was gone. Locals whispered that the blizzard had claimed him, or that the faceless figures in the snow had taken him. Every winter, when snow falls heavy and the wind screams through the pines, travelers report seeing tall, thin shapes moving silently through the drifts, circling endlessly, waiting for the next soul foolish enough to wander into the storm. Story the end.